Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 51. Dhritarashtra said, exceedingly difficult of accomplishment was that feat, O Sanjaya, which was achieved by Bhima, who caused the mighty armed Karna himself to measure his length on the terrace of his car. There is only one person, Karna, who will slay the Pandavas along with the Srinjayas. Even this is what Duryodhana, O Sutta, used very often to say unto me. Beholding, however, that son of Ratha now defeated by Bhima in battle, what did my son Duryodhana next do? Sanjaya said, beholding Ratha's son of the Sutta caste turned back from the fight in that great battle, thy son, O monarch, addressed his uterine brothers, saying, Go ye quickly, blessed be ye, and protect the son of Ratha who is plunged into that fathomless ocean of calamity represented by the fear of Bhimasena. Thus commanded by the king, those princes, excited with wrath and desirous of slaying Bhimasena, rushed towards him like insects towards a blazing fire. There were Shrutarvan and Dirdhara and Krotha and Vivitsu and Vikata and Soma and Nishanjan and Kavashan and Pazan and Nanda and Upanandaka and Duspradharsha and Suvahu and Vatavega and Suvarkasas and Dinurgraha and Dermada and Jalasanda and Sala and Saha. Surrounded by a large car force, those princes, endued with great energy and might, approached Bhimasena and encompassed him on all sides. They sped at him from every side showers of arrows of diverse kinds. Thus afflicted by them, Bhima of great strength, O king, quickly slew 50 foremost car warriors with 500 others amongst those sons of thine that advanced against him. Filled with rage, Bhimasena then, O king, with a broad-headed arrow, struck off the head of Vivitsu adorned with earrings and headgear, and graced with a face resembling the full moon. Thus cut off, that prince fell down on the earth. Beholding that heroic brother of theirs slain, the other brothers there, O Lord, rushed in that battle, from every side, upon Bhima of terrible prowess. With 2 other broad-headed arrows then, Bhima of terrible prowess took the lives of 2 other sons of thine in that dreadful battle. Those 2, Vikata and Saha, looking like a couple of celestial youths, O king, thereupon fell down on the earth like a couple of trees uprooted by the tempest. Then Bhima, without losing a moment, dispatched Krotha to the abode of Yama with a long arrow of keen point. Deprived of life, that prince fell down on the earth. Loud cries of woe then, O ruler of men, arose there when those heroic sons of thine, all great bowmen, were being thus slaughtered. When those troops were once more agitated, the mighty Bhima, O monarch, then dispatched Nanda and Upananda in that battle to Yama's abode. Thereupon thy sons, exceedingly agitated and inspired with fear, fled away, seeing that Bhimasena in that battle behaved like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Beholding those sons of thine slain, the Sutta's son with a cheerless heart once more urged his steeds of the hue of swans to that place where the son of Pandu was. Those steeds, O king, urged on by the ruler of Madras, approached with great speed the car of Bhimasena and mingled in battle. The collision, O monarch, that once more took place between Karna and the son of Pandu in battle, became, O king, exceedingly fierce and awful and fraught with a loud din. Beholding, O king, those 2 mighty car warriors close with each other, I became very curious to observe the course of the battle. Then Bhima, boasting of his prowess in battle, covered Karna in that encounter, O king, with showers of winged shafts in the very sight of thy sons. Then Karna, that warrior acquainted with the highest of weapons, filled with wrath, pierced Bhima with 9 broad-headed and straight arrows made entirely of iron. Thereupon the mighty-armed Bhima of terrible prowess, thus struck by Karna, pierced his assailant in return with 7 shafts sped from his bowstring drawn to his ear. Then Karna, O monarch, sighing like a snake of virulent poison, shrouded the son of Pandu with a thick shower of arrows. The mighty Bhima also, shrouding that mighty car warrior with dense arrowy downpours in the very sight of the Kauravas, uttered a loud shout. Then Karna, filled with rage, grasped his strong bow and pierced Bhima with 10 arrows whetted on stone and equipped with canker feathers. With another broad-headed arrow of great sharpness, he also cut off Bhima's bow. Then the mighty armed Bhima of great strength, taking up a terrible pariga, twined round with hempen cords and decked with gold and resembling a second bludgeon of death himself, and desiring to slay Karna outright, hurled it at him with a loud roar. Karna, however, with a number of arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, cut off into many fragments that spiked mace as it coursed towards him with the tremendous peal of thunder. Then Bhima, that grinder of hostile troops, grasping his bow with greater strength, covered Karna with keen shafts. The battle that took place between Karna and the son of Pandu in that meeting became awful for a moment, like that of a couple of huge lions desirous of slaying each other. Then Karna, O king, drawing the bow with great force and stretching the string to his very ear, pierced Bhimasena with 3 arrows. Deeply pierced by Karna, that great bowman and foremost of all persons endued with might then took up a terrible shaft capable of piercing through the body of his antagonist. That shaft, cutting through Karna's armor and piercing through his body, passed out and entered the earth like a snake into ant-hill. In consequence of the violence of that stroke, Karna felt great pain and became exceedingly agitated. Indeed, he trembled on his car like a mountain during an earthquake. Then Karna, O king, filled with rage and the desire to retaliate, struck Bhima with 25 shafts, and then with many more. With 1 arrow he then cut off Bhimasena's standard, and with another broad-headed arrow he dispatched Bhima's driver to the presence of Yama. Next, quickly cutting off the bow of Pandu's son with another winged arrow, Karna deprived Bhima of terrible feats of his car. Deprived of his car, O chief of Bharata's race, the mighty armed Bhima, who resembled the wind god in prowess, took up a mace and jumped down from his excellent vehicle. Indeed, jumping down from his car with great fury, Bhima began to slay thy troops, O king, like the wind destroying the clouds of autumn. Suddenly the son of Pandu, that scorcher of foes, filled with wrath, routed 700 elephants, O king, endued with tusks as large as plough shafts, and all skilled in smiting hostile troops. Possessed of great strength and a knowledge of what the vital parts of an elephant are, he struck them on their temples and frontal lobes and eyes and the parts above their gums. Thereupon those animals, inspired with fear, ran away. But urged again by their drivers, they surrounded Bhimasena once more, like the clouds covering the sun. Like Indra felling mountains with thunder, Bhima with his mace prostrated those 700 elephants with their riders and weapons and standards. That chastiser of foes, the son of Kunti, next pressed down 52 elephants of great strength belonging to the son of Subala. Scorching thy army, the son of Pandu then destroyed a century of foremost cars and several hundreds of foot soldiers in that battle. Scorched by the sun as also by the high-souled Bhima, thy army began to shrink like a piece of leather spread over a fire. Those troops of thine, O bull of Bharata's race, filled with anxiety through fear of Bhimasena, avoided Bhima in that battle and fled away in all directions. Then 500 car warriors, cased in excellent mail, rushed towards Bhima with loud shouts, shooting thick showers of arrows on all sides. Like Vishnu destroying the Asuras, Bhima destroyed with his mace all those brave warriors with their drivers and cars and banners and standards and weapons. Then 3,000 horsemen, dispatched by Shakuni, respected by all brave men and armed with darts and swords and lances, rushed towards Bhima. That slayer of foes, advancing impetuously towards them and coursing in diverse tracks, slew them with his mace. Loud sounds arose from among them while they were being assailed by Bhima, like those that arise from among herd of elephants struck with large pieces of rocks. Having slain those 3,000 excellent horses of Sabala's son in that way, he rode upon another car, and filled with rage proceeded against the son of Radha. Meanwhile, Karna also, O king, covered Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, that chastiser of foes, with thick showers of arrows, and felled his driver. Then that mighty car warrior, beholding Yudhishthira fly away in that battle, pursued him, shooting many straight coursing shafts equipped with canker feathers. The son of the wind god, filled with wrath, and covering the entire welkin with his shafts, shrouded Karna with thick showers of arrows as the latter pursued the king from behind. The son of Radha then, that crusher of foes, turning back from the pursuit, quickly covered Bhima himself with sharp arrows from every side. Then Satyaki, of immeasurable soul, O Bharata, placing himself on the side of Bhima's car, began to afflict Karna, who was in front of Bhima. Though exceedingly afflicted by Satyaki, Karna still approached Bhima. Approaching each other, those two bulls among all wielders of bows, those two heroes endued with great energy, looked exceedingly resplendent as they sped their beautiful arrows at each other. Spread by them, O monarch, in the welkin, those flights of arrows, blazing as the backs of cranes, looked exceedingly fierce and terrible. In consequence of those thousands of arrows, O king, neither the rays of the sun nor the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, could any longer be noticed either by ourselves or by the enemy. Indeed, the blazing effulgence of the sun shining at midday was dispelled by those dense showers of arrows shot by Karna and the son of Pandu. Beholding the son of Sabala, and Kritavarma, and Drona's son, and Adhiratha's son, and Kripa, engaged with the Pandavas, the Kauravas rallied and came back to the fight. Tremendous became the din, O monarch, that was made by that host as it rushed impetuously against their foes, resembling that terrible noise that is made by many oceans swollen with rains. Furiously engaged in battle, the two hosts became filled with great joy as the warriors beheld and seized one another in that dreadful melee. The battle that commenced at that hour when the sun had reached the meridian was such that its like had never been heard or seen by us. One vast host rushed against another, like a vast reservoir of water rushing towards the ocean. The din that arose from the two hosts as they roared at each other was loud and deep as that which may be heard when several oceans mingle with one another. Indeed, the two furious hosts, approaching each other, mingled into one mass like two furious rivers that run into each other. The battle then commenced, awful and terrible, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, both of whom were inspired with the desire of winning great fame. A perfect babel of voices of the shouting warriors was incessantly heard there, O royal Bharata, as they addressed one another by name. He who had anything, by his father's or mother's side, or in respect of his acts or conduct, that could furnish matter for ridicule, was in that battle made to hear it by his antagonist. Beholding those brave warriors loudly rebuking one another in that battle, I thought, O king, that their periods of life had been run out. Beholding the bodies of those angry heroes of immeasurable energy, a great fear entered my heart, respecting the dire consequences that would ensue. Then the Pandavas, O king, and the Kauravas also, mighty car warriors all, striking one another, began to mangle one another with their keen shafts. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 52. Sanjaya said, those Kshatriyas, O monarch, harboring feelings of animosity against one another and longing to take one another's life, began to slay one another in that battle. Throngs of cars, and large bodies of horses, and teeming divisions of infantry and elephants in large numbers mingled with one another, O king, for battle. We beheld the falling of maces and spiked bludgeons and kunapas and lances and short arrows and rockets hurled at one another in that dreadful engagement. Arrowy showers terrible to look at coursed like flights of locusts. Elephants approaching elephants routed one another. Horsemen encountering horsemen in that battle, and car warriors encountering car warriors, and foot soldiers encountering foot soldiers, and foot soldiers meeting with horsemen, and foot soldiers meeting with cars and elephants, and cars meeting with elephants and horsemen, and elephants of great speed meeting with the three other kinds of forces, began, O king, to crush and grind one another. In consequence of those brave combatants striking one another and shouting at the top of their voices, the field of battle became awful, resembling the slaughter ground of creatures, of Rudra himself. The earth, O Bharata, covered with blood, looked beautiful like a vast plain in the season of rains covered with the red coccinella. Indeed, the earth assumed the aspect of a youthful maiden of great beauty, attired in white robes dyed with deep red. Variegated with flesh and blood, the field of battle looked as if decked all over with gold. Large numbers of heads severed from trunks and arms and thighs and earrings and other ornaments displaced from the bodies of warriors, O Bharata, and collars and cuirasses and bodies of brave bowmen, and coats of mail, and banners, lay scattered on the ground. Elephants coming against elephants tore one another with their tusks, O king. Struck with the tusks of hostile compeers, elephants looked exceedingly beautiful. Bathed in blood, those huge creatures looked resplendent like moving hills decked with metals, down whose breasts ran streams of liquid chalk. Lances hurled by horsemen, or those held horizontally by hostile combatants, were seized by many of those beasts, while many amongst them twisted and broke those weapons. Many huge elephants, whose armor had been cut off with shafts, looked, O king, like mountains divested of clouds at the advent of winter. Many foremost of elephants pierced with arrows winged with gold, looked beautiful like mountains, O sire, whose summits are lighted with blazing brands. Some of those creatures, huge as hills, struck by hostile compeers, fell down in that battle, like winged mountains, when clipped of their wings. Others, afflicted with arrows and much pained by their wounds, fell down touching the earth, in that dreadful battle, at their frontal globes or the parts between their tusks. Others roared aloud like lions. And many, uttering terrible sounds, ran hither and thither, and many, O king, uttered cries of pain. Steeds also, in golden trappings, struck with arrows, fell down, or became weak, or ran in all directions. Others, struck with arrows and lances, or dragged down, fell on the earth and writhed in agony, making diverse kinds of motion. Men also, struck down, fell on the earth, uttering diverse cries of pain, O sire. Others, beholding their relatives and sires and grandsires, and others seeing retreating foes, shouted to one another their well-known names and the names of their races. The arms of many combatants, decked with ornaments of gold, cut off, O king, by foes, writhed on the ground, making diverse kinds of motions. Thousands of such arms fell down and sprang up, and many seemed to dart forward like five-headed snakes. Those arms, looking like the tapering bodies of snakes, and smeared with sandal paste, O king, looked beautiful, when drenched with blood, like little standards of gold. When the battle, becoming general, raged so furiously on all sides, the warriors fought with and slew one another without distinct perceptions of those they fought with or struck. A dusty cloud overspread the field of battle, and the weapons used fell in thick showers. The scene being thus darkened, the combatants could no longer distinguish friends from foes. Indeed, that fierce and awful battle proceeded thus. And soon there began to flow many mighty rivers of the bloody currents. And they abounded with the heads of combatants that formed their rocks. And the hair of the warriors constituted their floating weeds and moss. Bones formed the fishes with which they teemed, and bows and arrows and maces formed the rafts by which to cross them. Flesh and blood forming their mire, those terrible and awful rivers, with currents swelled by blood, were thus formed there, enhancing the fears of the timid and the joy of the brave. Those awful rivers led to the abode of Yama. Many plunged into those streams, inspiring Kshatriyas with fear, and perished. And in consequence of various carnivorous creatures, O tiger among men, roaring and yelling on all sides, the field of battle became terrible like the domains of the king of the dead. And innumerable headless trunks rose up on all sides. And terrible creatures, gorging on flesh and drinking fat and blood, O Bharata, began to dance around. And crows and vultures and cranes, gratified with fat and marrow and other animals relishing flesh, were seen to move about in glee. They, however, O king, that were heroes, casting off all fear which is so difficult of being cast off, and observing the vow of warriors, fearlessly did their duty. Indeed, on that field where countless arrows and darts coursed through the air, and which was crowded with carnivorous creatures of diverse kinds, brave warriors careered fearlessly, displaying their prowess. Addressing one another, O Bharata, they declared their names and families. And many amongst them, declaring the names of their sires and families, O Lord, began to crush one another, O king, with darts and lances and battle-axes. During the progress of that fierce and awful battle, the Kaurava army became strengthless and unable to bear up any longer like a foundered vessel on the bosom of the ocean. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 53. Sanjaya said, during the progress of that battle in which so many Kshatriyas sank down, the loud twang of Gandiva, O sire, was heard above the din on that spot, O king, where the son of Pandu was engaged in slaughtering the Samsaptakas, the Kosalas, and the Narayana forces. Filled with rage and longing for victory, the Samsaptakas, in that battle, began to pour showers of arrows on Arjuna's head. The puissant Partha, however, quickly checking those arrowy showers, O king, plunged into that battle, and began to slay many foremost of Kar warriors. Plunging into the midst of that division of Kars with the aid of his whetted shafts equipped with canker feathers, Partha came upon Sasharma of excellent weapons. That foremost of Kar warriors poured on Arjuna thick showers of arrows. Meanwhile the Samsaptakas also covered Partha with their shafts. Then Sasharma, piercing Partha with 10 shafts, struck Janardana with 3 in the right arm. With a broad-headed arrow then, O sire, he pierced the standard of Arjuna. Thereupon that foremost of apes, of huge dimensions, the handiwork of the celestial artificer himself, began to utter loud sounds and roared very fiercely, affrighting thy troops. Hearing the roars of the ape, thy army became inspired with fear. Indeed, under the influence of a great fear, that army became perfectly inactive. That army then, as it stood inactive, O king, looked beautiful like the Citrartha forest with its flowery burthen of diverse kinds. Then those warriors, recovering their senses, O chief of the Kurus, began to drench Arjuna with their arrowy downpours like the clouds drenching the mountains. Then all of them encompassed the great car of the Pandava. Assailing him, they uttered loud roars, although all the while they were being struck and slaughtered with sharp shafts. Assailing his steeds, his car wheels, his car shaft, and every other limb of his vehicle, with great force, O sire, they uttered many leonine roars. Some among them seized the massive arms of Keshava, and some among them, O king, seized Partha himself with great joy as he stood on his car. Then Keshava, shaking his arms on the field of battle, threw down all those that had seized them, like a wicked elephant shaking down all the riders from his back. Then Partha, encompassed by those great car warriors, and beholding his car assailed and Keshava attacked in that manner, became filled with rage, and overthrew a large number of car warriors and foot soldiers. And he covered all the combatants that were close to him with many arrows that were fit for close encounters. Addressing Keshava then, he said, "Behold, O Krishna, O thou of mighty arms, these countless Samsaptakas engaged in accomplishing a fearful task, although slaughtered in thousands. O bull amongst the Yadus, there is none on earth, save myself, that would be able to bear such a close attack on his car." Having said these words, Vibhatsu blew his conch. Then Krishna also blew his conch, filling the welkin with its blare. Hearing that blare, the army of the Samsaptakas began to waver, O king, and became inspired with great fright. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Pandu, paralyzed the legs of the Samsaptakas by repeatedly invoking, O monarch, the weapon called Naga. Thus tied with those foot-tying bands by the high-souled son of Pandu, all of them stood motionless, O king, as if they had been petrified. The son of Pandu then began to slay those motionless warriors like Indra in days of yore slaying the Daityas in the battle with Tarka. Thus slaughtered in that battle, they set the car free, and commenced to throw down all their weapons. Their legs being paralyzed, they could not, O king, move a step. Then Partha slew them with his straight arrows. Indeed, all these warriors in that battle, aiming at whom Partha had invoked that foot-tying weapon, had their lower limbs encircled with snakes. Then the mighty car warrior Sasharma, O monarch, beholding his army thus paralyzed, quickly invoked the weapon called Saparna. Thereupon numerous birds began to come down and devour those snakes. The latter again, at the sight of ranges of the sky, began, O king, to fly away. Freed from that foot-tying weapon, the Samsaptaka force, O monarch, looked like the sun himself giving light unto all creatures when freed from clouds. Thus liberated, those warriors once more shot their arrows, O sire, and hurled their weapons at Arjuna's car. And all of them pierced Partha with numerous weapons. Cutting off with his own arrowy downpour that shower of mighty weapons, Vasva's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, began to slaughter those warriors. Then Sasharma, O king, with a straight arrow, pierced Arjuna in the chest, and then he pierced him with 3 other shafts. Deeply pierced therewith, and feeling great pain, Arjuna sat down on the terrace of his car. Then all the troops loudly cried out, saying, Partha is slain. At this the blare of conchs, and the peal of drums, and the sound of diverse musical instruments, and loud leonine shouts, arose there. Recovering his senses, Partha of immeasurable soul, owning white steeds and having Krishna for his driver, speedily invoked the angel weapon. Then thousands of arrows, O sire, issuing from that weapon, were seen on all sides to slay kings and elephants. And steeds and warriors, and hundreds and thousands, were also seen to be slaughtered in that battle, with these weapons. Then while the troops were thus being slaughtered, a great fear entered the hearts of all the Samsaptakas and Gopalas, O Bharata. There was no man amongst them that could fight with Arjuna. There in the very sight of all the heroes, Arjuna began to destroy thy troops. Beholding that slaughter, all of them remained perfectly inactive, without putting forth their prowess. Then the son of Pandu, having slain full 10,000 combatants in that battle, looked resplendent, O monarch, like a blazing fire without smoke. And then he slew full 14,000 warriors, and 3,000 warriors, and 3,000 elephants. Then the Samsaptakas once more encompassed Dhananjaya, making death or victory their goal. The battle then that took place there between thy warriors and that mighty hero, viz., the diadem-decked son of Pandu, became awful. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 54. Sanjaya said, "Then Kritavarma, and Kripa, and the son of Drona, and the Suta's son, O sire, and Uluka, and Sabala's son, Shakuni, and the king himself, with his uterine brothers, beholding the Kuru army afflicted with the fear of Pandu's son, unable to stand together, like a vessel wrecked on the ocean, endeavored to rescue it with great speed. For a short space of time, O Bharata, the battle that once more took place became exceedingly fierce, enhancing as it did the fears of timid and the joy of the brave. The dense showers of arrows shot in battle by Kripa, thick as flights of locusts, covered the Srinjayas. Then Shikandi, filled with rage, speedily proceeded against the grandson of Gautama, Kripa, and poured upon that bull amongst Brahmanas his arrowy downpours from all sides. Acquainted with the highest weapons, Kripa then checked that arrowy downpour, and wrathfully pierced Shikandi with 10 arrows in that battle. Then Shikandi, filled with rage, deeply pierced Kripa, in that encounter, with 7 straight arrows equipped with kanka feathers. The twice-born Kripa then, that great car warrior, deeply pierced with those keen arrows, deprived Shikandi of his steeds, driver, and car. Jumping down from his steedless vehicle, the mighty car warrior, Shikandi, rushed impetuously at the Brahmana, having taken up a sword and a shield. As the Panchala prince advanced, Kripa quickly covered him with many straight arrows in that encounter, which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, exceedingly wonderful was the sight that we then beheld, even like the flying of rocks, for Shikandi, O king, thus assailed, remained perfectly inactive in that battle. Beholding Shikandi covered with arrows by Kripa, O best of the kings, the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna speedily proceeded against Kripa. The great car warrior Kritavarma, however, rushing impetuously, received Drishtadyumna as the latter proceeded against the son of Sharadvata, Kripa. Then Drona's son checked Yudhishthira as the latter, with his son and troops, was rushing towards the car of Sharadvata's son. Thy son Duryodhana, shooting a shower of arrows, received and checked Nakula and Sahadeva, those 2 great car warriors endued with celerity. Karna too, otherwise called Vaikartana, O Bharata, in that battle, resisted Bhimasena, and the Kurushas, the Kaikyas, and the Srinjayas. Meanwhile Sharadvata's son, in that battle, O sire, with great activity, sped many arrows at Shikandi, as if for the purpose of burning him outright. The Panchala prince, however, whirling his sword repeatedly, cut off all those arrows, decked with gold, that had been sped at him by Kripa from all sides. The grandson of Gautama, Kripa, then quickly cut off with his arrows the shield of Prashada's son, that was decked with 100 moons. At this feat of his, the troops made a loud uproar. Deprived of his shield, O monarch, and placed under Kripa's power, Shikandi still rushed, sword in hand, towards Kripa, like a sick man towards the jaws of death. Then Suketu, the son of Citraketu, O king, quickly proceeded towards the mighty Shikandi, plunged into such distress and assailed in that manner by Kripa with his arrows. Indeed, the young prince of immeasurable soul rushed towards the car of Sharadvata's son and poured upon that Brahmana, in that battle, innumerable shafts of great keenness. Beholding that Brahmana observant of vows thus engaged in battle, with another, Shikandi, O best of kings, retreated hastily from that spot. Meanwhile Suketu, O king, piercing the son of Gautama with 9 arrows, once more pierced him with 70 and again with 3. Then the prince, O sire, cut off Kripa's bow with arrow fixed thereon, and with another shaft struck hard the latter's driver in a vital limb. The grandson of Gautama then, filled with rage, took up a new and very strong bow and struck Suketu with 30 arrows in all his vital limbs. All his limbs exceedingly weakened, the prince trembled on his excellent car like a tree trembling exceedingly during an earthquake. With a razor-headed arrow then, Kripa struck off from the prince's trunk, while the latter was still trembling, his head decked with a pair of blazing earrings and head protector. That head thereupon fell down on the earth like a piece of meat from the claws of a hawk, and then his trunk also fell down, O thou of great glory. Upon the fall of Suketu, O monarch, his troops became frightened, and avoiding Kripa, fled away on all sides. Encompassing the mighty Drishtadyumna, Kritavarma cheerfully addressed him, saying, "Wait, wait." The encounter then that took place between the Vrishni and the Panchala warriors in that battle became exceedingly fierce, like that between two hawks, O king, for a piece of meat. Filled with rage, Drishtadyumna, in that battle, struck the son of Hritika, Kritavarma, the ruler of Bhoja, with 9 arrows in the chest, and succeeded in afflicting him greatly. Then Kritavarma, thus deeply struck by Prashada's son in that encounter, covered his assailant, his steeds, and his car with his shafts. Thus shrouded, O king, along with his car, Drishtadyumna became invisible, like the sun shrouded by rain-charged clouds. Baffling all those shafts decked with gold, Drishtadyumna, O king, looked resplendent in that battle and his wounds. The commander of the Pandava forces, viz., the son of Prashada, then, filled with rage, approached Kritavarma and poured upon him a fierce shower of arrows. The son of Hritika, however, in that battle, with many thousands of his own arrows, destroyed that fierce arrowy shower coursing towards him with great impetuosity. Beholding his irresistible shower of arrows checked in that battle by Kritavarma, the son of Prashada, approaching his antagonist, began to resist him. And soon he dispatched Kritavarma's driver to Yama's abode with a broad-headed arrow of great sharpness. Deprived of life, the driver fell down from the car. The mighty Drishtadyumna, having vanquished his mighty antagonist, began then to resist the Kauravas with shafts, without losing a moment. Then thy warriors, O king, rushed towards Drishtadyumna, uttering loud leonine roars. At this a battle once more took place between them. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 55. Sanjaya said, "Meanwhile the son of Drona, Ashvatthama, beholding Yudhishthira protected by the grandson of Seni, Satyaki, and by the heroic sons of Draupadi, cheerfully advanced against the king, scattering many fierce arrows equipped with wings of gold and wedded on stone, and displaying diverse maneuvers of his car and the great skill he had acquired and his exceeding lightness of hands. He filled the entire welkin with shafts inspired with the force of celestial weapons. Conversant with all weapons, Drona's son encompassed Yudhishthira in that battle. The welkin being covered with the shafts of Drona's son, nothing could be seen. The vast space in front of Ashvatthama became one expanse of arrows. The welkin then, thus covered with that dense shower of arrows decked with gold, looked beautiful, O chief of the Bharatas, as if a canopy embroidered with gold had been spread there. Indeed, the firmament, O king, having been covered with that bright shower of arrows, a shadow, as that of the clouds, appeared there on the occasion. Wonderful was the sight that we then beheld when the sky had thus become one expanse of arrows, for not one creature ranging the sky could course through his element. Then Satyaki, though struggling resolutely, and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira the Just, as also all the other warriors, could not display their prowess. Beholding the great lightness of hands displayed by the son of Drona, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army were filled with wonder. All the kings became incapable of even looking at Ashvatthama, O monarch, who then resembled the scorching sun himself in the sky. While the Pandava troops were thus being slaughtered, those mighty car warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, and Satyaki, and King Yudhishthira the Just, and the Panchala warriors, all uniting together, cast off their fears of death and rushed against the son of Drona. Then Satyaki, piercing the son of Drona with 70 arrows, once more pierced him with 7 long shafts decked with gold. And Yudhishthira pierced him with 73 arrows, and Pratavindya with 7, and Shrutakraman pierced him with 3 arrows, and Shrutakirti with 5. And Sudasoma pierced him with 9 arrows, and Satanika with 7. And many other heroes pierced him with many arrows from every side. Filled then with rage and breathing, O king, like a snake of virulent poison, Drona's son pierced Satyaki in return with 25 arrows whetted on stone. And he pierced Shrutakirti with 9 arrows and Sudasoma with 5, and with 8 arrows he pierced Shrutakraman and Pratavindya with 3. And he pierced Satanika with 9 arrows, and Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, with 5. And each of the other warriors he pierced with a couple of shafts. With some keen arrows he then cut off the bow of Shrutakirti. The latter then, that great car warrior, taking up another bow, pierced Drona's son, first with 3 arrows and then with many others equipped with sharp points. Then, O monarch, the son of Drona covered the Pandava troops, O sire, with thick showers of arrows, O bull of Bharata's race. Of immeasurable soul, the son of Drona, next smiling the while, cut off the bow of King Yudhishthira the just, and then pierced him with 3 arrows. The son of Dharma then, O king, taking up another formidable bow, pierced Drona's son with 70 arrows in the arms and the chest. Then Satyaki, filled with rage in that battle, cut off the bow of Drona's son, that great smiter, with a sharp crescent-shaped arrow, and uttered a loud roar. His bow cut off, that foremost of mighty men viz., the son of Drona, quickly felled Sadyaki's driver from his car with a dart. The valiant son of Drona then, taking up another bow, covered the grandson of Seni, O Bharata, with a shower of arrows. His driver having been slain, Satyaki's steeds were seen to run hither and thither, O Bharata, in that battle. Then the Pandava warriors, headed by Yudhishthira, shooting sharp shafts, all rushed with impetuosity towards Drona's son, that foremost of all wielders of weapons. That scorcher of foes, however, viz., the son of Drona, beholding those warriors wrathfully advancing against him, received them all in that dreadful battle. Then like a fire in the forest consuming heaps of dry grass and straw, that mighty car warrior, viz., Drona's son, having showers of arrows for his flames, consumed the Pandava troops in that battle, who resembled a heap of dry grass and straw. That army of Pandu's son, thus scorched by the son of Drona, became exceedingly agitated, O chief of the Bharatas, like the mouth of a river by a whale. People then, O monarch, beholding the prowess of Drona's son, regarded all the Pandavas as already slain by him. Then Yudhishthira, that great car warrior and disciple of Drona, filled with rage and the desire to retaliate, addressed Drona's son, saying, O tiger among men, thou hast no affection, thou hast no gratitude, since thou desirest to slay me today. The duties of a Brahmana are asceticism and gift and study. The bow should be bent by the Kshatriya only. It seems, therefore, that thou art a Brahmana in name only. In thy very sight, however, O thou of mighty arms, I will vanquish the Kauravas in battle. Do what thou canst in battle. I tell thee that thou art a wretch amongst Brahmanas. Thus addressed the son of Drona. Smiling, and reflecting upon what was proper and true, gave no reply. Without saying anything, he covered the son of Pandu in that battle with a shower of arrows like the destroyer himself in wrath while engaged in annihilating creatures. Thus covered by Drona's son. O sire, the son of Pritha quickly went away from that spot, leaving that large division of his. After Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, had gone away, the high-souled son of Drona also, O king, left that spot. Then Yudhishthira, O king, avoiding the son of Drona in that great battle proceeded against thy army, resolved to achieve the cruel task of slaughter. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 56. Sanjaya said, meanwhile Vikartana himself, resisting Bhimasena supported by the Panchalas and the Satis and the Kaikyas, covered him with many arrows. In the very sight of Bhimasena, Karna slew in that battle many mighty Kar warriors among the Satis, the Kurushas, and the Srinjayas. Then Bhimasena, avoiding Karna, that best of Kar warriors, proceeded against the Kaurava troops like a blazing fire towards a heap of dry grass. The Suta's son also in that battle began to slay the mighty bowmen amongst the Panchalas, the Kaikyas, and the Srinjayas, in thousands. Indeed, the three mighty Kar warriors viz., Partha and Vrkodara and Karna, began to exterminate the Samsaptakas, the Kauravas, and the Panchalas, respectively. In consequence of thy evil policy, O king, all these Kshatriyas, scorched with excellent shafts by those three great warriors, began to be exterminated in that battle. Then Duryodhana, O chief of the Bharatas, filled with rage, pierced Nakula and his 4 steeds with 9 arrows. Of immeasurable soul, thy son next, O ruler of men, cut off the golden standard of Sadeva with a razor-faced shaft. Filled with wrath, Nakula then, O king, struck thy son with 73 arrows in that battle, and Sadeva struck him with 5. Each of those foremost warriors of Bharata's race and foremost of all bowmen was struck by Duryodhana in rage with 5 arrows. With a couple of broad-headed arrows, then, he cut off the bows of both those warriors, and then he suddenly pierced each of the twins with 73 arrows. Taking up then 2 other beautiful and foremost of bows, each of which resembled the bow of Indra himself, those 2 heroes looked beautiful like a pair of celestial youths in that battle. Then those 2 brothers, both endued with great activity in battle, poured upon their cousin, O king, ceaseless showers of terrible shafts like 2 masses of clouds, pouring rain upon a mountain breast. Thereupon thy son, that great Kar warrior, O king, filled with rage, resisted those 2 great bowmen, viz., the twin sons of Pandu, with showers of winged arrows. The bow of Duryodhana in that battle, O Bharata, seemed to be continuously drawn into a circle, and shafts seemed to issue from it ceaselessly on all sides. Covered with Duryodhana's shafts, the 2 sons of Pandu ceased to shine brightly, like the sun and the moon in the firmament, divested of splendor, when shrouded by masses of clouds. Indeed, those arrows, O king, equipped with wings of gold and wedded on stone, covered all the points of the compass like the rays of the sun, when the welkin was thus shrouded, and all that was seen was one uniform expanse of the destroyer himself, at the end of the yuga. Beholding, on the other hand, the prowess of thy son, the great Kar warriors all regarded the twin sons of Madri to be in the presence of death. The commander then, O king, of the Pandava army, viz., the mighty Kar warrior Parashata, son of Prashata, proceeded to that spot where Duryodhana was. Transgressing those 2 great Kar warriors, viz., the 2 brave sons of Madri, Drishtadyumna began to resist thy son with his shafts. Of immeasurable soul, that bull among men, viz., thy son, filled with the desire to retaliate, and smiling the while, pierced the prince of Panchala with 25 arrows. Of immeasurable soul and filled with the desire to retaliate, thy son once more pierced the prince of Panchala with 60 shafts and once again with 5, and uttered a loud roar. Then the king, with a sharp razor-faced arrow, cut off, in that battle, O sire, the bow with arrow fixed thereon and the leathern fence of his antagonist. Casting aside that broken bow, the prince of Panchala, that crusher of foes, quickly took up another bow that was new and capable of bearing a great strain. Blazing with impetuosity, and with eyes red as blood from rage, the great bowman Drishtadyumna, with many wounds on his person, looked resplendent on his car. Desirous of slaying Duryodhana, O chief of the Bharatas, the Panchala hero sped 5 and 10 cloth-yard shafts that resembled hissing snakes. Those shafts, whetted on stone and equipped with the feathers of kankas and peacocks, cutting through the armor decked with gold of the king, passed through his body and entered the earth in consequence of the force with which they had been shot. Deeply pierced, O monarch, thy son looked exceedingly beautiful like a gigantic kinsuka in the season of spring with its flowery weight. His armor pierced with those shafts, and all his limbs rendered exceedingly infirm with wounds, he became filled with rage and cut off Drishtadyumna's bow with a broad-headed arrow. Having cut off his assailant's bow, the king then, O monarch, with great speed, struck him with 10 shafts on the forehead between the 2 eyebrows. Those shafts, polished by the hands of the smith, adorned Drishtadyumna's face like a number of bees, desirous of honey, adorning a full-blown lotus. Throwing aside that broken bow, the high-souled Drishtadyumna quickly took up another, and with it 16 broad-headed arrows. With 5 he slew the 4 steeds and the driver of Duryodhana, and he cut off with another his bow decked with gold. With the remaining 10 shafts, the son of Prashada cut off the car with the upashkara, the umbrella, the dart, the sword, the mace, and the standard of thy son. Indeed, all the kings beheld the beautiful standard of the Kuru king, decked with golden angathas and bearing the device of an elephant worked in jewels, cut off by the prince of the Panchalas. Then the uterine brothers of Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race, rescued the carless Duryodhana, who had all his weapons, besides, cut off in that battle. In the very sight of Drishtadyumna, Dirdhara, O monarch, causing that ruler of men to ride upon his car, quickly bore him away from the battle. Meanwhile the mighty Karna, having vanquished Satyaki and desirous of rescuing the Kuru king, proceeded straight against the face of Drona's slayer, that warrior of fierce shafts. The grandson of Seni, however, quickly pursued him from behind, striking him with his arrows, like an elephant pursuing a rival, and striking him at the hinder limbs with his tusks. Then, O Bharata, fierce became the battle that raged between the high-souled warriors of the 2 armies, and the space that intervened between Karna and the son of Prashada. Not a single combatant of either the Pandavas nor ourselves turned his face from the battle. Then Karna proceeded against the Panchalas with great speed. At that hour when the sun had ascended the meridian, great slaughter, O best of men, of elephants and steeds and men, took place on both sides. The Panchalas, O king, inspired with the desire of victory, all rushed with speed against Karna like birds towards a tree. The son of Adhiratha, of great energy, filled with rage, began from their front to strike those Panchalas with the keen points of his shafts, singling out their leaders, viz., Vyagrakatu and Sasharma and Citra and Ugriuda and Jaya and Sukla and Roshamana and the invincible Singasena. Those heroes, speedily advancing with their cars, encompassed that foremost of men, and poured their shafts upon that angry warrior, viz., Karna, that ornament of battle. That foremost of men, endued with great valor, viz., the son of Radha, afflicted those 8 heroes engaged in battle with 8 keen shafts. The Suta's son, possessed of great prowess, O king, then slew many thousands of other warriors skilled in fight. Filled with rage, the son of Radha then slew Jishnu, and Jishnukarman, and Devapi, O king, in that battle, and Citra, and Citrayuta, and Hari, and Singhakatu, and Roshamana, and the great car warrior Salabha, and many car warriors among the Satis bathed the form of Adhiratha's son in blood, while he himself was engaged in taking the lives of those heroes. There, O Bharata, elephants, assailed with arrows by Karna, fled away on all sides in fear and caused a great agitation on the field of battle. Others, assailed with the shafts of Karna, uttered diverse cries, and fell down like mountains riven with thunder. With the fallen bodies of elephants and steeds and men, and with fallen cars, the earth became strewn along the track of Karna's car. Indeed, neither Bhishma, nor Drona, nor any other warrior of thy army had ever achieved such feats as were then achieved by Karna in that battle. Amongst elephants, amongst steeds, amongst cars, and amongst men, the Suta's son caused a very great carnage, O tiger among men. As a lion is seen to career fearlessly among a herd of deer, even so Karna careered fearlessly among the Panchalas. As a lion routeth a herd of terrified deer to all points of the compass, even so Karna routed those throngs of Panchala cars to all sides. As a herd of deer that have approached the jaws of a lion can never escape with life, even so those great car warriors that approached Karna could not escape with their lives. As people are certainly burnt if they come in contact with a blazing fire, even so the Srinjayas, O Bharata, were burnt by the Karna fire when they came in contact with it. Many warriors among the Satis and the Panchalas, O Bharata, that were regarded as heroes, were slain by the single-handed Karna in that battle who fought with them, proclaiming his name in every instance. Beholding the prowess of Karna, O king, I thought that a single Panchala even would not, in that battle, escape from the son of Adhiratha. Indeed, the Suta's son in that battle repeatedly routed the Panchalas. Beholding Karna thus slaughtering the Panchalas in that dreadful battle, King Yudhishthira the just rushed in wrath towards him, Drishtadyumna and the sons of Draupadi also, O sire, and hundreds of warriors, encompassed that slayer of foes, viz., the son of Radha, and Shikandi, and Sadeva, and Nakula, and Nakula's son, and Janamajaya, and the grandson of Sini, and innumerable Prabhadrakas, all endued with immeasurable energy, advancing with Drishtadyumna in their van, looked magnificent as they struck Karna with shafts and diverse weapons. Like Garuda falling upon a large number of snakes, the son of Adhiratha, single-handed, fell upon all those Satis and Panchalas and Pandavas in that encounter. The battle that took place between them and Karna, O monarch, became exceedingly fierce, like that which had occurred in days of old between the gods and the Danavas. Like the sun dispelling the surrounding darkness, Karna fearlessly and alone encountered all those great bowmen united together and pouring upon him repeated showers of arrows. While the son of Radha was thus engaged with the Pandavas, Bhimasena, filled with rage, began to slaughter the Kurus with shafts, every one of which resembled the lord of Yama. That great bowman, fighting single-handed with the Balikas, and the Kaikyas, the Matsyas, the Vasatas, the Madras, and Sainthavas, looked exceedingly resplendent. Their elephants, assailed in their vital limbs by Bhima with his cloth-yard shafts, fell down, with their riders slain, making the earth tremble with the violence of their fall. Steeds also, with their riders slain, and foot soldiers deprived of life, lay down, pierced with arrows and vomiting blood in large quantities. Car warriors in thousands fell down, their weapons loosened from their hands. Inspired with the fear of Bhima, they lay deprived of life, their bodies mingled with sounds. The earth became strewn with car warriors and horsemen and elephant men and drivers and foot soldiers and steeds and elephants, all mangled with the shafts of Bhimasena. The army of Duryodhana, O king, cheerless and mangled and afflicted with the fear of Bhimasena, stood as if stupefied. Indeed, that melancholy host stood motionless in that dreadful battle like the ocean, O king, during a calm in autumn. Stupefied, that host stood even like the ocean in calm. However, endued with wrath and energy and might, the army of thy son then, divested of its pride, lost all its splendor. Indeed, the host, whilst thus being slaughtered, became drenched with gore and seemed to bathe in blood. The combatants, O chief of the Bharatas, drenched with blood, were seen to approach and slaughter one another. The Suta's son, filled with rage, routed the Pandava division, while Bhimasena in rage routed the Kurus. And both of them, while thus employed, looked exceedingly resplendent. During the progress of that fierce battle filling the spectators with wonder, Arjuna, that foremost of various persons, having slain a large number of Samsaptakas in the midst of their array, addressed Vasudeva, saying, "This struggling force of Samsaptakas, O Janardana, is broken. Those great car warriors amongst the Samsaptakas are flying away with their followers, unable to bear my shafts, like deer unable to bear the roar of the lion. The vast force of the Srinjayas also seems to break in this great battle. There that banner of the intelligent Karna, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, O Krishna, is seen in the midst of Yudhishthira's division, where he is careering with activity. The other great car warriors of our army are incapable of vanquishing Karna. Thou knowest that Karna is possessed of great energy as regards prowess in battle. Proceed thither where Karna is routing our force. Avoiding other warriors in battle, proceed against the Suta's son, that mighty car warrior. This is what I wish, O Krishna. Do, however, that which thou likest." Hearing these words of his, Govinda smiled, and addressing Arjuna, said, "Slay the Kauravas, O son of Pandu, without delay." Then those steeds, white as swans, urged by Govinda, and bearing Krishna and the son of Pandu, penetrated thy vast force. Indeed, thy host broke on all sides as those white steeds in trappings of gold, urged by Keshava, penetrated into its midst. That eight-bannered car, the clatter of whose wheels resembled the deep roar of the clouds and whose flags waved in the air, penetrated into the host like a celestial car passing through the welkin. Keshava and Arjuna, filled with rage, and with eyes red as blood, as they penetrated, piercing through thy vast host, looked exceedingly resplendent in their splendor. Both delighting in battle, as those two heroes, challenged by the Kurus, came to the field, they looked like the twin Ashvinis invoked with proper rites in a sacrifice by the officiating priests. Filled with rage, the impetuosity of those two tigers among men increased like that of two elephants in a large forest, enraged at the claps of hunters. Having penetrated into the midst of that car force and those bodies of horse, Fulgana careered within those divisions like the destroyer himself, armed with the fatal noose. Beholding him put forth such prowess within his army, thy son, O Bharata, once more urged the Samsaptakas against him. Thereupon, with 1,000 cars, and 300 elephants, and 14,000 horses, and 200 of foot soldiers armed with the bow, endued with great courage, of sureness of aim and conversant with all the ways of battle, the leaders of the Samsaptakas rushed, from every side, towards the son of Kunti, in the great battle, covering the Pandava, O monarch, with showers of arrows from all sides. Thus covered with shafts in that battle, Partha, that grinder of hostile forces, exhibited himself in a fierce form like the destroyer himself, armed with the noose. While engaged in slaughtering the Samsaptakas, Partha became a worthy object of sight to all. Then the welkin became filled with shafts decked with gold and possessed of the effulgence of lightning that were ceaselessly short by the diadem-decked Arjuna. Indeed, everything completely shrouded with mighty shafts sped from Arjuna's arms, and falling ceaselessly all around, looked resplendent, O Lord, as if covered with snakes. The son of Pandu, of immeasurable soul, shot on all sides his straight shafts equipped with wings of gold and furnished with keen points. In consequence of the sound of Partha's palms, people thought that the earth, or the vault of the welkin, or all the points of the compass, or the several oceans, or the mountains seemed to split. Having slain 10,000 Kshatriyas, Kunti's son, that mighty car warrior, then quickly proceeded to the further wing of the Samsaptakas. Repairing to that further wing which was protected by the Kambojas, Partha began to grind it forcibly with his arrows like Vasva grinding the Danavas. With broad-headed arrows he began to quickly cut off the arms, with weapons in grasp, and also the heads of foes longing to slay him. Deprived of diverse limbs, and of weapons, they began to fall down on the earth, like trees of many boughs broken by a hurricane. While he was engaged in thus slaughtering elephants and steeds and car warriors and foot soldiers, the younger brother of Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambojas, began to pour showers of arrows on him. With a couple of crescent-shaped arrows, Arjuna cut off the two arms, looking like spiked maces, of his striking assailant, and then his head graced with a face as beautiful as the full moon, with a razor-headed arrow. Deprived of life, he fell down from his vehicle, his body bathed in blood, like the thunder-riven summit of a mountain of red arsenic. Indeed, people saw the tall and exceedingly handsome younger brother of Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambojas, of eyes resembling lotus petals, slain and fall down like a column of gold or like a summit of the golden Sumeru. Then commenced a battle there once more that was fierce and exceedingly wonderful. The condition of the struggling combatants varied repeatedly. Each slain with a single arrow, and combatants of the Kamboja, the Yavna, and the Saka races fell down bathed in blood, upon which the whole field of battle became one expanse of red, O monarch. In consequence of car warriors deprived of steeds and drivers, and steeds deprived of riders, and elephants deprived of riders, and riders deprived of elephants, battling with one another, O king, a great carnage took place. When the wing and the further wing of the Samsaptakas had thus been exterminated by Savyasasi, the son of Drona quickly proceeded against Arjuna, that foremost of victorious warriors. Indeed, Drona's son rushed, shaking his formidable bow, and taking with him many terrible arrows like the sun himself appearing with his own rays. With mouth wide open from rage and with the desire to retaliate, and with red eyes, the mighty Ashvatthama looked formidable like death himself, armed with his mace and filled with wrath as at the end of the Yuga. He then shot showers of fierce shafts. With those shafts sped by him, he began to rout the Pandava army. As soon as he beheld him of Dashara's race, Keshava, on the car, O king, he once more sped at him, and repeated showers of fierce shafts. With those falling shafts, O monarch, sped by Drona's son, both Krishna and Dhananjaya were completely shrouded on the car. Then the valiant Ashvatthama, with hundreds of keen arrows, stupefied both Madhava and the son of Pandu in that battle. Beholding those two protectors of all mobile and immobile creatures thus covered with arrows, the universe of mobile and immobile beings uttered cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" Crowds of Siddhas and Charanas began to repair to that spot from every side, mentally uttering this prayer, viz., "Let good be to all the worlds." Never before, O king, did I see prowess like that of Drona's son in that battle while he was engaged in shrouding the two Krishnas with shafts. The sound of Ashvatthama's bow, inspiring foes with terror, was repeatedly heard by us in that battle, O king, to resemble that of a roaring lion. While careering in that battle and striking right and left, the string of his bow looked beautiful like flashes of lightning in the midst of a mass of clouds. Though endued with great firmness and lightness of hand, the son of Pandu, for all that, beholding the son of Drona then, became greatly stupefied. Indeed, Arjuna then regarded his own prowess to be destroyed by his high-souled assailant. The form of Ashvatthama became such in that battle that men could with difficulty gaze at it. During the progress of that dreadful battle between Drona's son and the Pandava, during that time when the mighty son of Drona, O monarch, thus prevailed over his antagonist and the son of Kunti lost his energy, Krishna became filled with rage. Inspired with wrath, he drew deep breaths, O king, and seemed to burn with his eyes both Ashvatthama and Falguna as he looked at them repeatedly. Filled with rage, Krishna addressed Partha in an affectionate tone, saying, "This, O Partha, that I behold in battle regarding thee, is exceedingly strange, since Drona's son, O Partha, surpasseth thee today. Hast thou not now the energy and the might of thy arms thou hadst before? Hast thou not that Gandiva still in thy hands, and dost thou not stay on thy car now? Are not thy 2 arms sound? Hath thy fist suffered any hurt? Why is it then that I see the son of Drona prevail over thee in battle? Do not, O Partha, spare thy assailant, regarding him as the son of thy preceptor, O bull of Bharata's race. This is not the time for sparing him." Thus addressed by Krishna, Partha speedily took up 4 and 10 broad-headed arrows at a time, when speed was of the highest moment, and with them he cut off Ashvatthama's bow and standard and umbrella and banners and car and dart and mace. With a few calf-toothed arrows he then deeply struck the son of Drona in the latter's shoulder. Thereupon, overcome with a deep swoon, Ashvatthama sat down, supporting himself on his flagstaff. The latter's driver then, O monarch, desirous of protecting him from the Nanjaya, bore him away insensible and thus deeply afflicted by the foe. Meanwhile that scorcher of foes, viz., Vijaya, slaughtered thy troops by hundreds and thousands, in the very sight of that hero, viz., thy son, O sire. Thus, O king, in consequence of thy evil counsels, a cruel and awful destruction and carnage commenced as thy warriors were engaged with the enemy. Within a short time Vibhatsu routed the Samsaptakas, Vrkodara, the Kurus, and Vasasena, the Panchalas. During the progress of the battle destructive of great heroes, there rose many headless trunks all around. Meanwhile Yudhishthira, O chief of the Bharatas, in great pain owing to his wounds, retreating about 2 miles from the battle, rested himself for some time. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 57. Sanjaya said, Then Duryodhana, O chief of Bharatas, repairing to Karna, said unto him, as also unto the ruler of the Madras and the other lords of earth present there, these words, Without seeking hath this occasion arrived, when the gates of heaven have become wide open. Happy are those Kshatriyas, O Karna, that obtain such a battle. Brave heroes fighting in battle with brave Kshatriyas equal to them in might and prowess, obtain great good, O son of Radha. The occasion that hath come is even such. Either let these brave Kshatriyas, slaying the Pandavas in battle, obtain the broad earth, or let them, slain in battle by the foe, win the blessed region reserved for heroes. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, those bulls among Kshatriyas cheerfully uttered loud shouts and beat and blew their musical instruments. When Duryodhana's force became thus filled with joy, the son of Drona, gladdening all thy warriors, further said, In the very sight of all the troops, and before the eyes of you all, my father, after he had laid aside his weapons, was slain by Drishtadyumna. By that wrath which such an act might kindle, and for the sake also of my friend, ye kings, I swear truly before you all. Listen then to that oath of mine. Without slaying Drishtadyumna I shall not doff my armor. If this vow of mine be not fulfilled, let me not go to heaven. Be it Arjuna, be it Bhimasena, or be it anybody else, whoever will come against me I will crush him or all of them. There is no doubt in this. After Ashvatthama had uttered these words, the entire Bharata army, united together, rushed against the Pandavas, and the latter also rushed against the former. The collision of brave leaders of car divisions, O Bharata, became exceedingly awful. A destruction of life then set in at the van of the Kurus and the Srinjayas that resembled what takes place at the last great universal dissolution. Upon the commencement of that passage at arms, various, superior, beings, with the gods, came there accompanied by the Apsaras, for beholding those foremost of men. Filled with joy, the Apsaras began to cover those foremost of men devoted to the duties of their order, with celestial garlands, with diverse kinds of celestial perfumes, and with diverse species of gems. Soft winds bore those excellent odors to the nostrils of all the foremost of warriors. Having smelt those perfumes in consequence of the action of the wind, the warriors once more engaged in battle, and striking one another began to fall down on the earth. Strewn with celestial flowers, with beautiful shafts equipped with wings of gold, and with many foremost of warriors, the earth looked beautiful like the firmament bespangled with myriads of stars. Then, in consequence of cheers coming from the welkin and the noise of musical instruments, the furious passage at arms distinguished by twang of bows and clatter of car wheels and shouts of warriors became exceedingly fierce. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 58. Sanjaya said, "Thus raged that great battle between those lords of earth when Arjuna and Karna and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, became angry. Having vanquished the son of Drona and other great car warriors, Arjuna, O king, addressing Vasudeva, said, 'Behold, O Krishna of mighty arms, the Pandava army is flying away. Behold, Karna is slaying our great car warriors in this battle. I do not, O thou of Dasaratha's race, see King Yudhishthira the just. Nor is the standard of Dharma's son, foremost of warriors, visible. The third part of the day still remaineth, Janardana. No one amongst the Dhritarashtra's cometh against me for fight. For doing, therefore, what is agreeable to me, proceed to the spot where Yudhishthira is. Beholding Dharma's son safe and sound with his younger brothers in battle, I will again fight with the foe, O thou of Vrishni's race.' At these words of Vibhatsu, Hari, Krishna, quickly proceeded on that car to that spot where King Yudhishthira, along with the mighty Srinjaya car warriors of great strength, were fighting with the foe, making death their goal. During the progress of that great carnage, Govinda, beholding the field of battle, addressed Savyasasi, saying, 'Behold, O Partha, how great and awful is this carnage, O Bharata, of Kshatriyas on earth for the sake of Duryodhana. Behold, O Bharata, the gold-backed bows of slain warriors, as also their costly quivers displaced from their shoulders. Behold those straight shafts equipped with wings of gold, and those cloth-yard arrows washed with oil and looking like snakes freed from their sloughs. Behold, O Bharata, those scimitars, decked with gold, and having ivory handles, and those displaced shields embossed with gold. Behold those lances decked with gold, those darts having golden ornaments, and those huge maces twined round with gold. Behold those swords adorned with gold, those axes with golden ornaments, and the heads of those battle axes fallen off from their golden handles. Behold those iron kumatas, those short clubs exceedingly heavy, those beautiful rockets, those huge bludgeons with spiked heads, those discs displaced from the arms of their wielders, and those spears that have been used in this dreadful battle. Endued, while living, with great activity, warriors that came to battle, having taken up diverse weapons, are lying, though deprived of life, as if still alive. Behold, thousands of warriors lying on the field, with limbs crushed by means of maces, or heads broken by means of heavy clubs, or torn and mangled by elephants and steeds and cars. The field of battle is covered with shafts and darts and swords and axes and scimitars and spiked maces and lances and iron kuntas and battle axes, and the bodies of men and steeds and elephants, hacked with many wounds and covered with streams of blood and deprived of life, O slayer of foes. The earth looks beautiful, O Bharata, with arms smeared with sandal, decked with ingathas of gold and with keuras, and having their ends cased in leathern fences. With hands cased in leathern fences, with displaced ornaments, with severed thighs looking like elephants' trunks of many active warriors, with fallen heads, decked with costly gems and earrings, of heroes having large expansive eyes, the earth looks exceedingly beautiful. with headless trunks smeared all over with blood, with severed limbs and heads and hips. The earth looks, O best of the Bharatas, like an altar strewn with extinguished fires. Behold those beautiful cars with rows of golden bells, broken in diverse ways, and those slain steeds lying scattered on the field, with arrows yet sticking to their bodies. Behold those bottoms of cars, those quivers, those banners, those diverse kinds of standards, those gigantic cocks of car warriors, white in hue and scattered all over the field. Behold those elephants, huge as hills, lying on the earth, with tongues lolling out, and those other elephants and steeds, deprived of life and decked with triumphal banners. Behold those housings of elephants, and those skins and blankets, and those other beautiful and variegated and torn blankets. Behold those rows of bells torn and broken in diverse ways in consequence of falling elephants of gigantic size, and those beautiful goads set with stones of lapis lazuli, and those hooks falling upon the ground. Behold those whips, adorned with gold, and variegated with gems, still in the grasp of slain horsemen, and those blankets and skins of the rank deer falling on the ground, but which had served for seats on horseback. Behold those gems for adorning the diadems of kings, and those beautiful necklaces of gold, and those displaced umbrellas and yak tails for fanning. Behold the earth, miry with blood, strewn with the faces of heroes, decked with beautiful earrings and well-cut beards, and possessed of the splendor of the moon and stars. Behold those wounded warriors in whom life is not yet extinct, and who, lying all around, are uttering wails of woe. Their relatives, O prince, casting aside their weapons, are tending them, weeping incessantly. Having covered many warriors with arrows and deprived them of life, behold those combatants, endued with activity, longing for victory, and swelling with rage, are once more proceeding for battle against their antagonists. Others are running hither and thither on the field, being begged for water by fallen heroes. Others related to them have gone in quest of drink. Many, O Arjuna, are breathing their last meanwhile. Returning their brave relatives, seeing them become senseless, are throwing down the water they brought and are running wildly, shouting at one another. Behold, many have died after having slaked their thirst, and many, O Bharata, are dying while drinking. Others, though affectionate towards relatives, are still seen to rush towards foes in great battle, deserting their dear relatives. Others, again, O best of men, biting their nether lips, and with faces rendered terrible in consequence of the contraction of their brows, are surveying the field all around. While saying these words unto Arjuna, Vasudeva proceeded towards Yudhishthira. Arjuna also, beholding the king in that great battle, repeatedly urged Govinda, saying, "Proceed, proceed." Having shown the field of battle to Partha, Madhava, while proceeding quickly, slowly said unto Partha once more, "Behold those kings rushing towards King Yudhishthira. Behold Karna, who resembles a blazing fire, on the arena of the battle. Yonder the mighty bowman Bhima is proceeding to battle. They that are the foremost among the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas, they, that is, that have Drishtadyumna for their head, are following Bhima. The vast army of the enemy is again broken by the rushing Parthas. Behold, O Arjuna, Karna is trying to rally the flying Kauravas. Resembling the destroyer himself in impetuosity and Indra himself in prowess, yonder proceedeth Drona's son, O thou of Kuru's race, that hero who is the foremost of all wielders of weapons. The mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna is rushing against that hero. The Srinjayas are following the lead of Drishtadyumna. Behold, the Srinjayas are falling. Thus did the invincible Vasudeva describe everything unto the diadem-decked Arjuna. Then, O king, commenced a terrible and awful battle. Loud leonine shouts arose as the two hosts encountered each other, O monarch, making death their goal. Even thus, O king, in consequence of thy evil counsels, did that destruction set in on earth, O lord of earth, of both thy warriors and those of the enemy. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 59. Sanjaya said, Then the Kurus and the Srinjayas once more fearlessly encountered each other in battle, the Parthas being headed by Yudhishthira, and ourselves headed by the Suta's son. Then commenced a terrible battle, making the hair to stand on end, between Karna and the Pandavas, that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. After that furious battle, producing rivers of blood, had commenced, and when a remnant only of the brave Samsaptakas, O Bharata, were left unslaughtered, Drishtadyumna, O monarch, with all the kings, on the Pandava side, and those mighty Kar warriors the Pandavas themselves, all rushed against Karna only. Like the mountain receiving a vast body of water, Karna, unaided by anyone, received in that battle all those advancing warriors filled with joy and longing for victory. Those mighty Kar warriors encountering Karna were beat off and broken like a mass of water, and beat back on all sides when it encounters a mountain. The battle, however, that took place between them and Karna made the hair stand on end. Then Drishtadyumna assailed the son of Radha with a straight shaft in that battle, and addressing him said, Wait, wait. The mighty Kar warrior Karna, filled with rage, shook his foremost of bows called Vijaya, and cutting off the bow of Drishtadyumna, as also his arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, assailed Drishtadyumna himself with 9 arrows. Those arrows, O sinless one, piercing through the gold-decked armor of the high-souled son of Prashada, became bathed in blood and looked beautiful like so many cochineal. The mighty Kar warrior Drishtadyumna, casting aside that broken bow, took up another bow and a number of shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. With those straight shafts numbering 70, he pierced Karna. Similarly, O king, Karna, in that battle, covered Prashada's son, that scorcher of foes, with many shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. The slayer of Drona, that great bowman, retaliated by piercing Karna with many keen shafts. Filled with rage, Karna then, O monarch, sped at his antagonist a gold-decked shaft that resembled a second rod of death. That terrible shaft, O monarch, as it coursed impetuously towards Prashada's son, the grandson of Seni, O king, cut off into 7 fragments, displaying great lightness of hand. Beholding his shaft baffled by the arrows of Satyaki, O king, Karna resisted Satyaki with showers of arrows from every side. And he pierced Satyaki in that encounter with 7 cloth-yard shafts. The grandson of Seni, however, pierced him in return with many arrows decked with gold. The battle then that took place, O king, between those 2 warriors was such as to fill both spectators and listeners with fear. Though awful, soon it became beautiful and deserving objects of sight. Beholding the feats, in that encounter, of Karna and the grandson of Seni, the hair of all the creatures there present seemed to stand on end. Meanwhile the mighty son of Drona rushed against Prashada's son, that chastiser of foes and queller of the prowess of all enemies. Filled with rage, Drona's son, that subjugator of hostile towns, addressing Drishtadyumna, said, Wait, wait, O slayer of a Brahmana, thou shalt not escape me today with life. Having said these words, that mighty Kar warrior of great lightness of hand, striving resolutely, deeply pierced the brave son of Prashada, who also strove to the utmost of his prowess, with many keen and terrible shafts endued with great impetuosity. As Drona, while alive, beholding the son of Prashada, O sire, had become cheerless and regarded him as his death, even so the son of Prashada, that slayer of hostile heroes, beholding Drona's son in that battle, now regarded him as his death. Soon, however, remembering that he was unslayable in battle by means of weapons, he rushed with great speed against Drona's son, like the destroyer running against the destroyer at the time of the universal dissolution. Drona's heroic son, however, O monarch, beholding Drishtadyumna stationed before him, drew deep breaths in wrath and rushed towards him. Both of them were filled with great rage at the sight of each other. Endued with great activity, the valiant son of Drona then, O monarch, said these words unto Drishtadyumna staying not far from him, O wretch amongst the Panchalas, I shall today dispatch thee to Yama. The sin thou hast committed before by slaying Drona will fill thee today with regret, to thy great evil, if thou stayest in battle without being protected by Partha, or if thou dost not fly away, O fool, I tell thee truly. Thus addressed, the valiant Drishtadyumna replied, saying, That same sword of mine which answered thy sire, resolutely engaged in battle, will today answer this speech of thine. If Drona could be slain by me, O thou that art a Brahmana in name only, why should I not then, putting forth my prowess, slay thee also in battle today? Having said these words, the wrathful commander of the Pandava forces, viz., the son of Prashada, pierced Drona's son with a keen arrow. Then Drona's son, filled with great rage, shrouded every side of Drishtadyumna, O king, in that battle, with straight arrows. Shrouded with thousands of arrows, neither the welkin, nor the points of the compass, nor the combatants all around, could, O monarch, be any longer seen. Similarly, the son of Prashada, O king, shrouded Drona's son, that ornament of battle, with arrows, in the very sight of Karna. The son of Radha, too, O monarch, singly resisted the Panchalas and the Pandavas and the 5 sons of Draupadi and Udamanyu and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, in consequence of which feat he became the cynosure of all eyes. Then Drishtadyumna in that battle cut off the very tough and formidable bow of Drona's son, as also all his arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison. Drona's son, however, with his arrows, destroyed within the twinkling of an eye the bow, the dart, the mace, the standard, the steeds, the driver, and the car of Prashada's son. Bowless and carless and steedless and driverless, the son of Prashada then took up a huge scimitar and a blazing shield decked with 100 moons. Endued with great lightness of hand, and possessed of mighty weapons, that mighty car warrior, viz., the heroic son of Drona, O king, quickly cut off, in that battle, with many broad-headed arrows, those weapons also of Drishtadyumna before the latter could come down from his car. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. The mighty car warrior Ashvatthama, however, though struggling vigorously, could not, O chief of the Bharatas, slay the carless and steedless and bowless Drishtadyumna, although pierced and exceedingly mangled with many arrows. When, therefore, O king, the son of Drona found that he could not slay his enemy with arrows, he laid aside his bow and quickly proceeded towards the son of Prashada. The impetuosity of that high-souled one, as he rushed towards his foe, resembled that of Garuda swooping down for seizing a large snake. Meanwhile Madhava, addressing Arjuna, said, Behold, O Partha, how the son of Drona is rushing with great speed towards the car of Prashada's son. Without doubt, he will slay the prince. O mighty armed one, O crusher of foes, rescue the son of Prashada, who is now within the jaws of Drona's son, as if within the jaws of death himself. Having said these words, the valiant Vasudeva urged the steeds towards that spot where Drona's son was. Those steeds, of the splendor of the moon, urged by Keshava, proceeded towards the car of Drona's son, devouring the very skies. Beholding those two of great energy, viz., Krishna and Dhananjaya, coming towards him, the mighty Ashvatthama made great efforts for slaying Drishtadyumna soon. Seeing Drishtadyumna dragged, O ruler of men, by his enemy, the mighty Partha sped many arrows at the son of Drona. Those arrows, decked with gold and sped from Gandiva, approached the son of Drona and pierced him deeply like snakes penetrating into an anthill. Thus pierced with those terrible arrows, the valiant son of Drona, O king, abandoned the Panchala prince of immeasurable energy. Indeed, the hero, thus afflicted with Dhananjaya's shafts, mounted on his car, and taking up his own excellent bow, began to pierce Partha with many shafts. Meanwhile, the heroic Sadeva, O ruler of men, bore away on his car the son of Prashada, that scorcher of foes. Arjuna then, O king, pierced Drona's son with many arrows. Filled with rage, Drona's son struck Arjuna in the arms and the chest. Thus provoked, Partha, in that battle, sped at Drona's son, a long shaft that resembled a second rod of death, or rather, death himself. That arrow of great splendor fell upon the shoulder of the Brahmana hero. Exceedingly agitated, O monarch, in that battle, by the violence of the stroke, he sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. Then Karna, O monarch, shook his bow Vijaya and, filled with rage, repeatedly eyed Arjuna in that battle, desiring a single combat with him. Meanwhile the driver of Drona's son, beholding the latter senseless, quickly bore him away on his car from the field of battle. Beholding Prashada's son rescued and Drona's son afflicted, the Panchalas, O king, expectant of victory, began to utter loud shouts. Thousands of sweet instruments began to be sounded. Seeing such wonderful feats in battle, the combatants uttered leonine roars. Having achieved that feat, Partha addressed Vasudeva, saying, Proceed, O Krishna, towards the Samsaptakas, for this is greatly desired by me. Hearing those words of Pandu's son, he of Dashar's race proceeded on that car graced with many banners and whose speed resembled that of the wind or the mind. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 60. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile Krishna, pointing out King Yudhishthira the just, unto Kunti's son Partha, addressed him in these words, Yonder, O son of Pandu, your brother, Yudhishthira, is being pursued by many mighty and great bowmen amongst the Dhritarashtra's, all inspired with the desire of slaughtering him. The mighty Panchalas, difficult of defeat in battle, are proceeding after the high-souled Yudhishthira from desire of rescuing him. Yonder, Duryodhana, O Partha, the king of the whole world, clad in mail and accompanied by a large car force, is pursuing the Pandava king. Impelled by the desire of slaughtering his rival, the mighty Duryodhana, O tiger among men, is pursuing him, accompanied by his brothers, the touch of whose weapons is as fatal as that of poisonous snakes, and who are all conversant with every mode of warfare. Those Dhritarashtra elephants and horses and car warriors and foot soldiers are advancing to seize Yudhishthira like poor men after a precious gem. Behold, checked by Satyaki and Bhima, they have again been stupefied, like the Daityas, that desired to take away the Amrita, made motionless by Sakra and Agni. The mighty car warriors of the Kuru army, however, in consequence of the vastness of their numbers, are again proceeding towards Yudhishthira like a vast quantity of water in the season of rains rushing towards the ocean. Those mighty bowmen are uttering leonine roars, blowing their conchs, and shaking their bows. I regard Kunti's son Yudhishthira, thus brought under the influence of Duryodhana, to be already within the jaws of death or already poured as a libation on the sacrificial fire. The army of Dhritarashtra's son, O Pandava, is arrayed and equipped duly. Sakra himself, coming within the range of its arrows, can scarcely escape. Who will in battle bear the impetuosity of the heroic Duryodhana, who shoots showers of arrows with the greatest celerity and who, when angry, resembles the destroyer himself? The force of the heroic Duryodhana's shafts, or Drona's sons, or Kripa's or Karna's, would break down the very mountains. That scorcher of foes, viz., King Yudhishthira, was once compelled by Karna to turn his back upon the field. The son of Ratha is endued with great might and great lightness of hand. Possessed of great skill, he is accomplished in battle. He is competent to afflict the eldest son of Pandu in fight, especially when he is united with the mighty and brave son of Dhritarashtra. Of rigid vows, when the son of Pritha, Yudhishthira, had been engaged in battle with all those warriors, other great Kar warriors had struck him and contributed to his defeat. The king, O best of the Bharatas, is exceedingly emaciated in consequence of his fasts. He is endued with Brahma force, but the puissant one is not endued with much of Kshatriya might. Assailed, however, by Karna, the royal son of Pandu, Yudhishthira, that scorcher of foes, hath been placed in a situation of great peril. I think, O Partha, that King Yudhishthira has fallen. Indeed, since that chastiser of foes, the wrathful Bhimasena, coolly heareth the leonine roars of the frequently shouting Dhritarashtra's longing for victory and blowing their conchs, I think, O bull among men, that Pandu's son Yudhishthira is dead. Yonder Karna urges forward the mighty Kar warriors of the Dhritarashtras towards the son of Pritha with the weapons called Stunakarna, Indrasjaha, and Pasapata, and with clubs and other weapons. The king, O Bharata, must be deeply afflicted and exceedingly weakened, because the Panchalas and the Pandavas, those foremost of all wielders of weapons, are seen to proceed with great speed towards him at a time when speed is of the highest moment, like strong men rushing to the rescue of a person sinking in a bottomless sea. The king's standard is no longer visible. It has probably been struck down by Karna with his shafts. In the very sight of the twins, O Partha, and of Satyaki and Shikandi, and Drishtadyumna and Bhima and Satanika, O Lord, as also of all the Panchalas and the Satis, O Bharata, yonder Karna is destroying the Pandava division with his arrows, like an elephant destroying an assemblage of lotuses. There, those Kar warriors of thy army, O son of Pandu, are flying away. See, O Partha, how those great warriors are retreating. Those elephants, O Bharata, assailed by Karna in battle, are flying away in all directions, uttering cries of pain. Those crowds of Kar warriors, routed in battle, O Partha, by Karna, that crusher of foes, are flying away in all directions. Behold, O Partha, that foremost of standards, of the Suta's son, on his car, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, is seen to move all over the field. There, the son of Ratha is now rushing against Bhimasena, scattering hundreds of shafts as he proceeds and slaughtering thy army therewith. There, those mighty Kar warriors of the Panchalas are being routed by Karna, even as the Daityas had been routed by Sakra in dreadful battle. There, Karna, having vanquished the Panchalas, the Pandus, and the Srinjayas, is casting his eyes on all sides, I think, for seeking thee. Behold, O Partha, Karna, as he beautifully draws his foremost of bows, looketh exceedingly beautiful even as Sakra in the midst of the celestials, after vanquishing his foes. The Kauravas, beholding the prowess of Karna, are roaring and inspiring the Pandus and the Srinjayas with fear on every side. There, Karna himself, terrifying the Pandus with his whole soul, in dreadful battle, is addressing all the troops, O giver of honors, saying, Blessed be ye, advance, ye Kauravas, and rush with such speed that no Srinjaya may, in this battle, escape with life. United together, do this all of you. As regards ourselves, we will follow behind you. Saying these words, he is advancing behind his troops, scattering his shafts. Behold Karna, adorned with his white umbrella in this battle, and looking like the Udaya hills adorned by the moon. With his beautiful umbrella of 100 ribs, resembling the moon in full, held over his head, O Bharata, in this battle, Karna, O prince, is casting his glances after thee. Without doubt, he will, in this battle, come hither, with great speed. Behold him, O mighty armed one, as he shaketh his formidable bow and shooteth, in this dreadful battle, his shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. There, the son of Ratha turneth towards this direction, beholding thy banner bearing the ape, and desiring, O Partha, an encounter with thee, O scorcher of foes. Indeed, he cometh for his own destruction, even like an insect into the mouth of a lamp. Wrathful and brave, he is ever engaged in the good of Dhritarashtra's son. Of wicked understanding, he is always unable to put up with thee. Beholding Karna alone and unsupported, Dhritarashtra's son, O Bharata, turneth towards him with great resolution, accompanied by his car force, for protecting him. Let that wicked souled one, along with all those allies of his, be slain by thee, putting forth thy vigor, from desire of winning fame, kingdom, and happiness. Both of you are endued with great strength. Both of you are possessed of great celebrity. When encountering each other in battle, O Partha, like a celestial and a Danava in the great battle between the gods and the Asuras, let all the Kauravas behold thy prowess. Beholding thee filled with great rage and Karna also excited to fury, O bull of Bharata's race, Duryodhana in wrath will not be able to do anything. Remembering thyself to be of purified soul, O bull of Bharata's race, and remembering also that the son of Ratha harboureth a great animosity for the virtuous Yudhishthira, achieve that, O son of Kunti, which should now be achieved. Righteously setting thy heart on battle, advance against that leader of car warriors. There, 500 foremost of car warriors, O thou best of car warriors, that are endued with great might and fierce energy, and 5,000 elephants, and twice as many horses, and innumerable foot soldiers, all united together, O son of Kunti, and protecting one another, O hero, are advancing against thee. Show thyself, of thy own will, unto that great bowman, viz., the Suta's son. Advance, O bull of Bharata's race, towards him with great speed. There, Karna, filled with great wrath, is rushing against the Panchalas. I see his standard approaching towards the car of Drishtadyumna. I think he will exterminate the Panchalas. I will tell thee, O bull of Bharata's race, some good news, O Partha. King Yudhishthira the just is living. There, the mighty armed Bhima, having returned, is stationed at the head of the army, supported by the Srinjayas and by Satyaki, O Bharata. There, the Kauravas are being slaughtered with keen shafts by Bhimasena, O son of Kunti, and the high-souled Panchalas. The troops of Dhritarashtra's son, with their faces turned from the field, and with blood streaming down from their wounds, are speedily flying away from battle, struck by Bhima with his shafts. Bathed in blood, the Bharata army, O chief of Bharata's race, presents an exceedingly cheerless aspect like that of the earth when divested of crops. Behold, O son of Kunti, Bhimasena, that foremost of combatants, filled with rage like a snake of virulent poison, and engaged in routing the Kaurava host. Yellow and red and black and white banners, adorned with stars and moons and suns, as also many umbrellas, O Arjuna, lie scattered about. Made of gold or silver or brass and other metals, standards are lying about, and elephants and steeds also, scattered all over the field. There, those car warriors are falling from their cars, deprived of life by the unreturning Panchalas with shafts of diverse kinds. The Panchalas of great speed, O Dhananjaya, are rushing against the riderless Dhritarashtra elephants and steeds and cars. Reckless of their very lives, O chastiser of foes, those warriors, difficult of defeat in battle aided by the might of Bhimasena, are crushing, O tiger among men, the hostile force. There, the Panchalas are uttering loud roars and blowing their conchs as they are rushing against their foes and crushing them with their shafts in battle. Behold their great energy and power. Through sheer valor, the Panchalas are slaughtering the Dhritarashtra's like angry lions slaying elephants. Unarmed, they are snatching the weapons of their armed foes, and with those weapons thus snatched, they are slaying their foes that are effectual smiters and uttering loud roars. The heads and arms of their foes are being struck off and felled on the field. The Panchala cars and elephants and horses are all worthy of the highest praise. Like swans of great speed leaving the Manasa lake and rushing into the Ganga, the Panchalas are rushing against the Kauravas, and every part of the vast Dhritarashtra force is assailed by them. Like bulls resisting bulls, the heroic Kripa and Karna and other leaders are putting forth all their valor for resisting the Panchalas. The Panchala heroes headed by Drishtadyumna are slaying thousands of their foes, viz., the great car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army already sinking in the ocean of Bhima's weapons. Beholding the Panchalas overwhelmed by their foes, the fearless son of the wind god, assailing the hostile force, is shooting his shafts and uttering loud roars. The greater portion of the vast Dhritarashtra army has become exceedingly frightened. Behold, those elephants, pierced by Bhima with his cloth-yard shafts, are falling down like mountain summits riven by the thunderbolt of Indra. There, those huge elephants, deeply pierced with the straight shafts of Bhimasena, are flying away, crushing their own ranks. Dost thou not recognize the unbearable leonine shouts, O Arjuna, of the terribly roaring Bhimasena, inspired with desire of victory in battle? There, the prince of the Nishadas, filled with rage, is coming against the son of Pandu, on his foremost of elephants, from desire of slaying him with his lances, even like Destroyer himself armed with his bludgeon. Struck by Bhima with 10 keen cloth-yard shafts, endued with the splendor of the fire or the sun, the 2 arms of the roaring prince, with lances in grasp, are lopped off. Staying the prince, Bhima proceedeth against other elephants looking like masses of blue clouds and ridden by riders guiding them with skill. Behold those riders striking Vrikottara with darts and lances in profusion. Slaying with his keen shafts those elephants, 7 at a time, their triumphal standards also, O Partha, are cut down by thy elder brother. As regards those other elephants, each of them is being slain with 10 shafts by him. The shouts of the Dhritarashtras are no longer heard, now that Bhima, O bull of Bharata's race, who is equal to Purandara himself, is engaged in battle. Full 3 Akshahinis of Duryodhana's soldiers had been assembled together in front of Bhima. They have all been checked by that lion among men, Bhimasena, in wrath. Sanjaya continued, behold that feat, difficult of accomplishment, achieved by Bhimasena. Arjuna, with his keen shafts, destroyed the remnant of his foes. The mighty Samsaptakas, O Lord, slaughtered in battle and routed by Arjuna, fled away in all directions, overcome with fear. Many amongst them that fell became the guests of Shakra and attained to great happiness. As regards Partha, that tiger among men, he continued, with his straight shafts, to slaughter the Dhritarashtra host consisting of 4 kinds of forces. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 61. Dhritarashtra said, when Bhima and Pandu's son Yudhishthira were engaged in battle, when my troops were being slaughtered by the Pandus and the Srinjayas, when, indeed, my vast army being broken and routed repeatedly became cheerless, tell me, O Sanjaya, what the Kauravas did. Sanjaya said, beholding the mighty armed Bhima, the Suta's son of great valor, with eyes red in wrath, O king, rushed towards him. Seeing thy army fly away from Bhimasena, the mighty Karna, O king, rallied it with great efforts. The mighty armed Karna, having rallied thy son's host, proceeded against the Pandavas, those heroes difficult of defeat in battle. The great car warriors of the Pandavas also, shaking their bows and shooting their shafts, proceeded against the son of Radha. Bhimasena, and the grandson of Seni, and Shikandi, and Janamajaya, and Drishtadyumna of great strength, and all the Prapadrakas, and those tigers among men, the Panchalas, filled with rage and inspired with desire of victory, rushed in that battle from every side against thy army. Similarly, the great car warriors of thy army, O king, quickly proceeded against the Pandava host, desirous of slaughtering it. Teeming with cars and elephants and horses, and abounding with foot soldiers and standards, the two armies then, O tiger among men, assumed a wonderful aspect. Shikandi proceeded against Karna, and Drishtadyumna proceeded against thy son Dushasana, accompanied by a large force. Nakula proceeded against Vrishasena, while Yudhishthira against Citrasena. Sadeva, O king, in that battle, proceeded against Uluka. Satyaki proceeded against Shakuni, and the sons of Draupadi against the other Kauravas. The mighty car warrior Ashvatthama proceeded, with great care, against Arjuna. Sharadvata's son Kripa proceeded against the mighty bowman Udaminyu, while Kritavarma of great strength proceeded against Uddamauja. The mighty armed Bhimasena, O sire, alone and unsupported, resisted all the Kurus and thy sons at the head of their division. The slayer of Bhishma, Shikandi, then, O monarch, with his winged arrows, resisted Karna, careering fearlessly in that battle. Held in check, Karna then, his lips trembling in rage, assailed Shikandi with 3 arrows in the midst of his eyebrows. With those 3 arrows sticking on his forehead, Shikandi looked highly beautiful like a silver mountain with 3 elevated crests. Deeply pierced by the Suta's son in that encounter, the mighty bowman Shikandi pierced Karna, in return, with 90 keen shafts. The mighty car warrior Karna then, slaying Shikandi's steeds and next his driver with 3 arrows, cut off his standard with a razor-faced arrow. That mighty car warrior then, that scorcher of foes, filled with rage, jumped down from his steedless car and hurled a dart at Karna. Cutting off that dart with 3 shafts in that encounter, Karna then, O Bharata, pierced Shikandi with 9 keen arrows. Avoiding then the shaft sped from Karna's bow, that best of men, Shikandi, exceedingly mangled, retreated speedily from that spot. Then Karna, O monarch, began to scatter the troops of the Pandavas, like a mighty wind scattering a heap of cotton. Meanwhile Drishtadyumna, O monarch, afflicted by thy son, pierced Dushasana, in return, with 3 arrows in the center of the chest. Then Dushasana, O sire, pierced his assailant's left arm with a broad-headed shaft, sharp and straight and equipped with wings of gold. Thus pierced, Drishtadyumna, filled with wrath and the desire to retaliate, sped a terrible shaft, O Bharata, at Dushasana. Thy son, however, O king, with 3 shafts of his, cut off that impetuous arrow sped by Drishtadyumna as it coursed towards him. Approaching Drishtadyumna then, he struck him in the arms and the chest with 17 other broad-headed shafts adorned with gold. Thereat Prashada's son, filled with rage, cut off Dushasana's bow, O sire, with a sharp razor-headed arrow, at which all the troops there uttered a loud shout. Taking up then another bow, thy son, as if smiling, held Drishtadyumna in check with showers of arrows from every side. Beholding the prowess of that high-souled son of thine, the combatants, as also the Siddhas and the Apsaras, became all filled with wonder. We then saw the mighty Drishtadyumna thus assailed by Dushasana to resemble a huge elephant held in check by a lion. Then many Pankalakar warriors and elephants and horses, O elder brother of Pandu, desirous of rescuing the commander of the Pandava army, encompassed thy son. The battle that commenced, O scorcher of foes, between thy warriors and the enemy, presented as frightful a sight as that which may be seen at the destruction of all creatures at the end of the Yuga. Vrishasena, staying by the side of his father, having pierced Nakula with 5 arrows made wholly of iron, pierced him once again with 3 other arrows. The heroic Nakula then, as if smiling, deeply pierced Vrishasena in the chest with a cloth-yard shaft of great keenness. Thus pierced by his mighty foe, that scorcher of foes, viz., Vrishasena, pierced his assailant with 20 arrows and was himself pierced by him with 5. Then those 2 bulls among men shrouded each other with thousands of arrows, at which the divisions that supported them broke. Beholding the troops of Dhritarashtra's son flying away, the Suta's son, following them, O king, began to forcibly stop them. After Karna had gone away, Nakula proceeded against the Kauravas. Karna's son also, avoiding Nakula, proceeded quickly, O sire, to where his father, the son of Radha, was for protecting his car wheel. The angry Uluka was held in check by Sadeva. Having slain his 4 steeds, the valiant Sadeva then dispatched his foe's driver to the abode of Yama. Uluka then, that delighter of his father, jumping down from his car, O king, quickly proceeded and entered the division of the Trigardas. Satyaki, having pierced Shakuni with 20 keen arrows, easily cut off the standard of Sabala's son with a broad-headed arrow. The valiant son of Sabala, filled with rage, O king, in that encounter, pierced Satyaki's armor and then cut off his golden standard. Then Satyaki pierced him in return with many keen arrows and struck his driver, O monarch, with 3 arrows. With great speed then, he dispatched with other shafts the steeds of Shakuni to Yama's abode. Speedily alighting then, O bull among men, from his car, Shakuni, that mighty car warrior, quickly ascended the car of Uluka. The latter then bore away with great speed his father from Sini's grandson, that warrior skilled in battle. Then Satyaki, O king, rushed in that battle against thy army with great impetuosity, at which that army broke. Shrouded with the arrows of Sini's grandson, thy army, O monarch, fled away on all sides with great speed, and fell down deprived of life. Thy son resisted Bhimasena in that battle, and a trice Bhima made that ruler of men steedless and driverless and carless and standardless, at which the Pandava troops became highly glad. Then thy son, O king, went away from Bhimasena's presence. The whole Kuru army, at this, rushed against Bhimasena. Tremendous became the din made by those combatants inspired with the desire of slaying Bhimasena. Udamanyu, piercing Kripa, quickly cut off his bow. Then Kripa, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, taking up another bow, felled Udamanyu's standard and driver and umbrella on the earth. At this, the mighty car warrior Udamanyu retreated on his car, driving it himself. Uttamalja covered the terrible son of Hritika, endued with terrible prowess, with a thick shower of arrows like a cloud pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. The battle between them, O scorcher of foes, became so awful that it's like, O monarch, I had never seen before. Then Kritavarma, O king, in that encounter, suddenly pierced Uttamalja in the chest, at which the latter sat down on the terrace of his car. His driver then bore away that foremost of car warriors. Then the whole Kuru army rushed at Bhimasena. Deshasana and Sabala's son, encompassing the son of Pandu with a large elephant force, began to strike him with small arrows. Then Bhima, causing the wrathful Duryodhana to turn his back on the field by means of hundreds of arrows, quickly rushed towards that elephant force. Beholding that elephant force advance impetuously against him, Vrkodara became filled with great rage and invoked his celestial weapons. And he began to strike elephants with elephants like Indra striking the Asuras. While engaged in slaughtering those elephants, Vrkodara, in that battle, covered the welkin with his shafts like myriads of insects covering a fire. Like the wind scattering masses of clouds, Bhima quickly scattered and destroyed crowds of elephants united together in thousands. Covered all over with networks of gold, as also with many gems, the elephants looked exceedingly beautiful in that battle like clouds charged with lightning. Slaughtered by Bhima, those elephants, O king, began to fly away. Some amongst them, with their hearts pierced, fell down on the earth. With those fallen and failing elephants adorned with gold, the earth looked beautiful there, as if strewn with broken mountains. With the fallen elephant warriors of blazing resplendence and adorned with gems, the earth looked beautiful as if strewn with planets of exhausted merit. Then elephants, with their temples, frontal globes, and trunks deeply pierced, fled in hundreds in that battle, afflicted with the shafts of Bhimacena. Some amongst them, huge as hills, afflicted with fear and vomiting blood, ran away, their limbs mingled with arrows, and looked on that account like mountains with liquid metals running down their sides. People then beheld the two arms of Bhima, resembling two mighty snakes, smeared with sandal paste and other pounded unguents, continually employed in drawing the bow. Hearing the sound of his bowstring and palms that resembled the peal of thunder, those elephants, ejecting urine and excreta, ran away in fear. The feats of the single-handed Bhima of great intelligence, on that occasion, shone like those of Rudra himself, while engaged in destroying all creatures. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 62. Sanjaya said, the handsome Arjuna then, on that foremost car of his, unto which were yoked white steeds, and which was urged by Narayana himself, appeared on the scene. Like the tempest agitating the ocean, Vijaya, O foremost of kings, in that battle, agitated that host of thine teeming with horsemen. When the white steed Arjuna was otherwise engaged, thy son Duryodhana, filled with rage and surrounded by half his troops, approached suddenly, and encompassed the advancing Yudhishthira, inspired with the desire of revenge. The Kuru king then pierced the son of Pandu with 73 razor-headed arrows. At this, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, became inflamed with ire, and quickly struck thy son with 30 broad-headed arrows. The Kaurava troops then rushed impetuously for seizing Yudhishthira. Understanding the wicked intentions of the enemy, the great Kaur warriors of the Pandava army, uniting together, rushed towards Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, for rescuing him. Indeed, Nakula and Sadeva and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, surrounded by a full Akshahini of troops, thus proceeded towards Yudhishthira. Bhimacena also, in that battle, crushing the great Kaur warriors of thy army, proceeded towards the king surrounded by foes. Karna, otherwise called Vaikartana, O king, shooting dense showers of arrows, checked, single-handed, all those mighty bowmen thus advancing, to the rescue. Though they shot dense showers of arrows and hurled innumerable lances, fighting with determination, yet they were unable even to look at the son of Radha. Indeed, the son of Radha, that master of all weapons offensive and defensive, by shooting dense showers of shafts checked all those great bowmen. The high-souled Sadeva, however, quickly approaching the spot where Duryodhana was, and invoking without loss of time a celestial weapon, pierced Duryodhana with 20 arrows. Thus pierced by Sadeva, the Kuru king, covered with blood, looked beautiful, like a huge elephant of split temples. Beholding thy son deeply pierced with many arrows of great energy, that foremost of Kaur warriors, viz., the son of Radha, filled with rage, rushed to that spot. Seeing Duryodhana reduced to that plight, Karna, invoking his weapons quickly, began to slaughter the troops of Yudhishthira and Prashada's son. Thus slaughtered by the high-souled Karna, Yudhishthira's troops, O king, afflicted with the arrows of the Suta's son, soon fled away. Showers of shafts fell together. Indeed, those sped subsequently from the bow of the Suta's son touched with their heads the wings of those sped before. In consequence of those falling showers of shafts, O monarch, colliding with one another, a conflagration seemed to blaze forth in the welkin. Soon Karna shrouded the 10 points of the compass, O king, with arrows capable of piercing the bodies of foes, as if with advancing flights of locusts. Displaying the highest weapons, Karna began to wave with great force his 2 arms smeared with red sandal paste and adorned with jewels and gold. Then stupefying all sides, O king, with his shafts, Karna deeply afflicted Yudhishthira the just. Filled with rage at this, Dharma's son Yudhishthira struck Karna with 50 keen shafts. In consequence then of the darkness caused by those showers of arrows, the battle became awful to look at. Loud cries of woe arose from among thy troops, O monarch, whilst they were being slaughtered by Dharma's son, O sire, with diverse kinds of keen shafts equipped with canker feathers and whetted on stone, with numerous broad-headed arrows, and with diverse kinds of darts and swords and clubs. Thither where Pandu's son of virtuous soul cast his eyes with the desire of producing evil, thither thy army broke, O bull of Bharata's race. Inflamed with great rage, Karna also, of immeasurable soul, inspired with the desire of retaliating, his face flushed in anger, rushed in that battle against Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, shooting cloth-yard shafts and crescent-shaped arrows, and those equipped with heads like the calf's tooth. Yudhishthira also pierced him with many whetted arrows equipped with wings of gold. As if smiling the while, Karna pierced the royal son of Pandu in the chest with 3 broad-headed arrows, whetted on stone, and equipped with canker feathers. Deeply afflicted therewith, King Yudhishthira the Just, sitting down on the terrace of his car, ordered his driver to retreat. Thereupon all the Dhritarashtra's, with their king, set up a loud shout, saying, "Seize! Seize!" And all of them then pursued the Pandava king. Then 1,700 Kakaya troops, skilled in smiting, united with a body of the Panchala troops, O king, checked the Dhritarashtra's. During the progress of that fierce and terrible battle, Duryodhana and Bhima, those 2 warriors endued with great might, encountered each other. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 63. Sanjaya said, meanwhile Karna also began, with his arrowy showers, to afflict the mighty Kar warriors of the Kaikyas, viz., those great bowmen that stood before him. Indeed, the son of Ratha dispatched to Yama's abode full 500 of those warriors that were employed in checking him in that battle. Beholding the son of Ratha to be irresistible in that battle, those warriors, afflicted with the arrows of their assailant, repaired to the presence of Bhimasena. Breaking that Kar force into many parts by means of his arrows, Karna, singly and riding on that same car of his, pursued Yudhishthira, who then, exceedingly mangled with arrows and almost insensible, was proceeding slowly for reaching the Pandava encampment with Nakula and Sahadeva on his 2 sides. Having approached the king, the Suta's son, from desire of doing good to Duryodhana, pierced the son of Pandu with 3 formidable arrows. In return, the king pierced Ratha's son in the center of the chest and then his driver with 3 shafts. Then those 2 scorchers of foes, viz., the twin sons of Madri, those 2 protectors of Yudhishthira's car wheels, rushed towards Karna so that the latter might not succeed in slaying the king. Then Nakula and Sahadeva, both shooting showers of shafts with great care, covered the son of Ratha therewith. The valiant son of the Suta, however, in return, pierced those 2 high-souled chastisers of foes with 2 broad-headed arrows of great sharpness. The son of Ratha then slew Yudhishthira's excellent steeds, white as ivory and fleet as the mind, and having black hair in their tails. Then, smiling the while, the Suta's son, that great bowman, with another broadhead shaft, felled the headgear of Kunti's son. Similarly, the valiant Karna, having slain the steeds of Nakula, cut off the car shafts and bow of that intelligent son of Madri. Those 2 steedless and carless sons of Pandu, those 2 brothers, thereupon ascended the car of Sahadeva. Beholding those two brothers made Carlus, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., their maternal uncle, the ruler of the Madras, moved by compassion, addressed the son of Radha and said, "Thou art to fight today with Pritha's son Fulguna. Why dost thou then, with rage inflamed to such a pitch, battle with Dharma's royal son? Thou art suffering thy weapons to be exhausted. Thy own armor is being weakened. With thy shafts reduced, and without quivers, with thy driver and steeds fatigued, and thyself mingled by foes with weapons, when thou wilt approach Partha, O son of Radha, thou wilt be an object of derision and mirth." Though thus addressed by the ruler of the Madras, Karna still, filled with rage, continued to assail Yudhishthira in battle. And he continued to pierce the two sons of Madri by Pandu with many keen arrows. Smiling the while, by means of his shafts he made Yudhishthira turn his face from the battle. Then Shalaya, laughing, once more said unto Karna as the latter, excited with great wrath and resolved upon Yudhishthira's destruction, stood on his car, these words, "Him for whose sake Dhritarashtra's son always honors thee, slay that Partha, O son of Radha. What wouldst thou gain by slaying Yudhishthira? The two Krishnas are blowing their conchs, whose loud blare is being heard. The twang also of Arjuna's bow is being heard, like the roar of the clouds in the season of rains. There, Arjuna, striking down the foremost of our car warriors with his arrowy downpours, is devouring all our troops. Behold him, O Karna, in this battle. The two that are protecting his rear are Udamanyu and Uddamauja. The brave Satyaki is protecting his left wheel, and Drishtadyumna is protecting his right wheel. There, Bhimasena is fighting with the royal son of Dhritarashtra. Act in such way, O son of Radha, that Bhima may not be able to slay the king today in the sight of us all, that the king may, indeed, escape him. Behold, Duryodhana is brought under the power of Bhimasena, that ornament of battle. Approaching, if thou canst rescue him, it will, indeed, be a very wonderful feat. Going thither, rescue the king, for a great peril has overtaken him. What wilt thou gain by slaying the sons of Madri or King Yudhishthira?" Hearing these words of Shalaya, O Lord of Earth, and beholding Duryodhana overpowered by Bhima in that dreadful battle, the valiant son of Radha, thus urged by the words of Shalaya and exceedingly desirous of rescuing the king, left Ajatasatru and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, and rushed for rescuing thy son. He was borne by his steeds that were fleet as birds, and that were urged by the ruler of the Madras. After Karna had gone away, Kunti's son Yudhishthira retreated, borne, O sire, by the fleet steeds of Sadeva. With his twin brothers accompanying him, that ruler of men, quickly repairing in shame to the Pandava camp, his body exceedingly mangled with shafts, alighted from the car and hastily sat down on an excellent bed. The arrows then being extracted from his body, the royal son of Pandu, his heart exceedingly afflicted with sorrow's dart, addressed his two brothers, viz., those two mighty car warriors, the sons of Madri, saying, "Repair quickly to the division of Bhimasena." Roaring like a cloud, Vrikottara is engaged in battle. Riding another car, Nakula, that bull among car warriors, and Sadeva of great energy, those two brothers, those two crushers of foes, both endued with great might, then proceeded towards Bhima, borne by steeds of the utmost fleetness. Indeed, the brothers having together repaired to Bhimasena's division, took up their places there. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 64. Sanjaya said, "Meanwhile Drona's son, surrounded by a large car force, O king, suddenly proceeded to that spot where Partha was. Like the continent withstanding the surging ocean, the heroic Partha having Soren, Krishna, for his helpmate withstood the impetuously rushing Ashvatthama. Then, O monarch, the valiant son of Drona, filled with rage, covered both Arjuna and Vasudeva with his shafts. Beholding the two Krishnas shrouded with arrows, the great car warriors of the Pandava army, as also the Kurus that witnessed it, wondered exceedingly. Then Arjuna, as if smiling, invoked into existence a celestial weapon. The Brahmana Ashvatthama, however, O Bharata, baffled that weapon in that battle. Indeed, all those weapons that Arjuna sped from desire of slaying the son of Drona were baffled by the latter, that great bowman, in that encounter. During the progress of that awful encounter of weapons, O king, we beheld the son of Drona to resemble the destroyer himself, with gaping mouth. Having covered all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with straight arrows, he pierced Vasudeva with 3 arrows in the right arm. Then Arjuna, slaying all the steeds of his high-souled assailant, caused the earth in that battle to be covered with a river of blood that was exceedingly awful, that led towards the other world, and that had diverse kinds of creatures floating on it. All the spectators beheld a large number of car warriors along with their cars, belonging to the division of Ashvatthama, slain and destroyed by means of the arrows sped from Partha's bow. Ashvatthama also, slaying his enemies, caused a terrible river of blood to flow there that led to Yama's domains. During the progress of that fierce and awful battle between Drona's son and Partha, the combatants fought without showing any regard for one another, and rushed hither and thither. In consequence of cars having their steeds and drivers slain, and steeds having their riders slain, and elephants having their riders and guides slain, an awful carnage, O king, was made by Partha in that battle. Car warriors, deprived of life with shafts sped from Partha's bow, fell down. Steeds freed from their trappings ran hither and thither. Beholding those feats of Partha, that ornament of battle, that valiant son of Drona quickly approached the former, that foremost of victorious men, shook his formidable bow decked with gold, and then pierced him from every side with many sharp arrows. Once more bending the bow, O king, the son of Drona cruelly struck Arjuna, aiming at the chest, with a winged arrow. Deeply pierced by Drona's son, O Bharata, in that encounter, the wielder of Gandiva, that hero of great intelligence, forcibly covered the son of Drona with showers of arrows, and then cut off his bow. His bow cut off Drona's son then, taking up a spiked mace whose touch resembled that of thunders, hurled it, in that encounter, at the diadem-decked Arjuna. The son of Pandu, however, O king, as if smiling the while, suddenly cut off that spiked mace decked with gold, as it advanced towards him. Thus cut off with Partha's shafts, it fell down on the earth, like a mountain, O king, broken into pieces, struck with the thunderbolt. Filled with rage at this, Drona's son, that great car warrior, began to cover Vibhatsu, aided by the energy of the angel weapon. Beholding that shower of arrows spread over the welkin through the angel weapon, Partha, endued with great activity, O king, taking up his bow Gandiva, and fixing on his bowstring a mighty weapon created by Indra, destroyed that angel shower of arrows. Having baffled that arrowy shower caused by the angel weapon, Partha soon covered the car of Drona's son with his own arrows. The son of Drona, however, overwhelmed with Partha's shafts, penetrated through that shower of arrows shot by the son of Pandu, and approaching the latter, invoked a mighty weapon and suddenly pierced Krishna with 100 shafts and Arjuna with 300 small arrows. Then Arjuna pierced the son of his preceptor with 100 arrows in all his vital limbs. And then he poured many arrows on the steeds and driver and the bowstring of Drona's son in the very sight of thy warriors. Having pierced Drona's son in every vital part, Pandu's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, then felled his adversary's driver from the carnage with a broad-headed arrow. Drona's son, however, himself, taking up the reins, covered Krishna with many arrows. The activity of prowess that we then beheld in Drona's son was exceedingly wonderful, since he guided his steeds while he fought with Falguni. That feat of his in battle, O king, was applauded by all the warriors. Then Vibhatsu, otherwise called Jaya, smiling the while, quickly cut off the traces of Ashvatthama's steeds in that battle with a razor-faced arrow. Already afflicted by the energy of Arjuna's shafts, the steeds of Drona's son thereupon ran away. Then a loud noise arose from thy troops, O Bharata. Meanwhile the Pandavas, having obtained the victory, and desiring to improve it, rushed against thy troops, shooting from all sides sharp arrows at them. The vast Dhritarashtra host, then, O king, was repeatedly broken by the heroic Pandavas inspired with desire of victory, in the very sight, O monarch, of thy sons, conversant with all modes of warfare, and of Shakuni the son of Subala, and of Karna, O king. Though sought to be stopped, O king, by thy sons, that great army, afflicted on all sides, stayed not on the field. Indeed, a confusion set in among the vast terrified host of thy son in consequence of many warriors flying away on all sides. The Suta's son loudly cried out, saying, Stay, stay, but thy army, slaughtered by many high-souled warriors, did not stay on the field. Loud shouts were uttered then, O monarch, by the Pandavas, inspired with this desire of victory, on beholding the Dhritarashtra host flying away on all sides. Then Duryodhana addressing Karna from affection, Behold, O Karna, how our army, exceedingly afflicted by the Pandavas, though thou art here, is flying away from battle. Knowing this, O thou of mighty arms, do that which is suited to the hour, O chastiser of foes. Thousands of our warriors, routed by the Pandavas, are, O hero, calling after thee only, O best of men. Hearing these grave words of Duryodhana, the son of Ratha, as if smiling, said these words unto the ruler of the Madras, Behold the prowess of my arms and the energy of my weapons, O ruler of men. Today I will slay all the Panchalas and the Pandavas in battle. Cause the steeds to proceed with my car, O tiger among men. Without doubt, everything will be as I have said. Having said these words, the Suta's son of great valor, that hero, taking up his ancient and foremost of bows called Vijaya, stringed it and rubbed the string repeatedly. Bidding the troops stay on the field after having assured them upon his truth and by an oath, the mighty Karna of immeasurable soul fixed on his bowstring the weapon known by the name of Bhargava. From that weapon flowed, O king, millions and millions of keen arrows in that great battle. Entirely shrouded with those blazing and terrible arrows winged with feathers of kankas and peacocks, the Pandava army could not see anything. Loud wails of woe arose from among the Panchalas, O king, afflicted, in that battle, with the mighty Bhargava weapon. In consequence then of elephants, O king, and steeds, by thousands, and cars, O monarch, and men, falling on all sides, deprived of life, the earth began to tremble. The vast force of the Pandavas became agitated from one extremity to another. Meanwhile Karna, that scorcher of foes, that foremost of warriors, that tiger among men, while consuming his foes, looked resplendent like a smokeless fire. Thus slaughtered by Karna, the Panchalas and the Satis began to lose their senses all over the field like elephants during the conflagration in a forest. Those foremost of men, O tiger among men, uttered loud roars like those of the tiger. Loud became the wails of woe, like those of living creatures at the universal dissolution that were uttered by those crying combatants struck with panic and running wildly on all sides, O king, of the field of battle and trembling with fear. Beholding them thus slaughtered, O sire, by the Suta's son, all creatures, even beasts and birds, were filled with fear. The Srinjayas then, thus slaughtered in battle by the Suta's son, repeatedly called upon Arjuna and Vasudeva like the spirits of the dead within Yama's dominions, calling upon Yama to rescue them. Hearing those wails of the troops slaughtered with Karna's shafts, and beholding the terrible Bhargava weapon invoked into existence, Kunti's son Dhananjaya said unto Vasudeva these words, Behold, O Krishna of mighty arms, the prowess of the Bhargava weapon. It cannot, by any means, be baffled. Behold the Suta's son also, O Krishna, filled with rage in this great battle and resembling the destroyer himself, and prowess and employed in achieving such a fierce feat. Urging his steeds incessantly, he is repeatedly casting angry glances upon me. I will never be able to fly away from Karna in battle. The person that is living may, in battle, meet with either victory or defeat. To the man, however, that is dead, O Hrishikesha, even death is victory. How can defeat be his that is dead? Thus addressed by Partha, Krishna replied unto that foremost of intelligent men and chastiser of foes, these words that were suitable to the occasion: The royal son of Kunti hath been deeply wounded and mangled by Karna. Having seen him first and comforted him, thou wilt then, O Partha, slay Karna? Then Keshava proceeded, desirous of beholding Yudhishthira, thinking that Karna meanwhile, O monarch, would be overwhelmed with fatigue. Then Dhananjaya, himself desirous of beholding the king afflicted with arrows, quickly proceeded on that car, avoiding the battle, at Keshava's command. While the son of Kunti was thus proceeding from desire of seeing King Yudhishthira the Just, he cast his eyes on every part of the army but failed to find his eldest brother anywhere on the field. The son of Kunti proceeded, O Bharata, having fought with the son of his preceptor Drona, and having vanquished that hero incapable of being resisted by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 65. Sanjaya said, having vanquished the son of Drona and achieved a mighty and heroic feat that is exceedingly difficult of accomplishment, Dhananjaya, irresistible by foes, and with bow outstretched in his hands, cast his eyes among his own troops. The brave Savyasasi, gladdening those warriors of his that were still battling at the head of their divisions, and applauding those among them that were celebrated for their former achievements, caused the car warriors of his own army to continue to stand in their posts. Not seeing his brother Yudhishthira of Ajamata's race, the diadem-decked Arjuna, adorned, besides, with a necklace of gold, speedily approached Bhima and inquired of him the whereabouts of the king, saying, Tell me, where is the king? Thus asked, Bhima said, King Yudhishthira the Just hath gone away from this place, his limbs scorched with Karna's shafts. It is doubtful whether he still liveth. Hearing those words, Arjuna said, For this reason go thou quickly from the spot for bringing intelligence of the king, that best of all the descendants of Kuru. Without doubt, deeply pierced by Karna with shafts, the king hath gone to the camp. In that fierce passage at arms, though deeply pierced by Drona with keen shafts, the king, endued with great activity, had still stayed in battle, expectant of victory, until Drona was slain. That foremost one among the Pandavas, possessed of great magnanimity, was greatly imperiled by Karna in today's battle. For ascertaining his condition, quickly go hence, O Bhima. I will stay here, checking all our foes. Thus addressed, Bhima said, O thou of great glory, go thyself for ascertaining the condition of the king, that bull amongst the Bharatas. If, O Arjuna, I go there, many foremost of heroes will then say that I am frightened in battle. Then Arjuna said unto Bhimasena, The Samsaptakas are before my division. Without slaying those assembled foes first, it is impossible for me to stir from this place. Then Bhimasena said unto Arjuna, Relying upon my own might, O foremost one among the Kurus, I will fight with all the Samsaptakas in battle. Therefore, O Dhananjaya, do thou go thyself. Sanjaya continued, hearing in the midst of foes those words of his brother Bhimasena that were difficult of accomplishment. Arjuna, desiring to see the king, addressed the Vrishni hero, saying, Urge the steeds, O Hrishikesha, leaving this sea of troops. I desire, O Keshava, to see King Ajatasattu. Sanjaya continued, just as he was on the point of urging the steeds, Keshava, that foremost one of the Dasharas, addressed Bhima, saying, This feat is not at all wonderful for thee, O Bhima. I am about to go, hence. Slay these assembled foes of Partha. Then Hrishikesha proceeded with very great speed to the spot where King Yudhishthira was, O king, borne by those steeds that resembled Garuda, having stationed Bhima, that chastiser of foes, at the head of the army, and having commanded him, O monarch, to fight with the Samsaptakas. Then those two foremost of men, Krishna and Arjuna, proceeding on their car, approached the king who was lying alone on his bed. Both of them, alighting from that car, worshipped the feet of King Yudhishthira the Just. Beholding that bull of tigers among men safe and sound, the two Krishnas became filled with joy, like the twin Ashvinis on seeing Vasva. The king then congratulated them both like Vivasvat congratulating the twin Ashvinis, or like Brihaspati congratulating Sankara and Vishnu after the slaughter of the mighty Asura Jamba. King Yudhishthira the Just, thinking that Karna had been slain, became filled with joy, and that scorcher of foes thereupon addressed him in these words in a voice choked with delight. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 66. Yudhishthira said, Welcome, O thou that hast Devaki for thy mother, and welcome to thee, O Dhananjaya. The sight of both of you, O Asyuta and Arjuna, is exceedingly agreeable. I see that without being wounded yourselves, you too, his foes, have slain the mighty car warrior Karna. He was in battle like unto a snake of virulent poison. He was accomplished in all weapons. The leader of all the Dhritarashtra's, he was their armor and protector. While fighting he was always protected by Vrishasena and by Sashina, both of whom were great bowmen. Of great energy, he had received lessons from Rama in weapons. He was invincible in battle. The foremost one in all the world, as a car warrior he was celebrated throughout all the worlds. He was the savior of the Dhritarashtra's and the proceeder in their van. A slayer of hostile troops, he was the crusher of large bands of foes. Ever engaged in Duryodhana's good, he was always prepared to inflict woe on us. He was invincible in battle by the very gods with Vasva at their head. In energy and might he was equal unto the god of fire and the god of wind. In gravity he was unfathomable as the netherworld. The enhancer of the joys of friends, he was like the destroyer himself unto foes. Having slain Karna, who was even so, in dreadful battle, by good luck it is that you too have come, like a couple of celestials after vanquishing an Asura. Today, O Asyuta and Arjuna, a great battle was fought between myself exerting with might and that hero resembling the destroyer himself, while seeking to exterminate all creatures. My standard was cut down, and my two Parshni drivers also were slain by him. I was also made steedless and carless by him in the very sight of Yuyudhana, of Drishtadyumna, of the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, of the heroic Shikandi, as also in the very sight of the sons of Draupadi, and all the Panchalas. Having vanquished those innumerable foes, Karna of mighty energy then vanquished me, O thou of mighty arms, although I exerted myself resolutely in battle. Pursuing me then, and without doubt, vanquishing all my protectors, that foremost of warriors addressed me in diverse harsh speeches. That I am still alive, O Dhananjaya, is due to the prowess of Bhimasena. What more need I say? I am unable to bear that humiliation. For 13 years, O Dhananjaya, through fear of Karna, I did not obtain any sleep by night or any comfort by day. Filled with hatred of Karna, I burn, O Dhananjaya. Like the bird Vajranasa, I fled from Karna, knowing that the time for my own destruction had come. The whole of my time had passed in the thought as to how I would accomplish the destruction of Karna in battle. Awake or asleep, O son of Kunti, I always beheld Karna with my mind's eye. Wherever I was, the universe appeared to me to be full of Karna. Inspired with the fear of Karna, wherever I used to go, O Dhananjaya, thither I beheld Karna standing before my eyes. Vanquished in battle, with my steeds and car, by that hero who never retreated from battle, alive I was led off by him. What use have I of life or of kingdom either, since Karna, that ornament of battle, today cried fie on me? That which I had never before met with at the hands of Bhishma or Kripa or Drona in battle, that I met with today at the hands of the Suta's son, that mighty car warrior. It is for this, O son of Kunti, that I ask thee today about thy welfare. Tell me in detail how thou hast slain Karna today. In battle Karna was equal unto Sakra himself. In prowess he was equal unto Yama. In weapons he was equal unto Rama. How then hath he been slain? He was regarded as a mighty car warrior, conversant with all modes of warfare. He was the foremost of all bowmen, and the one man amongst all men. O Prince, the son of Ratha was always worshipped by Dhritarashtra and his son, for thy sake. How then hath he been slain by thee? In all engagements, Dhritarashtra's son, O Arjuna, used to regard Karna as thy death, O bull among men. How then, O tiger among men, hath that Karna been slain by thee in battle? Tell me, O son of Kunti, how that Karna hath been slain by thee. How, while he was engaged in battle, didst thou, O tiger among men, strike off his head in the very sight of all his friends like a tiger tearing off the head of a ruer deer? That Suta's son who in battle searched all the points of the compass for finding thee, that Karna who had promised to give a car with 6 bulls of elephantine proportions unto him that would point thee out, I ask, doth that Karna of wicked soul lie today on the bare ground, slain with thy keen arrows equipped with canker feathers? Having slain the Suta's son in battle, thou hast accomplished a deed highly agreeable to me. Encountering him in battle, hast thou really slain that Suta's son, who, filled with arrogance and pride and bragging of his heroism, used to search everywhere on the field of battle for thee? Hast thou, O sire, really slain in battle that sinful wretch who used to always challenge thee, and who was desirous for thy sake of giving unto others a magnificent car, made of gold, along with a number of elephants and bulls and steeds? Hast thou really slain today that sinful wight who was exceedingly dear to Suryodhana, and who, intoxicated with pride of heroism, used always to brag in the assembly of the Kurus? Encountered in battle, doth that wretch lie today on the field, his limbs exceedingly mangled with sky-ranging shafts sped by thee from thy bow, and all steeped in blood? Have the 2 arms of Dhritarashtra's son been, at last, broken? Have those words been unfulfilled, uttered from folly by him who, filled with pride, used to always boast in the midst of the kings for gladdening Duryodhana, saying, I will slay Fulgana? O son of Indra, hath that Karna of little understanding been slain by thee today, that Suta's son who made the vow that he would not wash his feet as long as Partha lived? That Karna of wicked understanding who in the assembly, before the Kuru chiefs, had addressed Krishna, saying, Why, O Krishna, dost thou not abandon the Pandavas that are divested of might, exceedingly weak, and fallen? That Karna who had vowed for thy sake, saying that he would not return from battle without having slain Krishna and Partha. I ask, doth that Karna of sinful understanding lie today on the field, his body pierced with shafts? Thou knowest the nature of the battle that took place when the Srinjayas and the Kauravas encountered each other, the battle in which I was brought to that distressful plight. Encountering that Karna, hast thou slain him today? O Savyasasi, hast thou today, with blazing shafts sped from Gandiva, cut off from the trunk of that Karna of wicked understanding his resplendent head decked with earrings? Pierced with Karna's shafts today, I had, O hero, thought of thee, that thou wouldst slay him. Hast thou then, by the slaughter of Karna, made that thought of mine true? In consequence of the protection granted him by Karna, Suryodhana, filled with pride, always recked us little. Displaying thy prowess, hast then today destroyed that refuge of Suryodhana? That Suta's son of wicked soul, that Karna of great wrath, who had formerly, in the presence of the Kauravas and in the midst of the assembly, called us sesame seeds without kernel, encountering that Karna in battle, hast thou slain him today? That Suta's son of wicked soul, who had, laughing the while, commanded Dushasana to forcibly drag Yajnasena's daughter won in gambling by Sabala's son, hath he been slain today by thee? That Karna of little understanding who, having been counted as only half a Kar warrior during the tale of Rathas and Adarathas, had upbraided that foremost of all wielders of weapons on earth, our grandsire Bhishma, hath he been slain by thee? Extinguish, O Fulguna, this fire in my heart that is born of vindictiveness and is fanned by the wind of humiliation, by telling me that thou hast slain Karna today, having encountered him in battle. The news of Karna's slaughter is exceedingly agreeable to me. Tell me, therefore, how the Suta's son hath been slain. Like the divine Vishnu waiting for the arrival of Indra with the intelligence of Vritra's slaughter, I had so long waited for thee, O hero. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 67. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the righteous king who had been filled with anger, that high-souled Adaratha, Jishnu of infinite energy, replied unto the invincible Yudhishthira of great might, saying, while battling with the Samsaptakas today, Drona's son, who always proceedeth at the head of the Kuru troops, O king, suddenly came before me, shooting shafts that resembled snakes of virulent poison. Beholding my car, of rattle deep as the roar of clouds, all the troops began to encompass it. Slaying full 500 of those, I then, O foremost of kings, proceeded against Drona's son. Approaching me, O king, that hero with great resolution rushed against me like a prince of elephants against a lion, and desired to rescue, O monarch, the Kauravakar warriors that were being slaughtered by me. Then, in that battle, O Bharata, the preceptor's son, that foremost of heroes among the Kurus, incapable of being made to tremble, began to afflict me and Janardana with whetted shafts resembling poison or fire. While engaged in battle with me, 8 carts, each drawn by 8 bullocks, carried his hundreds of arrows. He shot them all at me, but like a wind destroying the clouds, I destroyed with my shafts that arrowy shower of his. He then shot at me, with skill and force and resolution, thousands of other arrows, all sped from his bowstring stretched to his very ear, even like a black cloud in the season of rains pouring in torrents the water with which it is charged. So quickly did Drona's son career in that battle that we could not discern from which side, the left or the right, he shot his arrows, nor could we notice when he took up his arrows and when he let them off. Indeed, the bow of Drona's son was seen by us to be incessantly drawn to a circle. At last, the son of Drona pierced me with 5 whetted arrows and Vasudeva also with 5 whetted arrows. Within the twinkling of an eye, however, I afflicted him with the force of thunderbolts. Exceedingly afflicted with those shafts sped by me, he soon assumed the form of a porcupine. All his limbs became bathed in blood. Beholding his troops, those foremost of warriors all covered with blood and overwhelmed by me, he then entered the car division of the Suta's son. Seeing the troops overwhelmed by me in battle, and struck with fear, and beholding the elephants and steeds flying away, that grinder of hostile hosts, viz., Karna, approached me quickly with 50 great car warriors. Slaying them all and avoiding Karna, I have quickly come hither for seeing thee. All the Panchalas are afflicted with fear at sight of Karna, like kine at the scent of a lion. The Prapadrakas also, O king, having approached Karna, are like persons that have entered the wide-open jaws of death. Karna has already dispatched to Yama's abode full 1,700 of those distressed car warriors. Indeed, O king, the Suta's son did not become cheerless till he had a sight of us. Thou hadst first been engaged with Ashvatthama, and exceedingly mangled by him. I heard that after that thou wert seen by Karna. O thou of inconceivable feats, I thought that thou must have, O king, been enjoying rest in the camp, having come away from the cruel Karna. I have seen, O son of Pandu, the great and wonderful Bhargava, weapon of Karna, displayed in the van of battle. There is now no other warrior among the Srinjayas that is able to resist the mighty car warrior Karna. Let Seni's grandson Satyaki and Drishtadyumna, O king, be the protectors of my car wheels. Let the heroic princes Udamanyu and Udamalja protect my rear. O thou of great glory, encountering that heroic and invincible car warrior, viz., the Suta's son, staying in the hostile army, like Sakra encountering Vritra, O foremost of kings, I will, O Bharata, fight with the Suta's son if he can be found in this battle today. Come and behold me and the Suta's son contending with each other in battle for victory. There, the Prapadrakas are rushing towards the face of a mighty bull. There, O Bharata, 6,000 princes are sacrificing themselves in battle today for the sake of heaven. If, putting forth my strength, I do not, O king, slay Karna today with all his relatives while engaged in battle with him, then that end will be mine, O lion among kings, which is his that does not accomplish a vow taken by him. I beg of thee, bless me, saying that victory will be mine in battle. Yonder, the Dhartarashtras are about to devour Bhima. I will, O lion among kings, slay the Suta's son and his troops and all our foes. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 68. Sanjaya said, hearing that Karna of mighty energy was still alive, Pritha's son Yudhishthira of immeasurable energy, exceedingly angry with Fulgana and burning with the shafts of Karna, said these words unto the Nanjaya, O sire, thy army is fled and hath been beaten in a way that is scarcely honorable. Inspired with fear and deserting Bhima, thou hast come hither since thou hast been unable to slay Karna. Thou hast, by entering her womb, rendered the conception of Kunti abortive. Thou hast acted improperly by deserting Bhima, because thou wert unable to slay the Suta's son. Thou hadst, O Partha, said unto me in the Dwaita woods that thou wouldst, on a single car, slay Karna. Why, then, through fear of Karna hast come hither, avoiding Karna and deserting Bhima? If in the Dwaita woods thou hadst said unto me, O king, I shall not be able to fight with Karna, we would then, O Partha, have made other arrangements suitable to the circumstances. Having promised me the slaughter of Karna, thou hast not, O hero, kept that promise. Bringing us into the midst of foes, why hast thou broken us into pieces by throwing us down on a hard soil? Expecting diverse good things and benefits from thee, O Arjuna, we have always uttered blessings on thee. All those expectations, however, O prince, have proved vain, like those of persons expectant of fruit getting instead of a tree burthened only with flowers. Like a fishhook hid within a piece of meat, or poison overlaid with food, thou didst, for disappointing us at last, point out destruction in the shape of kingdom unto ourselves covetous of kingdom. For these 13 years, O Dhananjaya, we have, from hope, lived relying on thee, like seeds sown on earth in expectation of the showers sent by the gods in season. Even these were the words that a voice in the skies had said unto Pritha on the 7th day after thy birth, O thou of foolish understanding. This son of thine that is born will have the prowess of Vyasa himself. He will vanquish all his heroic foes. Endued with superior energy, he will at Khandava vanquish all the celestials united together and diverse other creatures. This one will subjugate the Madras, the Kalingas, and the Kaikyas. This one will, in the midst of many kings, slay the Kurus. There will be no bowman superior to him, and no creature will ever be able to vanquish him. With his senses under control, and having obtained mastery over all branches of knowledge, this one, by merely desiring it, will bring all creatures under subjection to himself. This high-souled son that is born of thee, O Kunti, will in beauty be the rival of Soma, in speed of the god of wind, in patience of Meru, in forgiveness of earth, in splendor of Surya, in prosperity of the Lord of treasures, in courage of Sakra, and in might of Vishnu. He will be the slayer of all foes like Vishnu, the son of Aditi. Endued with immeasurable energy, he will be celebrated for the destruction he will deal to foes and the success he will win for friends. He will, besides, be the founder of a race. Even thus, in the skies, on the summit of the Satisringa mountains, and the hearing of many ascetics, that voice spoke. All that, however, hath not come to pass. Alas, it shows that the gods even may speak in truths. Hearing also the words of praise always uttered about thee by many foremost of rishis, I never expected that Suddhodana would win success and prosperity, or that thou thyself wouldst be afflicted with the fear of Karna. Thou ridest upon an excellent car constructed by the celestial artificer himself, with axles that do not creak, and with standard that bears the ape. Thou bearest a sword attached to thy belt of gold and silk. This thy bow Gandiva is full 6 cubits long. Thou hast Keshava for thy driver. Why, then, through fear of Karna hast thou come away from battle, O Partha? If, O thou of wicked soul, thou hadst given this bow to Keshava and become his driver, then Keshava could have, by this time, slain the fierce Karna like the lord of the Maruts, Sakra, slaying with his thunder the azure of Vritra. If thou art unable to resist the fierce son of Radha today, as he is careering in battle, give this thy Gandiva today to some other king, that may be thy superior in the use and knowledge of weapons. If that be done, the world will not then behold us bereft of sons and wives, deprived of happiness in consequence of the loss of kingdom, and sunk, O son of Pandu, in an unfathomable hell of great misery. It would have been better for thee if thou hadst never been born in the womb of Kunti, or having taken thy birth there, if thou hadst come out on the 5th month an abortion, than to have, O prince, thus come away from battle, O thou of wicked soul. Fie on thy Gandiva, fie on the might of thy arms, fie on thy inexhaustible arrows. Fie on thy banner with the gigantic ape on it, and fie on thy car given thee by the god of fire. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 69. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, Kunti's son owning white steeds, filled with rage, drew his sword for slaying that bull of Bharata's race. Beholding his wrath, Keshava, conversant with the workings of the human heart, said, Why, O Partha, dost thou draw thy sword? I do not, O Dhananjaya, behold anyone here with whom thou hast to fight. The Dhartarashtras have now been assailed by the intelligent Bhimasena. Thou comest from battle, O son of Kunti, for seeing the king. The king has been seen by thee. Indeed, Yudhishthira as well. Having seen that tiger among kings who is endued with prowess equal to that of a tiger, why this folly at a time when thou shouldst rejoice? I do not see here, O son of Kunti, the person whom thou mayst slay. Why then dost thou desire to strike? What is this delusion of thy mind? Why dost thou, with such speed, take up that formidable sword. I ask thee this, O son of Kunti. What is this that thou art about, inasmuch as, O thou of inconceivable prowess, thou graspest that sword in anger? Thus addressed by Krishna, Arjuna, casting his eyes on Yudhishthira, and breathing like an angry snake, said unto Govinda, I would cut off the head of that man who would tell me give thy Gandiva to another person. Even this is my secret vow. Those words have been spoken by this king, O thou of immeasurable prowess, in thy presence, O Govinda. I dare not forgive them. I will for that slay this king who himself fears the slightest falling from virtue. Slaying this best of men, I will keep my vow. It is for this that I have drawn the sword, O delighter of the Yadus. Even I, slaying Yudhishthira, will pay off my debt to truth. By that I will dispel my grief and fever, O Janardana. I ask thee, what do you think suitable to the circumstances that have arisen? Thou, O sire, knowest the entire past and future of this universe. I will do what thou wilt tell me. Sanjaya continued. Govinda then said, Fie, unto Partha, and once more continued to say, I now know, O Partha, that thou hast not waited upon the old, since, O tiger among men, thou hast yielded to wrath at a time when thou shouldst not have done so. No one that is acquainted with the distinctions of morality would act in the way, O Dhananjaya, in which thou, O son of Pandu, that art unacquainted with them, art acting today. He, O Partha, is the worst of men who committeth acts that should not be done and doeth acts that are apparently proper but condemned by the Scriptures. Thou knowest not the decisions of those learned men who, waited upon by pupils, declare their opinions, following the dictates of morality. The man that is not acquainted with those rulings becomes confounded and stupefied, O Partha, even as thou hast been stupefied, and discriminating between what should be done and what should not. What should be done and what should not cannot be ascertained easily. Everything can be ascertained by the aid of the Scriptures. Thou, however, art not acquainted with the Scriptures. Since, believing thyself, conversant with morality, thou art desirous of observing morality, in this way, it seems, thou art actuated by ignorance. Thou believest thyself to be conversant with virtue, but thou dost not know, O Partha, that the slaughter of living creatures is a sin. Abstention from injury to animals is, I think, the highest virtue. One may even speak an untruth, but one should never kill. How then, O foremost of men, couldst thou wish, like an ordinary person, to slay thy eldest brother, the king, who is conversant with morality? The slaughter of a person not engaged in battle, or of a foe, O Bharata, who has turned his face from battle, or who flies away, or seeks protection, or joins his hands, or yields himself up, or is careless, is never applauded by the righteous. All these attributes are in thy superior. This vow, O Partha, was adopted by thee before from foolishness. In consequence of that vow thou art now, from folly, desirous of perpetrating a sinful act. Why, O Partha, dost thou rush towards thy reverend superior for slaying him, without having resolved the exceedingly subtle course of morality that is, again, difficult of being understood? I will now tell thee, O son of Pandu, this mystery connected with morality, this mystery that was declared by Bhishma, by the righteous Yudhishthira, by Vidura otherwise called Kshatri, and by Kunti, of great celebrity. I will tell thee that mystery in all its details. Listen to it, O Dhananjaya. One who speaks truth is righteous. There is nothing higher than truth. Behold, however, truth as practiced is exceedingly difficult to be understood as regards its essential attributes. Truth may be unutterable, and even falsehood may be utterable where falsehood would become truth and truth would become falsehood. In a situation of peril to life and in marriage, falsehood becomes utterable. In a situation involving the loss of one's entire property, falsehood becomes utterable. On an occasion of marriage, or of enjoying a woman, or when life is in danger, or when one's entire property is about to be taken away, or for the sake of a brahmana, falsehood may be uttered. These 5 kinds of falsehood have been declared to be sinless. On these occasions, falsehood would become truth, and truth would become falsehood. He is a fool that practices truth without knowing the difference between truth and falsehood. One is said to be conversant with morality when one is able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. What wonder then in this that a man of wisdom, by perpetrating even a cruel act, may obtain great merit like Valaka by the slaughter of the blind beast? What wonder, again, in this that a foolish and ignorant person, from even the desire of winning merit, earns great sin like Kausika, living among the rivers? Arjuna said, "Tell me, O Holy One, this story that I may understand it, viz. This illustration about Valaka and about Kausika, living among rivers." Vasudeva said, "There was a certain hunter of animals, O Bharata, of the name of Valaka. He used, for the livelihood of his son and wives, and not from will, to slay animals. Devoted to the duties of his own order and always speaking the truth and never harboring malice, he used also to support his parents and others that depended upon him. One day, searching for animals even with perseverance and care, he found none. At last he saw a beast of prey whose sense of smell supplied the defect of his eyes, employed in drinking water. Although he had never seen such an animal before, still he slew it immediately. After the slaughter of that blind beast, a floral shower fell from the skies upon the head of the hunter. A celestial car also, exceedingly delightful and resounding with the songs of apsaras and the music of their instruments, came from heaven for taking away that hunter of animals. That beast of prey, having undergone ascetic austerities, had obtained a boon and had become the cause of the destruction of all creatures. For this reason he was made blind by the self-born. Having slain that animal which had resolved to slay all creatures, Valaka went to heaven. Morality is even so difficult of being understood. There was an ascetic of the name of Kausika without much knowledge of the scriptures. He lived in a spot much removed from a village, at a point where many rivers met. He made a vow, saying, "I must always speak the truth." He then became celebrated, O Dhananjaya, as a speaker of truth. At that time certain persons, from fear of robbers, entered that wood where Kausika dwelt. Thither even, the robbers, filled with rage, searched for them carefully. Approaching Kausika then, that speaker of truth, they asked him, saying, "O Holy One, by which path have a multitude of men gone a little while before? Asked in the name of truth, answer us. If thou hast seen them, tell us this." Thus adjured, Kausika told them the truth, saying, "Those men have entered this wood crowded with many trees and creepers and plants." Even thus, O Partha, did Kausika give them the information. Then those cruel men, it is heard, finding out the persons they sought, slew them all. In consequence of that great sin consisting in the word spoken, Kausika, ignorant of the subtleties of morality, fell into a grievous hell, even as a foolish man, of little knowledge, and unacquainted with the distinctions of morality, falleth into painful hell by not having asked persons of age for the solution of his doubts. There must be some indications for distinguishing virtue from sin. Sometimes that high and unattainable knowledge may be had by the exercise of reason. Many persons say, on the one hand, that the scriptures indicate morality. I do not contradict this. The scriptures, however, do not provide for every case. For the growth of creatures have precepts of morality been declared. That which is connected with inoffensiveness is religion. Dharma protects and preserves the people. So it is the conclusion of the pundits that what maintains is dharma. O Partha, I have narrated to you the signs and indications of dharma. Hearing this, you decide whether Yudhishthira is to be slaughtered by you or not. Arjuna said, Krishna, your words are fraught with great intelligence and impregnated with wisdom. Thou art to us like our parents and our refuge. Nothing is unknown to thee in the three worlds, so thou art conversant with the canons of morality. O Keshava of the Vrishni clan, thou knowest my vow that whoever among men would tell me, Partha, give thy Gandiva to some one braver than you, I shall at once put an end to his life. Bhima has also made a promise that whoever would call him Tularak would be slaughtered by him there and then. Now the king has repeatedly used those very words to me in thy presence, O hero, viz., give thy bow. If I slay him, O Keshava, I will not be able to live in this world for even a moment. Having intended again the slaughter of the king through folly and the loss of my mental faculties, I have been polluted by sin. It behoveth thee today, O foremost of all righteous persons, to give me such counsel that my vow, known throughout the world, may become true while at the same time both myself and the eldest son of Pandu may live. Vasudeva said, the king was fatigued, and under the influence of grief, he had been mangled in battle by Karna with numerous arrows. After that, O hero, he was repeatedly struck by the Suta's son with his shafts while he was retreating from battle. It was for this that, laboring under a load of sorrow, he spoke those improper words unto thee in wrath. He provoked thee by those words so that thou mightest slay Karna in battle. The son of Pandu knows that the wretched Karna is incapable of being borne by any one else in the world, save thee. It was for this, O Partha, that the king in great wrath said those harsh words to thy face. The stake in the game of today's battle has been made to lie in the ever-alert and always unbearable Karna. That Karna being slain, the Kauravas would necessarily be vanquished. Even this is what the royal son of Dharma had thought. For this the son of Dharma does not deserve death. Thy vow also, O Arjuna, should be kept. Listen now to my counsels that will be agreeable to thee, to counsels in consequence of which Yudhishthira, without being actually deprived of life, may yet be dead. As long as one that is deserving of respect continues to receive respect, one is said to live in the world of men. When, however, such a person meets with disrespect, he is spoken of as one that is dead though alive. This king hath always been respected by thee, and by Bhima and the twins, as also by all heroes and all persons in the world that are venerable for years. And some trifle then show him disrespect. Therefore, O Partha, address this Yudhishthira as thou in his usual form of address is your honor. A superior, O Bharata, by being addressed as thou, is killed though not deprived of life. Bear thyself thus, O son of Kunti, towards King Yudhishthira, the just. Adopt this censurable behavior, O perpetuator of Kuru's race. This best audition of all auditions hath been declared by both Atharvan and Angiras. Men desiring good should always act in this way without scruples of any kind. Without being deprived of life, a superior is yet said to be killed if that venerable one is addressed as thou. Conversant with duty as thou art, address King Yudhishthira the just in the manner I have indicated. This death, O son of Pandu, at thy hands, King Yudhishthira will never regard as an offense committed by thee. Having addressed him in this way, thou mayst then worship his feet and speak words of respect unto this son of Pritha and soothe his wounded honor. Thy brother is wise. The royal son of Pandu, therefore, will never be angry with thee. Freed from falsehood as also from fratricide, thou wilt then, O Partha, cheerfully slay the Suta's son Karna. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 70. Sanjaya said, thus addressed by Janardana, Pritha's son Arjuna, applauding those counsels of his friend, then vehemently addressed King Yudhishthira the Just, in language that was harsh and the like of which he had never used before. Arjuna said, do thou not, O king, address these upbraidings to me, thou that art passing thy time full 2 miles away from battle. Bhima, however, who is battling with the foremost heroes of the world, may upbraid me. Having afflicted his foes at the proper time in battle, and slain many brave lords of earth, and many foremost of car warriors, and huge elephants, and many heroic horsemen, and countless brave combatants, he hath, in addition, slain 1,000 elephants and 10,000 Cambodia mountaineers, and is uttering loud roars in battle like a lion after slaying innumerable smaller animals. That hero achieveth the most difficult feats, the like of which thou canst never achieve. Jumping down from his car, mace in hand, he hath destroyed a large number of steeds and cars and elephants in battle. With also his foremost of swords he hath destroyed many horsemen and cars and steeds and elephants. With the broken limbs of cars, and with his bow also, he consumeth his foes. Endued with the prowess of Indra, with his feet and also his bare arms he slayeth numerous foes. Possessed of great might and resembling Kuvara and Yama, he destroyeth the hostile army, putting forth his strength. That Bhimacena hath the right to upbraid me, but not thou that art always protected by friends. Agitating the foremost of car warriors and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, Bhima, single-handed, is now in the midst of the Dhritarashtra's. That chastiser of foes hath the right to upbraid me. The chastiser of foes who is slaying the Kalingas, the Vangas, the Angas, the Nishadas, and the Magadhas, and large numbers of hostile elephants that are ever infuriated and that look like masses of blue clouds, is competent to upbraid me. Riding on a suitable car, shaking his bow at the proper time, and with shafts in his other hand, that hero poureth showers of arrows in great battle like the clouds pouring torrents of rain. 800 elephants, I have seen, with their frontal globes split open and the ends of their tusks cut off, have today been slain by Bhima with shafts in battle. That slayer of foes is competent to tell me harsh words. The learned say that the strength of the foremost of Brahmanas lies in speech, and that the Kshatriya's strength is in his arms. Thou, O Bharata, art strong in words and very unfeeling. Thou thinkest me to be like thyself. I always strive to do thee good with my soul, life, sons, and wives. Since, notwithstanding all this, thou still piercest me with such wordy darts, it is evident that we cannot expect any happiness from thee. Lying on Draupadi's bed thou insultest me, though for thy sake I slay the mightiest of car warriors. Thou art without any anxiety, O Bharata, and thou art cruel. I have never obtained any happiness from thee. It was for thy good, O chief of men, that Bhishma, firmly devoted to truth, himself told thee the means of his death in battle, and was slain by the heroic and high-souled Shikandi, the son of Drupada, protected by me. I do not derive any pleasure from the thought of thy restoration to sovereignty, since thou art addicted to the evil practice of gambling. Having thyself committed a wicked act to which they only are addicted that are low, thou desirest now to vanquish thy foes through our aid. Thou hadst heard of the numerous faults and the great sinfulness of dice that Sadeva spoke about. Yet dice, which are worshipped by the wicked, thou couldst not abandon. It was for this that all of us have fallen into hell. We have never derived any happiness from thee since thou wert engaged in gambling with dice. Having, O son of Pandu, thyself caused all this calamity, thou art, again, addressing these harsh words to me. Slain by us, hostile troops are lying on the field, with mangled bodies and uttering loud wails. It was thou that didst that cruel act, in consequence of which the Kauravas have become offenders and are being destroyed. nations from the north, the west, the east, and the south are being struck, wounded, and slain after the performance of incomparable feats in battle by great warriors of both sides. It was thou that hadst gambled. It was for thee that we lost our kingdom. Our calamity arose from thee, O king. Striking us, again, with the cruel goad of thy speeches, O king, do not provoke our wrath. Sanjaya said, having addressed these harsh and exceedingly bitter words unto his eldest brother and thereby committed a venial sin, the intelligent Savyasasi of calm wisdom, who is ever actuated by the fear of defection from virtue, became very cheerless. The son of the chief of the celestials became filled with remorse and breathing heavily, drew his sword. Seeing this, Krishna asked him, "What is this? Why dost thou again unsheath thy sword blue as the sky? Tell me what thy answer is, for then I shall give thee counsel for the gratification of thy object." Thus addressed by that foremost of men, Arjuna, in great sorrow answered Keshava, saying, "I shall, putting forth my strength, slay my own self by whom this wicked act hath been done." Hearing those words of Partha, Keshava, that foremost of all righteous persons, said this unto Dhananjaya, having said these words unto the king, "Why hast thou become so cheerless? O slayer of foes, thou desirest now to destroy thy own self. This, however, Kiritan, is not approved by the righteous. If, O hero among men, thou hadst today, from fear of sin, slain this thy eldest brother of virtuous soul, what would then have been thy condition, and what wouldst thou not then have done? Morality is subtle, O Bharata, and unknowable, especially by those that are ignorant. Listen to me as I preach to thee. By destroying thy own self, thou wouldst sink into a more terrible hell than if thou hadst slain thy brother. Declare now, in words, thy own merit. Thou shalt then, O Partha, have slain thy own self." Applauding these words and saying, "Let it be so, O Krishna," Dhananjaya, the son of Sakra, lowering his bow, said unto Yudhishthira, that foremost of virtuous persons, "Listen, O king, there is no other bowman, O ruler of men, like unto myself, except the deity that bears Pinaka. I am regarded by even that illustrious deity. In a moment I can destroy this universe of mobile and immobile creatures. It was I, O king, that vanquished all the points of the compass with all the kings ruling there, and brought all to thy subjection. The Rajasuya, performed by thee, brought to completion by gift of Dakshina, and the celestial palace owned by thee, were both due to my prowess. In my hands are marks of sharp shafts and a stringed bow with arrow fixed thereon. On both my sawls are the signs of cars with standards. No one can vanquish a person like me in battle. Nations from the north, the west, the east, and the south have been struck down, slain, exterminated, and destroyed. A small remnant only of the Samsaptakas is alive. I alone have slain half of the entire, hostile, army. Slaughtered by me, the Bharata host that resembled, O king, the very host of the celestials, is lying dead on the field. I slay those with high weapons that are conversant with high weapons. For this reason I do not reduce the three worlds to ashes. Riding upon my terrible and victorious car, Krishna and myself will soon proceed for slaying the Suta's son. Let this king become cheerful now. I will surely slay Karna in battle with my arrows. Either the Suta dame will today be made childless by me, or Kunti will be made childless by Karna. Truly do I say it that I will not put off my armor before I have slain Karna with my arrows in battle." Sanjaya said, having said these words unto that foremost of virtuous persons, viz., Yudhishthira, Partha threw down his weapons and cast aside his bow and quickly thrust his sword back into its sheath. Hanging down his head in shame, the diadem-decked Arjuna, with joined hands, addressed Yudhishthira, and said, "Be cheerful, O king, forgiving me. What I have said, you will understand a little while after. I bow to thee." Thus seeking to cheer that royal hero capable of bearing all foes, Arjuna, that foremost of men, standing there, once more said, "This task will not be delayed. It will be accomplished soon. Karna cometh towards me. I shall proceed against him. I shall, with my whole soul, proceed for rescuing Bhima from the battle and for slaying the Suta's son. I tell thee that I hold my life for thy good. Know this for the truth, O king." Having said so, the diadem-decked Arjuna of blazing splendor touched the king's feet and rose for proceeding to the field. Hearing, however, those harsh words of his brother Phalguna, Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira, the just, rising up from that bed on which he had been sitting, said these words unto Partha, with his heart filled with sorrow, "O Partha, I have acted wickedly. For that, ye have been overwhelmed with terrible calamity. Do thou strike off, therefore, this my head today. I am the worst of men, and the exterminator of my race. I am a wretch. I am addicted to wicked courses. I am of foolish understanding. I am idle and a coward. I am an insulter of the old. I am cruel. What wouldst thou gain by always being obedient to a cruel person like me? A wretch that I am, I shall this very day retire into the woods. Live you happily without me. The high-souled Bhimacena is fit to be king. A eunuch that I am, what shall I do with sovereignty? I am incapable of bearing these harsh speeches of the excited with wrath. Let Bhima become king. Having been insulted thus, O hero, what use have I with life?" Having said these words, the king, leaving that bed, suddenly stood up and desired to go to the woods. Then Vasudeva, bowing down, said unto him, "O king, the celebrated vow of the wielder of Gandiva, who is ever devoted to truth about his Gandiva, is known to thee. That man in the world who would tell him, 'Give thy Gandiva to another,' would be slain by him. Even those very words were addressed to him by you. Therefore, for keeping that earnest vow, Partha, acting also at my instance, inflicted you this insult, O Lord of earth. Insult to superiors is said to be their death. For this reason, O thou of mighty arms, it behoveth thee to forgive me that beseech and bow to thee this transgression, O king, of both myself and Arjuna, committed for maintaining the truth. Both of us, O great king, throw ourselves on thy mercy. The earth shall today drink the blood of the wretched son of Radha. I swear truly to thee. Know the Suta's son as slain today. He, whose slaughter thou desirest, hath today lost his life." Hearing those words of Krishna, King Yudhishthira the Just, in a great fury, raised the prostrate Hrishikesha and joining his hands, said in haste, "It is even so as thou hast said. I have been guilty of a transgression. I have now been awakened by thee, O Govinda. I am saved by thee, O Madhava. By thee, O Asiyuta, we have today been rescued from a great calamity. Both of us stupefied by folly, viz., myself and Arjuna, have been rescued from an ocean of distress, having obtained thee as our Lord. Indeed, having obtained the raft of thy intelligence today, we have, with our relatives and allies, passed over an ocean of sorrow and grief. Having obtained thee, O Asiyuta, we are not masterless." Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 71. Sanjaya said, having heard these joyful words of King Yudhishthira, Govinda of virtuous soul, that delighter of the Yadus, then addressed Partha. The latter, however, having at the instance of Krishna addressed those words unto Yudhishthira, became exceedingly cheerless for having committed a trivial sin. Then Vasudeva, smiling, said unto the son of Pandu, What would have been thy condition, O Partha, if, observant of virtue, thou hadst slain the son of Dharma with thy sharp sword? Having only addressed the king as thou, such cheerlessness hath possessed thy heart. If thou hadst slain the king, O Partha, what wouldst thou have done after that? Morality is so inscrutable, especially by persons of foolish understanding. Without doubt great grief would have been thine in consequence of thy fear of sin. Thou wouldst have sunk also in terrible hell in consequence of the slaughter of thy brother. Gratify now this king of virtuous behavior, this foremost of all practicers of virtue, this chief of Kuru's race. Even this is my wish. Gratifying the king with devotion, and after Yudhishthira will have been made happy, we too will proceed against the car of the Suta's son for fighting him. Slaying Karna today with thy keen shafts in battle, do thou, O giver of honors, give great happiness to Dharma's son. Even this, O mighty armed one, is what I think to be suitable to this hour. Having done this, thy purpose will be achieved. Then Arjuna, O monarch, in shame, touched King Yudhishthira's feet with his head. And he repeatedly said unto that chief of the Bharatas, Be pleased with me, forgive, O king, all that I have said from desire of observing virtue and from fear of sins. Sanjaya said, beholding the Nanjaya, that slayer of foes, lying weeping at his feet, O bull of Bharata's race, King Yudhishthira the just raised his brother. And King Yudhishthira, that lord of the earth, then embraced his brother affectionately and wept aloud. The two brothers, of great splendor, having wept for a long while, at last became freed from grief, O monarch, and as cheerful as before. Then embracing him once more with affection and smelling his head, the son of Pandu, exceedingly gratified, applauded his brother Jaya and said, O thou of mighty arms, in the very sight of all the troops, my armor, standard, bow, dart, steeds, and arrows were cut off in battle, O great bowman, by Karna with his shafts, although I exerted myself with care. Thinking of and seeing his feats in battle, O Fulguna, I lose my energies in grief. Life itself is no longer dear to me. If thou dost not slay that hero in battle today, I will cast away my life breaths. What use have I with life? Thus addressed, Vijaya replied, O bull of Bharata's race, saying, I swear by truth, O king, and by thy grace, by Bhima, O best of men, and by the twins, O Lord of the earth, that today I shall slay Karna in battle, or, being myself slain by him, fall down on the earth. Swearing truly, I touch my weapons. Having said these words unto the king, he addressed Madhava, saying, Without doubt, O Krishna, I will slay Karna in battle today. Aided by thy intelligence, blessed be thou, the slaughter of that wicked-souled one is certain. Thus addressed, Keshava, O best of kings, said unto Partha, Thou art competent, O best of the Bharatas, to slay the mighty Karna. Even this hath ever been my thought, O mighty Kar warrior, as to how, O best of men, thou wouldst slay Karna in battle. Endued with great intelligence, Madhava once more addressed the son of Dharma, saying, O Yudhishthira, it behoveth thee to comfort Vibhatsu, and command him to slaughter Karna of wicked soul. Having heard that thou hadst been afflicted with shafts of Karna, myself and this one came hither, O son of Pandu, for ascertaining thy plight. By good luck, O king, thou wert not slain. By good luck thou wert not seized. Comfort thy Vibhatsu, and bless him, O sinless one, with thy wishes for his victory. Yudhishthira said, Come, come, O Partha, O Vibhatsu, and embrace me, O son of Pandu. Thou hast told me beneficial words that deserve to be said, and I have forgiven thee. I command thee, O Dhananjaya, go and slay Karna. Do not, O Partha, be angry for the harsh words I said unto thee. Sanjaya continued, Then Dhananjaya, O king, bowed unto Yudhishthira by bending his head, and seized with his two hands, O sire, the feet of his eldest brother. Raising him and embracing him closely, the king smelt his head and once more said these words unto him, O Dhananjaya, O thou of mighty arms, I have been greatly honored by thee. Do thou ever win greatness and victory? Arjuna said, Approaching Ratha's son today that is proud of his might, I shall slay that man of sinful deeds with my shafts in battle, along with all his kinsmen and followers. He who, having bent the bow strongly, afflicted thee with his shafts, I say, that Karna will obtain today the bitter fruit of that act of his. Having slain Karna, O Lord of the earth, I shall today come back from the dreadful battle to pay thee my respects by walking behind thee. I tell thee this truly. Without having slain Karna, I shall not come back today from the great battle. Truly do I swear this by touching thy feet, O Lord of the universe. Sanjaya continued, Unto the diadem decked, Arjuna, who was speaking in that way, Yudhishthira, with a cheerful heart, said these words of grave import, Do thou obtain imperishable fame, and such a period of life as accordeth with thy own desire, and victory, and energy, and the destruction of thy foes. Let the gods grant thee prosperity. Obtain thou all these to the measure desired by me. Go quickly to battle, and slay Karna, even as Purandara slew Vritra for his own aggrandizement. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 72. Sanjaya said, having with a cheerful heart gratified King Yudhishthira the just, Partha, prepared to slay the Suta's son, addressed Govinda, saying, Let my car be once more equipped, and let my foremost of steeds be yoked thereto. Let all kinds of weapon be placed upon that great vehicle. The steeds have rolled on the ground. They have been trained by persons skilled in horse lore. Along with the other equipment of the car, let them be quickly brought and decked in their trappings. Proceed quickly, O Govinda, for the slaughter of the Suta's son. Thus addressed, O monarch, by the high-souled Fulguna, Krishna commanded Daruka, saying, Do all that Arjuna, that chief of Bharata's race and that foremost of all wielders of the bow, hath said. Thus ordered by Krishna, Daruka, O best of kings, yoke those steeds unto that car covered with tiger skins and ever capable of scorching all foes. He then represented unto the high-souled son of Pandu the fact of having equipped his vehicle. Beholding the car equipped by the high-souled Daruka, Fulguna, obtaining Yudhishthira's leave and causing the Brahmanas to perform propitiatory rites and utter benedictions on him, ascended that excellent vehicle. King Yudhishthira the just, of great wisdom, also blessed him. After this, Fulguna proceeded towards Karna's car. Beholding that great bowman thus proceeding, all creatures, O Bharata, regarded Karna as already slain by the high-souled Pandava. All the points of the compass, O king, became serene. Kingfishers and parrots and herons, O king, wheeled around the son of Pandu. A large number of beautiful and auspicious birds, O king, called Pong, causing Arjuna, by their timely appearance, to put forth greater speed in battle, cheerfully uttered their cries around him. Terrible kankas and vultures, and cranes and hawks and ravens, O king, tempted by the prospect of food, proceeded in advance of his car, and indicated auspicious omens foreboding the destruction of the hostile host and the slaughter of Karna. And while Partha proceeded, a copious perspiration covered his body. His anxiety also became very great as to how he would achieve his vow. The slayer of Madhu then, beholding Partha filled with anxiety as he proceeded, addressed the wielder of Gandiva and said these words. Vasudeva said, O wielder of Gandiva, save thee there exists no other man that could vanquish those whom thou hast vanquished with this bow of thine. We have seen many heroes who, endued with prowess like that Sakura, have attained to the highest regions, encountering thy heroic self in battle. Who else, O puissant one, that is not equal to thee, would be safe and sound after encountering Drona and Bhishma and Bhagadatta, O sire, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti and Sudakshina, the chief of the Kambojas and Sritayuta of mighty energy and Asutayuta as well? Thou hast celestial weapons, and lightness of hand and might, and thou art never stupefied in battle. Thou hast also the humility which is due to knowledge. Thou canst strike with effect. Thou hast sureness of aim, and presence of mind as regards the selection of means, O Arjuna. Thou art competent to destroy all mobile and immobile creatures, including the very gods with the Gandharvas. On earth, O Partha, there is no human warrior who is equal to thee in battle. Amongst all Kshatriyas, invincible in battle, that wield the bow, amongst the very gods, I have not seen or heard of even one that is equal to thee. The creator of all beings, viz., Brahma himself, created the great bow Gandiva with which thou fightest, O Partha. For this reason there is no one that is equal to thee. I must, however, O son of Pandu, say that which is beneficial to thee. Do not, O mighty armed one, disregard Karna, that ornament of battle. Karna is possessed of might. He is proud and accomplished in weapons. He is a Mahabharata. He is accomplished in the ways of battle and conversant with all modes of warfare. He is also well acquainted with all that suits place and time. What need is there of saying much? Hear in brief, O son of Pandu. I regard the mighty car warrior Karna as thy equal, or perhaps thy superior. With the greatest care and resolution shouldst thou slay him in great battle. In energy he is equal to Agni. As regards speed, he is equal to the impetuosity of the wind. In wrath, he resembles the destroyer himself. Endued with might, he resembles a lion in the formation of his body. He is 8 ratnus in stature. His arms are large. His chest is broad. He is invincible. He is sensitive. He is a hero. He is, again, the foremost of heroes. He is exceedingly handsome. Possessed of every accomplishment of a warrior, he is a dispeller of the fears of friends. Engaged in the good of Dhritarashtra's son, he always hates the sons of Pandu. No one, not even the gods with Vasva at their head, can slay the son of Radha, save thee, as I think. Slay, therefore, the Suta's son today. No one possessed of flesh and blood, not even the gods fighting with great care, not all the warriors of the 3 worlds fighting together can vanquish that car warrior. Towards the Pandavas he is always of wicked soul and sinful behavior, and cruel, and of wicked intelligence. In his quarrel with the sons of Pandu, he is actuated by no consideration affecting his own interests. Slaying that Karna, therefore, fulfill thy purpose today. Dispatch today unto Yama's presence that Suta's son, that foremost of car warriors, whose death is near. Indeed, slaying that Suta's son, that first of car warriors, show the love for Yudhishthira the just. I know thy prowess truly, O Partha, which is incapable of being resisted by the gods and Asuras. The Suta's son of wicked soul, from exceeding pride, always disregards the sons of Pandu. O Dhananjaya, slay that man today for whose sake the wretched Duryodhana regardeth himself a hero, that root of all those sinful persons, that son of a Suta. Slay, O Dhananjaya, that tiger among men, that active and proud Karna, who hath a sword for his tongue, a bow for his mouth, and arrows for his teeth. I know thee well as regards the energy and the might that are in thee. Slay the brave Karna in battle, like a lion slaying an elephant. Slay in battle today, O Partha, that Karna, otherwise called Vikartana, in consequence of whose energy Dhritarashtra's son disregards thine. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 73. Sanjaya said, once more Keshava of immeasurable soul said these words unto Arjuna, who, O Bharata, was advancing to battle, firmly resolved upon slaying Karna. Today is the 17th day, O Bharata, of this terrible massacre of men and elephants and steeds. At the outset vast was the host that belonged to you. Encountering the foe in battle, that host has been very much reduced in numbers, O king. The Kauravas also, O Partha, were numerous at first, teeming with elephants and steeds. Encountering thee, however, as their foe, they have been nearly exterminated in the van of battle. These lords of earth and these Srinjayas, united together, and these Pandava troops also, obtaining thy invincible self as their leader, are maintaining their ground on the field. Protected by thee, O slayer of foes, the Panchalas, the Matsyas, the Kurushas, and the Satis have caused a great destruction of thy foes. Who is there that can vanquish the assembled Kauravas in battle? On the other hand, who is there that can vanquish the mighty car warriors of the Pandavas protected by thee? Thou, however, art competent to vanquish in battle the three worlds consisting of the gods, the Asuras, and human beings, united together. What need I say then of the Kaurava host? Save thee, O tiger among men, who else is there, even if he resemble Vasva himself in prowess, that could vanquish King Bhagadatta? So also, O sinless one, all the lords of earth, united together, are incapable, O Partha, of even gazing at this vast force that is protected by thee. So also, O Partha, it is owing to their having been always protected by thee that Drishtadyumna and Shikhandi succeeded in slaying Drona and Bhishma. Who, indeed, O Partha, could vanquish in battle those two mighty car warriors of the Bharatas, Bhishma and Drona, both of whom were endued with prowess equal to that of Sakra himself? Save thee, O tiger among men, what other man in this world is able to vanquish those fierce lords of Akshahinis, those unreturning and invincible heroes, all accomplished in weapons and united together, Shantanu's son Bhishma, and Drona, and Vikartana, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and King Duryodhana himself? Innumerable divisions of soldiers have been destroyed by thee, their steeds and cars and elephants having been mangled with thy shafts. Numberless Kshatriyas also, wrathful and fierce, hailing from diverse provinces, have been destroyed by thee. Teeming with horses and elephants, large bodies of combatants of diverse Kshatriya clans, such as the Govasas, the Dasamiyas, the Vasatas, O Bharata, and the Easterners, the Vadadanas, and the Bhojas that are very sensitive of their honor, approaching thee in Bhima, O Bharata, have met with destruction. Of terrible deeds and exceedingly fierce, the Tusharas, the Yavnas, the Kasas, the Darvabhisaras, the Daradas, the Sakas, the Kamathas, the Ramathas, the Tanganas, the Andrakas, the Palindas, the Kiratas of fierce prowess, the Mlekas, the mountaineers, and the races hailing from the seaside, all endued with great wrath and great might, delighting in battle and armed with maces, these all united with the Kurus and fighting wrathfully for Duryodhana's sake were incapable of being vanquished in battle by anybody else save thee, O scorcher of foes. What man, unprotected by thee, could advance, beholding the mighty and swelling host of the Dhritarashtra's arrayed in order of battle? Protected by thee, O puissant one, the Pandavas, filled with wrath, and penetrating into its midst, have destroyed that host shrouded with dust and resembling a swollen sea. 7 days have elapsed since the mighty Jayatsena, the ruler of the Magadhas, was slain in battle by Abhimanyu. After that, 10,000 elephants, of fierce feats, that used to follow that king, were slain by Bhimasena with his mace. After that, other elephants, and car warriors, by hundreds, have been destroyed by Bhima in that exercise of his might. Even thus, O Partha, during the progress of this awful battle, the Kauravas, with their steeds and car warriors and elephants, encountering Bhimasena and thee, O son of Pandu, have from hence repaired to the region of death. The van of the Kaurava army, O Partha, having been struck down by the Pandavas, Bhishma shot showers of fierce shafts, O sire. Conversant with the highest weapons, he shrouded the Satyrs, the Panchalas, the Kurushas, the Matsyas, and the Kaikyas with the shafts, and deprived them of life. The welkin became filled with gold-winged and straight coursing shafts, capable of piercing the bodies of all foes, that issued out of his bow. He slew thousands of car warriors, shooting showers of shafts at a time. In all, he slew 100,000 men and elephants of great might. Abandoning the diverse motions, each of a new kind, in which they careered, those wicked kings and elephants, while perishing, destroyed many steeds and cars and elephants. Indeed, numberless were the shafts that Bhishma shot in battle. Slaughtering the Pandava host for 10 days together, Bhishma made the terraces of numberless cars empty and deprived innumerable elephants and steeds of life. Having assumed the form of Rudra or of Upendra in battle, he afflicted the Pandava divisions and caused a great carnage amongst them. Desirous of rescuing the wicked Suddhodana, who was sinking in a raftless sea, he slaughtered many lords of earth among the Satyrs, the Panchalas, and the Kaikyas, and caused a great massacre of the Pandava army teeming with cars and steeds and elephants. Innumerable foot soldiers among the Srinjayas, all well-armed, and other lords of earth, were incapable of even looking at that hero when he careered in battle like the sun himself of scorching splendor. At last the Pandavas, with all their resources, made a mighty effort and rushed against that warrior who, inspired with the desire of victory, used to career in battle even in this way. Without availing himself of any aid, he routed, however, the Pandavas and the Srinjayas in battle, and came to be regarded as the one foremost hero in the world. Encountering him, Shikandi, protected by thee, slew that tiger among men with his straight shafts. Having obtained thee that art a tiger among men as his foe, that grandsire is now stretched on a bed of arrows, like Vritra when he obtained Vasva for his foe. The fierce Drona also slaughtered the hostile army for 5 days together. Having made an impenetrable array and caused many mighty car warriors to be slain, that great car warrior had protected Jayadratha for some time. Fierce as the destroyer himself, he caused a great carnage in the nocturnal battle. Endued with great valor, the heroic son of Bharadvaja consumed innumerable combatants with his arrows. At last, encountering Drishtadyumna, he attained to the highest end. If, on that day, thou hadst not checked in battle all the Dhritarashtra car warriors headed by the Suta's son, Drona then would never have been slain. Thou heldst in check the whole Dhritarashtra force. It was for this, O Dhananjaya, that Drona could be slain by the son of Prashada. What other Kshatriya, save thee, could in battle achieve such feats for compassing the slaughter of Jayadratha? Checking the vast Kaurava army and slaying many brave kings, thou killedst King Jayadratha, aided by the might and energy of thy weapons. All the kings regarded the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus to have been exceedingly wonderful. I, however, do not regard it so. Thou didst it, and thou art a great car warrior. If this vast assemblage of Kshatriyas, obtaining thee as a foe, suffer extermination in course of even a whole day, I should, I think, still regard these Kshatriyas to be truly mighty. When Bhishma and Drona have been slain, the terrible Dhritarashtra host, O Partha, may be regarded to have lost all its heroes. Indeed, with all its foremost warriors slain, with its steeds, cars, and elephants destroyed, the Bharata army looketh today like the firmament, reft of the sun, the moon, and stars. Yonder host of fierce prowess, O Partha, hath been shorn of its splendors today like the Asura host in days of yore shorn of its splendors by Sakra's prowess. The remnant of that grand master now consists of only 5 great car warriors, viz., Ashvatthama, Kritavarma, Karna, Shalaya, and Kripa. Slaying those 5 great car warriors today, O tiger among men, be thou a hero that hath killed all his foes, and bestow thou the earth with all her islands and cities on King Yudhishthira. Let Pritha's son Yudhishthira of immeasurable energy and prosperity obtain today the whole earth with the welkin above it, the waters on it, and the nether regions below it. Slaying this host like Vishnu in days of your slaying the Daityas and the Danavas, bestow the earth on the king like Hari bestowing the 3 worlds on Sakra. Let the Panchalas rejoice today, their foes being slain, like the celestials rejoicing after the slaughter of the Danavas by Vishnu. If in consequence of thy regard for that foremost of men, viz., thy preceptor Drona, thou cherishest compassion for Ashvatthama, if, again, thou hast any kindness for Kripa for the sake of respect that is due to a preceptor, if, approaching Kritavarma, thou dost not dispatch him today to Yama's abode in consequence of the honor that is due to one's kinsman by the mother's side, if, O lotus-eyed one, approaching thy mother's brother, viz., Shalaya, the ruler of the Madras, thou dost not from compassion slay him, I ask thee, do thou, with keen shafts, O foremost of men, slay Karna today with speed, that vile wretch of sinful heart who cherisheth the fiercest hate for the son of Pandu. This is thy noblest duty. There is nothing in it that would be improper. We approve of it, and here is no fault in the act. The wicked-souled Karna is the root, O thou of unfading glory, of that attempt, O sinless one, made in the night for burning thy mother with all her children, and of that conduct which Suyoddhana adopted towards you in consequence of that match at dice. Suyoddhana always hopeth for deliverance through Karna. Filled with rage, he endeavors to afflict me also, in consequence of that support. It is the firm belief of Dhritarashtra's royal son, O giver of honors, that Karna, without doubt, will slay all the Prithas in battle. Though fully acquainted with thy might, still, O son of Kunti, Dhritarashtra's son hath selected war with you in consequence of his reliance on Karna. Karna also always says, I will vanquish the assembled Parthas and that mighty car warrior, viz., Vasudeva of Dashara's race. Buoying up the wicked-souled son of Dhritarashtra, the wicked Karna always roareth in the Kuru assembly. Slay him today, O Bharata. In all the acts of injury, of which Dhritarashtra's son hath been guilty towards you, the wicked-souled Karna of sinful understanding hath been the leader. I saw the heroic son of Subhadra of eyes like those of a bull, slain by 6 mighty car warriors of cruel heart belonging to the Dhritarashtra army. Grinding those bulls among men, viz., Drona, Drona's son, Kripa, and other heroes, he deprived elephants of their riders and mighty car warriors of their cars. The bull-necked Abhimanyu, that spreader of the fame of both the Kurus and the Vrishnis, deprived steeds also of their riders and foot soldiers of weapons and life. Routing the Kaurava divisions and afflicting many mighty car warriors, he dispatched innumerable men and steeds and elephants to Yama's abode. I swear by truth to thee, O friend, that my limbs are burning at the thought that while the son of Subhadra was thus advancing, consuming the hostile army with his shafts, even on that occasion the wicked-souled Karna was engaged in acts of hostility to that hero, O Lord. Unable, O Partha, to stay in that battle before Abhimanyu's face, mangled with the shafts of Subhadra's son, deprived of consciousness, and bathed in blood, Karna drew deep breaths, and flamed with rage. At last, afflicted with arrows, he was obliged to turn his back upon the field. Eagerly desirous of flying away and becoming hopeless of life, he stayed for some time in battle, perfectly stupefied and exhausted with the wounds he had received. At last, hearing those cruel words of Drona in battle words that were suited to the hour, Karna cut off Abhimanyu's bow. Made bowless by him in that battle, 5 great car warriors then, well versed in the ways of foul warfare, slew that hero with showers of shafts. Upon the slaughter of that hero, grief entered the heart of everyone. Only the wicked-souled Karna and Suddhodana laughed in joy. Thou rememberest also the harsh and bitter words that Karna cruelly said unto Krishna in the Kuru assembly, in the presence of the Pandavas and Kurus. The Pandavas, O Krishna, are dead. They have sunk into eternal hell. O thou of large hips, choose other lords now, O thou of sweet speeches. Enter now the abode of Dhritarashtra as a serving woman, for, O thou of curving eyelashes, thy husbands are no more. The Pandavas will not, O Krishna, be of any service to thee today. Thou art the wife of men that are slaves, O princess of Panchala, and thou art thyself, O beautiful lady, a slave. Today only Duryodhana is regarded as the one king on earth. All other kings of the world are worshipping the agency by which his administration is kept up. Behold now, O amiable one, how all the sons of Pandu have equally fallen. Overwhelmed by the energy of Dhritarashtra's son, they are now silently eyeing one another. It is evident that they are all sesame seeds without kernel, and have sunk into hell. They will have to serve the Kaurava, Duryodhana, that king of kings, as his slaves. Even these were the foul words that wretch, viz., the sinful Karna of exceedingly wicked heart, spoke on that occasion, in thy hearing, O Bharata. Let gold-decked shafts whetted on stone and capable of taking the life of him at whom they are sped, shot by thee, quench the fire of those words and all the other wrongs that wicked-souled wight did unto thee. Let thy shafts quench all those wrongs and the life also of that wicked wight. Feeling the touch of terrible arrows sped from Gandiva, let the wicked-souled Karna recollect today the words of Bhishma and Drona. Let four-killing cloth-yard shafts, equipped with the effulgence of lightning, shot by thee, pierce his vital limbs and drink his blood. Let fierce and mighty shafts, of great impetuosity, sped by thy arms, penetrate the vitals of Karna today and dispatch him to Yama's abode. Let all the kings of the earth, cheerless and filled with grief and uttering wails of woe, behold Karna fall down from his car today, afflicted with thy arrows. Let his kinsmen, with cheerless faces, behold Karna today, fallen down and stretched at his length on the earth, dipped in gore and with his weapons loosened from his grasp. Let the lofty standard of Adhiratha's son, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, fall fluttering on the earth, cut off by thee with a broad-headed arrow. Let Shalaya fly away in terror, abandoning the gold-decked car he drives, upon seeing it deprived of its warrior and steeds and cut off into fragments with hundreds of shafts by thee. Let thy enemy Suddhodana today, beholding Adhiratha's son slain by thee, despair of both his life and kingdom. Yonder, O Partha, Karna, equal unto Indra in energy, or, perhaps, Sankara himself, is slaughtering thy troops with his shafts. There the Panchalas, though slaughtered by Karna with his whetted shafts, are yet, O chief of Bharata's race, rushing to battle for serving the cause of the Pandavas. Know, O Partha, that is prevailing over the Panchalas, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Drishtadyumna and Shikandi, and the sons of Drishtadyumna, and Satanika, the son of Nakula, and Nakula himself, and Sadeva, and Dharmaka, and Janamajaya, and Sudharman, and Satyaki. The loud uproar made by those allies of thine, viz., the Panchalas, O scorcher of foes, as they are being struck by Karna in dreadful battle, is heard. The Panchalas have not at all been inspired with fear, nor do they turn away their faces from the battle. Those mighty bowmen are utterly reckless of death in great battle. Encountering even that Bhishma who, single-handed, had encompassed the Pandava army with a cloud of shafts, the Panchalas did not turn away their faces from him. Then again, O chastiser of foes, they always strove with alacrity to vanquish forcibly in battle their great foe, viz., the invincible Drona, that preceptor of all wielders of the bow, that blazing fire of weapons, that hero who always burnt his foes in battle. They have never turned their faces from battle, afraid of Adhiratha's son. The heroic Karna, however, with his shafts, is taking the lives of the Panchala warriors endued with great activity as they are advancing against him, like a blazing fire taking the lives of myriads of insects. The son of Radha, in this battle, is destroying in hundreds the Panchalas that are advancing against him, those heroes that are resolved to lay down their lives for the sake of their allies. It behoveth thee, O Bharata, to become a raft and rescue those brave warriors, those great bowmen that are sinking in the raftless ocean represented by Karna. The awful form of that weapon which was obtained by Karna from that foremost of sages, viz., Rama of Bhrigu's race, hath been displayed. Scorching all the troops, that weapon of exceedingly fierce and awful form is blazing with its own energy, surrounding our vast army. Those arrows, sped from Karna's bow, are coursing in battle thick as swarm of bees, and scorching thy troops. Encountering Karna's weapon in battle, that is irresistible by persons not having their souls under control, the Panchalas, O Bharata, are flying away in all directions. Yonder, Bhima, of unappeasable wrath, surrounded on all sides by the Srinjayas, is fighting with Karna, O Partha, afflicted by the latter with keen shafts. If neglected, Karna will, O Bharata, exterminate the Pandavas, the Srinjayas, and the Panchalas, like a neglected disease whose germ has entered the body. Save thee, I do not see another in Yudhishthira's army that would come home safe and sound, having encountered the son of Radha in battle. Slaying that Karna today with thy keen shafts, O bull among men, act according to thy vow, O Partha, and win great fame. I tell thee truly, thou only art able to vanquish in battle the Kaurava host with Karna amongst them, and no one else, O foremost of warriors. Achieving this great feat, viz., slaying the mighty Kar warrior Karna, attain thy object, O Partha, and crowned with success, be happy, O best of men. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 74. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Keshava, O Bharata, Vibhatsu soon cast off his anxiety and became cheerful. Rubbing then the string of Gandiva and stretching it, he held his bow for the destruction of Karna, and addressed Keshava, saying, with thee for my protector, O Govinda, and when thou that art acquainted with the past and the future art gratified with me today, victory is sure to be mine. Aided by thee, O Krishna, I can, in great battle, destroy the three worlds assembled together. What need be said of Karna then? I see the Panchala host is flying away, O Janardana. I see also Karna careering fearlessly in battle. I see too the Bhargava weapon careering in all directions, having been invoked by Karna, O thou of Vrishni's race, like the puissant thunder invoked by Shakra. This is that battle in which Karna will be slain by me, and of which all creatures will speak as long as the earth will last. Today, O Krishna, unbarbed arrows, impelled by my arms and sped from the Gandiva, mangling Karna, will take him to Yama. Today King Dhritarashtra will curse that intelligence of his inconsequence of which he had installed Duryodhana, who was undeserving of sovereignty, on the throne. Today, O mighty armed one, Dhritarashtra will be divested of sovereignty, happiness, prosperity, kingdom, city, and sons. I tell thee truly, O Krishna, that today, Karna being slain, Duryodhana will become hopeless of both life and kingdom. Today, beholding Karna cut in pieces by me with my arrows, like Vritra in days of yore by Indra in the battle between the gods and the Asuras, let King Duryodhana call to mind the words thou hast spoken for bringing about peace. Today let the son of Subala, O Krishna, know that my shafts are dice, my Gandiva the box for throwing them, and my car, the checkered cloth. O Govinda, slaying Karna with keen shafts I will dispel the long sleeplessness of Kunti's son. Today the royal son of Kunti, upon the slaughter of the Suta's son by me, shall be gratified and be of cheerful heart and obtain happiness forever. Today, O Keshava, I will shoot an irresistible and unrivaled arrow that will deprive Karna of life. Even this, O Krishna, was the vow of that wicked-souled one about my slaughter, viz., I will not wash my feet till I slay Fulgana. Falsifying this vow of that wretch, O slayer of Madhu, I will, with straight shafts, throw down his body today from his car. Today the earth will drink the blood of that Suta's son who in battle condemns all other men on earth. With Dhritarashtra's approbation, the Suta's son Karna, boasting of his own merits, had said, Thou hast no husband now, O Krishna. My keen shafts will falsify that speech of his. Like angry snakes of virulent poison, they will drink his lifeblood. Cloth-yard shafts, of the effulgence of the lightning, shot by myself possessed of mighty arms, sped from Gandiva, will send Karna on his last journey. Today the son of Ratha will repent for those cruel words that he said unto the princess of Panchala in the midst of the assembly, in disparagement of the Pandavas. They that were on that occasion sesame seeds without kernel, will today become seeds with kernel after the fall of the Suta's son Karna of wicked soul, otherwise called Vikartana. I will save ye from the sons of Pandu. Even these were the words that Karna, bragging of his own merits, said unto the sons of Dhritarashtra. My keen shafts will falsify that speech of his. Today, in the very sight of all the bowmen, I will slay that Karna who said, I will slay all the Panchalas with their sons. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will slay that Karna, that son of Ratha, relying on whose prowess the proud son of Dhritarashtra, of wicked understanding, always disregarded us. Today, O Krishna, after Karna's fall, the Dhritarashtras with their king, struck with panic, will fly away in all directions, like deer afraid of the lion. Today let King Duryodhana repent upon the slaughter of Karna, with his sons and relatives, by me in battle. Today, beholding Karna slain, let the wrathful son of Dhritarashtra, O Krishna, know me to be the foremost of all bowmen in battle. Today, I will make King Dhritarashtra, with his sons and grandsons and counselors and servants, shelterless. Today, cranes and other carnivorous birds will, O Keshava, sport over the limbs of Karna cut off into pieces with my shafts. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will cut off in battle the head of Ratha's son Karna, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will cut off in battle the limbs of Ratha's son of wicked soul with keen vipathas and razor-faced arrows. Today, the heroic King Yudhishthira will cast off a great pain and a great sorrow cherished long in his heart. Today, O Keshava, slaying the son of Ratha, with all his kinsmen, I will gladden King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma. Today, I will slay the cheerless followers of Karna in battle, with shafts resembling the blazing fire or the poison of the snake. Today, with my straight shafts equipped with vulturine feathers, I will, O Govinda, cause the earth to be strewn with the bodies of kings cased in golden armor. Today, O slayer of Madhu, I will, with keen shafts, crush the bodies and cut off the heads of all the foes of Abhimanyu. Today, I will bestow the earth, divested of Dhritarashtra's, on my brother, or, perhaps, thou, O Keshava, wilt walk over the earth divested of Arjuna. Today, O Krishna, I will free myself from the debt I owe to all bowmen, to my own wrath, to the Kurus, to my shafts, and to Gandiva. Today, I will be freed from the grief that I have cherished for 13 years, O Krishna, by slaying Karna in battle like Maghavat slaying Samvara. Today, after I have slain Karna in battle, let the mighty Kar warriors of the Samakas, who are desirous of accomplishing the task of their allies, regard their task as accomplished. I do not know what will be the measure, O Madhava, of the joy of Sini's grandson today after I shall have slain Karna and won the victory. Today, I will slay Karna in battle as also his son, that mighty Kar warrior, and give joy to Bhima and the twins and Satyaki. Today, slaying Karna in dreadful battle, I will pay off my debt, O Madhava, to the Panchalas with Drishtadyumna and Shikandi. Today let all behold the wrathful Dhananjaya fight with the Kauravas in battle and slay the Suta's son. Once more there is none equal to me in the world. In prowess also, who is there that resembles me? What other man is there that is equal to me in forgiveness? In wrath also, there is no one that is equal to me. Armed with the bow and aided by the prowess of my arms, I can vanquish the Asuras and the gods and all creatures united together. Know that my prowess is higher than the highest. Alone assailing all the Kurus and the Balikas with the fire of my shafts issuing from Gandiva, I will, putting forth my might, burn them with their followers like a fire in the midst of a heap of dry grass at the close of winter. My palms bear these marks of arrows and this excellent and outstretched bow with arrow fixed on the string. On each of the soles of my feet occur the mark of a car and a standard. When a person like me goeth forth to battle, he cannot be vanquished by anyone. Having said these words unto Asayuddha, that foremost of all heroes, that slayer of foes, with blood-red eyes, proceeded quickly to battle, for rescuing Bhima and cutting off the head from Karna's trunk. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 75. Dhritarashtra said, in that awful and fathomless encounter of the Pandavas and the Srinjayas with the warriors of my army, when Dhananjaya, O sire, proceeded for battle, how, indeed, did the fight occur? Sanjaya said, the innumerable divisions of the Pandava army, decked with lofty standards and swelling, with pride and energy, and united together in battle, began to roar aloud, drums and other instruments constituting their mouth, like masses of clouds at the close of summer uttering deep roars. The battle that ensued resembled a baneful shower out of season, cruel and destructive of living creatures. Huge elephants were its clouds, weapons were the water they were to pour, the peal of musical instruments, the rattle of car wheels, and the noise of palms constituted their roar. Diverse weapons decked with gold formed their flashes of lightning, and arrows and swords and cloth-yard shafts and mighty weapons constituted their torrents of rain. Marked by impetuous onsets, blood flowed in streams in that encounter. Rendered awful by incessant strokes of the sword, it was fraught with a great carnage of Kshatriyas. Many Kar warriors, united together, encompassed one Kar warrior and dispatched him to Yama's presence. Or, one foremost of Kar warriors dispatched a single adversary, or one dispatched many adversaries united together. Again, some one Kar warrior dispatched to Yama's abode some one adversary along with his driver and steeds. Some one rider, with a single elephant, dispatched many Kar warriors and horsemen. Similarly, Partha, with clouds of shafts, dispatched large number of cars with drivers and steeds, of elephants and horses with their riders, and of foot soldiers belonging to the enemy. Kripa and Shikandi encountered each other in that battle, while Satyaki proceeded against Duryodhana. And Shrudasravas was engaged with Drona's son, and Udamanyu with Citrasena. The great Srinjayakar warrior Uttamalja was engaged with Karna's son Sashina, while Sadeva rushed against Shakuni, the king of the Gandharas, like a hungry lion against a mighty bull. The youthful Satanika, the son of Nakula, rushed against the youthful Vrishasena, the son of Karna, shooting showers of shafts. The heroic son of Karna struck that son of the princess of Panchala with many arrows. Conversant with all modes of warfare, Madri's son Nakula, that bull among Kar warriors, assailed Kritavarma. The king of the Panchalas, Drishtadyumna, the son of Yajnasena, attacked Karna, the commander of the Kaurava army, with all his forces. Dushasana, O Bharata, with the swelling host of the Samsaptakas forming a portion of the Bharata army, fiercely attacked in that battle Bhima, that foremost of warriors of irresistible impetuosity. The heroic Uttamaja, putting forth his strength, struck the son of Karna and cut off his head, which fell down on the earth, filling the earth and the welkin with a loud noise. Beholding the head of Sashina lying on the ground, Karna became filled with grief. Soon, however, in rage he cut off the steeds, the car, and the standard of his son's slayer with many keen shafts. Meanwhile Uttamaja, piercing with his keen shafts and cutting off with his bright sword the steeds of Kripa and those warriors also that protected Kripa's sides, quickly ascended the car of Shikandi. Beholding Kripa deprived of his car, Shikandi, who was on his vehicle, wished not to strike him with his shafts. The son of Drona then, covering with his own the car of Kripa, rescued the latter like a bull sunk in a mire. Meanwhile Bhima, the son of the wind god clad in golden mail, began to scorch with his keen arrows the troops of thy sons like the midday sun scorching everything in the summer season. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 76. Sanjaya said, during the progress of the fierce engagement, Bhima, while fighting along, being encompassed by innumerable foes, addressed his driver, saying, "Bear me into the midst of the Dhritarashtra host. Proceed, O charioteer, with speed, borne by these steeds. I will dispatch all these Dhritarashtras to the presence of Yama." Thus urged by Bhimasena, the charioteer proceeded, quickly and with great impetuosity, against thy son's host to that spot whence Bhima desired to slaughter it. Then a large number of Kaurava troops, with elephants and cars and horse and foot, advanced against him from all sides. They then, from every side, began to strike that foremost of vehicles belonging to Bhima, with numerous arrows. The high-souled Bhima, however, with his own shafts of golden wings, cut off all those advancing arrows of his enemies. Thus cut off into 2 or 3 fragments with Bhima's arrows, those shafts, equipped with golden wings, of his enemies, fell down on the earth. Then, O king, amongst those foremost of Kshatriyas, struck with Bhima's shafts, the elephants and cars and horse and foot, set up a loud wail, O monarch, that resembled the din made by mountains when riven with thunder. Thus struck by Bhima, those foremost of Kshatriyas, their limbs pierced with Bhima's powerful shafts, rushed against Bhima in that battle from every side, like new-fledged birds towards a tree. When thy troops thus rushed against him, Bhima of furious impetuosity displayed all his vim like destroyer himself armed with a mace when he burns and exterminates all creatures at the end of the yuga. Thy soldiers were unable to resist in that battle that fierce forcible energy of Bhima endued with fierce impetuosity, like that of the destroyer himself of wide open mouth when he rusheth at the end of the yuga for exterminating all creatures. Then, O Bharata, like masses of clouds scattered by the tempest the Bharata host, thus mangled and burnt in that battle by the high-souled Bhima, broke and fled in fear in all directions. Then the mighty Bhimasena of great intelligence once more cheerfully said unto his charioteer, "Ascertain, O Sutta, whether those assembled cars and standards that are advancing towards me are ours or the enemy's. Absorbed in battle, I am unable to distinguish them. Let me not shroud our own troops with my shafts. O Vasoka, beholding hostile warriors and cars and the tops of their standards on all sides, I am greatly afflicted. The king is in pain. the diadem-decked Arjuna also has not yet come. These things, O Sutta, fill my heart with sorrow. Even this is my grief, O charioteer, that King Yudhishthira the just should have gone away, leaving me in the midst of the enemy. I do not know whether he, as also Vibhatsu, is alive or dead. This adds to my sorrow. I shall, however, though filled with great grief, destroy those hostile troops of great might. Thus slaughtering in the midst of battle my assembled foes, I shall rejoice with thee today. Examining all the quivers containing my arrows, tell me, O Sutta, ascertaining the matter well, what quantity of arrows is still left on my car, that is, how much of what sort. Thus commanded, Visoka said, of arrows, O hero, thou hast yet 60,000, while thy razor-headed shafts number 10,000, and broad-headed ones number as much. Of cloth-yard shafts thou hast still 2,000, O hero, and of prateras thou hast still, O Partha, 3,000. Indeed, of the weapons, O son of Pandu, the portion that still remains is not capable of being borne, if placed on carts, by 6 bullocks. Shoot and hurl them, O learned one, for of maces and swords and other weapons used with the arms alone, thou hast thousands upon thousands, as also lances and scimitars and darts and spears. Never fear that thy weapons will be exhausted. Bhima said, Behold, O Sutta, today this awful battle in which everything will be shrouded with my impetuous arrows sped fiercely from my bow and, mangling all my foes, and in consequence of which the very sun will disappear from the field, making the latter resemble the domains of death. Today, even this will be known to all the Kshatriyas, including the very children, O Sutta, that Bhimasena hath succumbed in battle, or that, alone, he hath subjugated all the Kurus. Today, let all the Kauravas fall in battle, or let all the world applaud me, beginning with the feats of my earliest years. Alone, I will overthrow them all, or let all of them strike Bhimasena down. Let the gods that aid in the achievement of the best acts bless me. Let that slayer of foes Arjuna come here now like Sakra, duly invoked, quickly coming to a sacrifice. Behold, the Bharata host is breaking. Why do those kings fly away? It is evident that Savyasasi, that foremost of men, is quickly shrouding that host with his shafts. Behold, those standards, O Visoka, and elephants and steeds and bands of foot soldiers are flying away. Behold, these cars, assailed with shafts and darts, with those warriors riding on them, are being scattered, O Sutta. Yonder, the Kaurava host, assailed with the shafts, equipped with wings of gold and feathers of peacocks, of the Nanjaya, and resembling thunderbolts in force, though slaughtered extensively, is repeatedly filling its gaps. There, cars and steeds and elephants are flying away, crushing down bands of foot soldiers. Indeed, all the Kauravas, having lost their sense, are flying away, like elephants filled with panic at a forest conflagration, and uttering cries of woe. These huge elephants, again, O Visoka, are uttering loud cries, assailed with shafts. Visoka said, How is it, O Bhima, that thou dost not hear the loud twang of the yawning Gandiva stretched by Partha in wrath? Are these 2 ears of thine gone? All thy wishes, O son of Pandu, have been fulfilled. Yonder the ape, on Arjuna's banner, is seen in the midst of the elephant force of the enemy. Behold, the string of Gandiva is flashing repeatedly like lightning amid blue clouds. Yonder the ape on the Nanjaya standard top is everywhere seen to terrify hostile divisions in this dreadful battle. Even I, looking at it, am struck with fear. There the beautiful diadem of Arjuna is shining brilliantly. There, the precious jewel on the diadem, endued with the splendor of the sun, looketh exceedingly resplendent. There, beside him, behold his Kamdevdutta of loud blare and the hue of a white cloud. There, by the side of Janardana, reins in hand, as he penetrates into the hostile army, behold his discus of solar effulgence, its nave hard as thunder, and its edge sharp as a razor. Behold, O hero, that discus of Keshava, that enhancer of his fame, which is always worshipped by the Yadus. There, the trunks, resembling lofty trees perfectly straight, of huge elephants, cut off by keratin, are falling upon the earth. There those huge creatures also, with their riders, pierced and split with shafts, are falling down, like hills riven with thunder. There, behold, O son of Kunti, the Panchajanya of Krishna, exceedingly beautiful and of the hue of the moon, as also the blazing kaustubha on his breast and his triumphal garland. Without doubt, that first and foremost of all car warriors, Partha, is advancing, routing the hostile army as he comes, borne by his foremost of steeds, of the hue of white clouds, and urged by Krishna. Behold those cars and steeds and bands of foot soldiers, mingled by thy younger brother with the energy of the chief of the celestials. Behold, they are falling down like a forest uprooted by the tempest caused by Garuda's wings. Behold, 400 car warriors, with their steeds and drivers, and 700 elephants and innumerable foot soldiers and horsemen slain in this battle by Keratin with his mighty shafts. Slaughtering the Kurus, the mighty Arjuna is coming towards thy side even like the constellation Citra. All thy wishes are fulfilled. Thy foes are being exterminated. Let thy might, as also the period of thy life, ever increase. Bhima said, Since, O Vasoka, thou tellest me of Arjuna's arrival, I will give thee 4 and 10 populous villages and 100 female slaves and 20 cars, being pleased with thee, O Sutta, for this agreeable intelligence imparted by thee. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 77. Sanjaya said, hearing the roars of cars and the leonine shouts of the warriors and battle, Arjuna addressed Govinda, saying, Urge the steeds to greater speed. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Govinda said unto him, I am proceeding with great speed to the spot where Bhima is stationed. Then many lions among men, belonging to the Kaurava army, excited with wrath and accompanied by a large force of cars and horse and elephants and foot soldiers, and making the earth resound with the whiz of their arrows, the rattle of their car wheels, and the tread of their horses' hoofs, advanced against Jaya, Arjuna, as the latter proceeded for victory, borne by his steeds white as snow or conchs and decked in trappings of gold and pearls and gems like the chief of the celestials and great. Wrath proceeding, armed with the thunder, against the Asura, Jamba for slaying him. Between them and Partha, O sire, occurred a great battle destructive of body, life, and sin, like the battle between the Asuras and the god Vishnu, that foremost of victors for the sake of the 3 worlds. Alone, Partha, decked with diadem and garlands, cut off the mighty weapons sped by them, as also their heads and arms in diverse ways, with his razor-faced and crescent-shaped and broad-headed arrows of great keenness. Umbrellas, and yak-tails for fanning, and standards, and steeds, and cars, and bands of foot soldiers, and elephants, fell down on the earth, mutilated in diverse ways, like a forest broken down by a tempest. Huge elephants, decked in caparisons of gold and equipped with triumphal standards and warriors on their backs, looked resplendent, as they were pierced with shafts of golden wings, like mountains ablaze with light. Piercing elephants and steeds and cars with excellent shafts resembling Vasva's thunder, Dhananjaya proceeded quickly for the slaughter of Karna, even as Indra in days of yore for riving the Asura, Vala. Then that tiger among men, that mighty armed chastiser of foes, penetrated into thy host like a Makara into the ocean. Beholding the son of Pandu, thy warriors, O king, accompanied by cars and foot soldiers and a large number of elephants and steeds, rushed against him. Tremendous was the din made by them as they advanced against Partha, resembling that made by the waters of the ocean lashed into fury by the tempest. Those mighty car warriors, resembling tigers, and prowess, all rushed in that battle against that tiger among men, abandoning all fear of death. Arjuna, however, routed the troops of those leaders of the Kurus as they advanced, shooting at him showers of weapons, like a tempest driving off masses of congregated clouds. Those great bowmen, all skilled in smiting, united together and proceeded against Arjuna with a large number of cars, and began to pierce him with keen shafts. Then Arjuna, with his shafts, dispatched to Yama's abode several thousands of cars and elephants and steeds. While those great car warriors in that battle were thus struck with shafts sped from Arjuna's bow, they were filled with fear and seemed to disappear one after another from their cars. In all, Arjuna, with his sharp arrows, slew 400 of those heroic car warriors, exerting themselves vigorously in battle. Thus struck in that battle with sharp shafts of diverse kinds, they fled away on all sides, avoiding Arjuna. Tremendous was the uproar made at the van of the army by those warriors as they broke and fled, like that made by the surging sea when it breaks upon a rock. Having routed with his arrows that army struck with fright, Pritha's son Arjuna then proceeded, O sire, against the division of the Suta's son. Loud was the noise with which Arjuna faced his foes, like that made by Garuda in days of yore when swooping down for snakes. Hearing that sound, the mighty Bhimasena, desirous as he had been of obtaining a sight of Partha, became filled with joy. As soon as the valiant Bhimasena heard of Partha's arrival, he began, O monarch, to grind thy troops, reckless of his very life. Possessed of prowess equal to that of the wind, the valiant Bhima, the son of the wind god, began to career in that battle like the wind itself. Afflicted by him, O monarch, thy army, O king, began to reel like a wrecked vessel on the bosom of the sea. Displaying his lightness of hands, Bhima began to cut and mangle that host with his fierce arrows and dispatch large numbers to the abode of Yama. Beholding on that occasion the superhuman might of Bhima, O Bharata, like that of the destroyer at the end of the Yuga, thy warriors became filled with fright. Seeing his mightiest soldiers thus afflicted by Bhimasena, O Bharata, King Duryodhana addressed all his troops and great bowmen, O bull of Bharata's race, commanding them to slay Bhima in that battle, since upon Bhima's fall he would regard the Pandava troops already exterminated. Accepting that command of thy son, all the kings shrouded Bhima with showers of shafts from every side. Innumerable elephants, O king, and men inspired with desire of victory, and cars, and horse, O monarch, encompassed Vrkodara. Thus encompassed by those brave warriors on all sides, O king, that hero, that chief of Bharata's race, looked resplendent like the moon surrounded by the stars. Indeed, as the moon at full within his corona looks beautiful, even so that best of men, exceedingly handsome, looked beautiful in that battle. All those kings, with cruel intent and eyes red in wrath, inflicted upon Vrkodara their arrowy downpours, moved by the desire of slaying him. Piercing that mighty host with straight shafts, Bhima came out of the press like a fish coming out of a net, having slain 10,000 unretreating elephants, 200,200 men, O Bharata, and 5,000 horses, and 100 car warriors. Having slaughtered these, Bhima caused a river of blood to flow there. Blood constituted its water, and cars its eddies, and elephants were the alligators with which it teemed. Men were its fishes, and steeds its sharks, and the hair of animals formed its woods and moss. Arms lopped off from trunks formed its foremost of snakes. Innumerable jewels and gems were carried along by the current. Thighs constituted its gravels, and marrow its mire. And it was covered with heads forming its rocks. and bows and arrows constituted the rafts by which men sought to cross that terrible river, and maces and spiked bludgeons formed its snakes. And umbrellas and standards formed its swans, and headgears its foam. Necklaces constituted its lotuses, and the earthy dust that arose formed its waves. Those endued with noble qualities could cross it with ease, while those that were timid and affrighted found it exceedingly difficult to cross. Warriors constituting its crocodiles and alligators, it ran towards the region of Yama. Very soon, indeed, did that tiger among men cause that river to flow. Even as the terrible Vedarani is difficult of being crossed by persons of unrefined souls, that bloody river, terrible and enhancing the fears of the timid, was difficult to cross. Thither were that best of Kar warriors, the son of Pandu, penetrated, thither he felled hostile warriors in hundreds and thousands. Seeing those feats achieved in battle by Bhimasena, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressing Shakuni, said, "Vanquish, O uncle, the mighty Bhimasena in battle." Upon his defeat the mighty host of the Pandavas may be regarded as defeated. Thus addressed, O monarch, the valiant son of Subala, competent to wage dreadful battle, proceeded, surrounded by his brothers. Approaching in that battle Bhima of terrible prowess, the heroic Shakuni checked him like the continent resisting the ocean. Though resisted with keen shafts, Bhima, disregarding them all, proceeded against the sons of Subala. Then Shakuni, O monarch, sped a number of cloth-yard shafts equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone, at the left side of Bhima's chest. Piercing through the armor of the high-souled son of Pandu, those fierce shafts, O monarch, equipped with feathers of kenkas and peacocks, sunk deep into his body. Deeply pierced in that battle, Bhima, O Bharata, suddenly shot at Subala's son a shaft decked with gold. The mighty Shakuni, however, that scorcher of foes, O king, endued with great lightness of hands, cut off into 7 fragments that terrible arrow as it coursed towards him. When his shaft fell down on the earth, Bhima, O king, became highly enraged, and cut off with a broad-headed arrow the bow of Subala's son with the greatest ease. The valiant son of Subala then, casting aside that broken bow, quickly took up another and 6 and 10 broad-headed arrows. With 2 of those straight and broad-headed arrows, O monarch, he struck Bhima himself, with 1 he cut off Bhima's standard, and with 2, his umbrella. With the remaining 4, the son of Subala pierced the 4 steeds of his antagonist. Filled with rage at this, the valiant Bhima, O monarch, hurled in that battle a dart made of iron, with its staff adorned with gold. That dart, restless as the tongue of a snake, hurled from Bhima's arms, speedily fell upon the car of the high-souled son of Subala. The latter then, filled with wrath, O monarch, took up that same gold-decked dart and hurled it back at Bhimasena. Piercing through the left arm of the high-souled son of Pandu, it fell down on the earth like lightning flashed down from the sky. At this, the Dhartarashtras, O monarch, set up a loud roar all around. Bhima, however, could not bear that leonine roar of his foes endued with great activity. The mighty son of Pandu then, quickly taking up another stringed bow, in a moment, O monarch, covered with shafts the soldiers of Subala's son in that battle, who were fighting reckless of their very lives. Having slain his 4 steeds, and then his driver, O king, Bhima of great prowess next cut off his antagonist's standard with a broad-headed arrow without losing a moment. Abandoning with speed that steedless car, Shakuni, that foremost of men, stood on the ground, with his bow ready drawn in his hands, his eyes red like blood and rage, and himself breathing heavily. He then, O king, struck Bhima from every side with innumerable arrows. The valiant Bhima, baffling those shafts, cut off Shakuni's bow in rage and pierced Shakuni himself with many keen arrows. Deeply pierced by his powerful antagonist, that scorcher of foes, O king, fell down on the earth almost lifeless. Then thy son, O monarch, seeing him stupefied, bore him away from battle on his car in the very sight of Bhimasena. When that tiger among men, Shakuni, was thus taken up on Duryodhana's car, the Dhritarashtra troops, turning their faces from battle, fled away on all sides, inspired with fear on that occasion of great terror due to Bhimasena. Upon the defeat of Sabala's son, O king, by that great bowman, Bhimasena, thy son Duryodhana, filled with great fright, retreated, borne away by his fleet steeds, from regard for his maternal uncle's life. Beholding the king himself turn away from the battle, the troops, O Bharata, fled away from the encounters in which each of them had been engaged. Seeing all the Dhritarashtra troops turn away from battle and fly in all directions, Bhima, rushing impetuously, fell upon them, shooting many hundreds of shafts. Slaughtered by Bhima, the retreating Dhritarashtras, O king, approaching the spot where Karna was, once more stood for battle, surrounding him. Endued with great might and great energy, Karna then became their refuge. Finding Karna, O bull of Bharata's race, thy troops became comforted and stood cheerfully, relying upon one another, like shipwrecked mariners, O tiger of men, in their distressful plight, when at last they reach an island. They then, once more, making death itself their goal, proceeded against their foes for battle. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 78. Dhritarashtra said, when our troops were broken in battle by Bhimasena, what, O Sanjaya, did Duryodhana and Sabala's son say? Or, what did Karna, that foremost of victors, or the warriors of my army in that battle, or Kripa, or Kritavarma, or Drona's son Dushasana, say? Exceedingly wonderful, I think, is the prowess of Pandu's son, since, single-handed, he fought in battle with all the warriors of my army. Did the son of Ratha act towards the hostile troops according to his vow? That slayer of foes, Karna, O Sanjaya, is the prosperity, the armor, the fame, and the very hope of life of the Kurus. Beholding the army broken by Kunti's son of immeasurable energy, what did Karna, the son of Adhiratha and Ratha, do in that battle? What also did my sons, difficult of defeat in battle, do, or the other kings and mighty car warriors of our army? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya, for thou art skilled in narration. Sanjaya said, and that afternoon, O monarch, the Suta's son of great valor began to smite all the Samakas in the very sight of Bhimasena. Bhima also of great strength began to destroy the Dhritarashtra troops. Then Karna, addressing his driver, Shalaya, said unto him, bear me to the Panchalas. Indeed, beholding his army in course of being routed by Bhimasena of great intelligence, Karna once more addressed his driver, saying, bear me to the Panchalas only. Thus urged, Shalaya, the ruler of the Madras, endued with great might, urged those white steeds that were fleet as thought, towards the Satis, the Panchalas, and the Kurushas. Penetrating then into that mighty host, Shalaya, that grinder of hostile troops, cheerfully conducted those steeds into every spot that Karna, that foremost of warriors, desired to go to. Beholding that car cased in tiger skins and looking like a cloud, the Pandus and the Panchalas, O monarch, became terrified. The rattle then of that car, like unto the peal of thunder or the sound of a mountain splitting into fragments, became audible in that dreadful battle. With hundreds upon hundreds of keen arrows sped from the bowstring drawn to his ear, Karna then smote hundreds and thousands of warriors belonging to the Pandava army. While the unvanquished Karna was employed in achieving those feats, many mighty bowmen and great car warriors among the Pandavas encompassed him on all sides. Indeed, Shikandi, and Bhima, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and the 5 sons of Draupadi and Satyaki surrounded the son of Radha, pouring showers of arrows upon him from desire of dispatching him to the other world. The heroic Satyaki, that best of men, struck Karna in that engagement with 20 keen shafts in the shoulder joint. Shikandi struck him with 25 shafts, and Drishtadyumna struck him with 7, and the sons of Draupadi with 64, and Sundeva with 7, and Nakula with 100 in that battle. The mighty Bhimasena, in that encounter, filled with rage, struck the son of Radha in the shoulder joint with 90 straight shafts. The son of Adhiratha, then, of great might, laughing in scorn, and drawing his excellent bow, let off many keen shafts, afflicting his foes. The son of Radha pierced each of them in return with 5 arrows. Cutting off the bow of Satyaki, as also is standard, O bull of Bharata's race, Karna pierced Satyaki himself with 9 shafts in the center of the chest. Filled with wrath, he then pierced Bhimasena with 30 shafts. With a broad-headed arrow, O sire, he next cut off the standard of Sadeva, and with 3 other arrows, that chastiser of foes afflicted Sadeva's driver. Within the twinkling of an eye he then deprived the 5 sons of Draupadi of their cars, O bull of Bharata's race, which seemed exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, with his straight shafts casting those heroes to turn back from the fight, the heroic Karna began to slay the Panchalas and many mighty car warriors among the Satyrs. Thus struck in that battle, O monarch, the Satyrs and the Matsyas, rushing against Karna alone, poured upon him showers of shafts. The Suta's son, however, that mighty car warrior, began to smite them with his keen shafts. I beheld this exceedingly wonderful feat, O Bharata, viz., that the Suta's son of great prowess, alone and unsupported in that battle, fought with all those bowmen who contended with him to the utmost of their prowess, and checked all those Pandava warriors, O monarch, with his shafts. With the lightness of hand, O Bharata, of the high-souled Karna on that occasion, all the gods as also the Siddhas and the Charanas were gratified. All the great bowmen among the Dhartarashtras also, O best of men, applauded Karna, that foremost of great car warriors, that first of all bowmen. Then Karna, O monarch, burnt the hostile army like a mighty and blazing conflagration, consuming a heap of dry grass in the summer season. Thus slaughtered by Karna, the Pandava troops, struck with fear, fled in all directions, at the very sight of Karna. Loud wails arose there among the Panchalas in that great battle, while they were thus struck with the keen shafts sped from Karna's bow. Struck with fear at the noise, the vast host of the Pandavas, those enemies of Karna, regarded him as the one warrior in that battle. Then that crusher of foes, viz., the son of Radha, once more achieved an exceedingly wonderful feat, inasmuch as all the Pandavas, united together, were unable to even gaze at him. Like a swelling mass of water breaking when it comes in contact with a mountain, the Pandava army broke when it came in contact with Karna. Indeed, O king, the mighty armed Karna in that battle, burning the vast host of the Pandavas, stood there like a blazing fire without smoke. With great activity that hero, with his shafts, cut off the arms and the heads of his brave foes, O king, and their ears decked with earrings. Swords with hilts of ivory, and standards, and darts, and steeds, and elephants, and cars of diverse kind, O king, and banners, and axles, and yokes, and wheels of many kinds, were cut off in various ways by Karna, observant of a warrior's vow. There, O Bharata, with elephants and steeds slain by Karna, the earth became impassable and miry with flesh and blood. The uneven and even spots also of the field, in consequence of slain horse and foot and broken cars and dead elephants, could no longer be distinguished. The combatants could not distinguish friends from foes in that thick darkness caused by shafts when Karna's celestial weapon was displayed. The mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, O monarch, were completely shrouded with shafts, decked with gold, that were sped from Karna's bow. Those mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, O king, in that battle, though struggling vigorously, were repeatedly broken by the son of Artha, even as a herd of deer in the forest is routed by an angry lion. Routing the foremost of Panchala car warriors and other foes, Karna of great fame, in that battle, slew the Pandava warriors like a wolf slaying smaller animals. Beholding the Pandava army turn away from battle, the Dhritarashtra bowmen of great might rushed against the retreating host, uttering terrible shouts. Then Duryodhana, O monarch, filled with great delight, caused diverse musical instruments to be beaten and blown in all parts of the army. The great bowmen amongst the Panchalas, those foremost of men, though broken, returned heroically to the fight, making death their goal. The son of Artha, however, that bull among men and scorcher of foes, O monarch, in that battle, broke those returned heroes in diverse ways. There, O Bharata, 20 car warriors among the Panchalas and more than 100 Sati warriors were slain by Karna with his shafts. Making the terraces of cars and the backs of steeds empty, O Bharata, and slaying the combatants that fought from the necks of elephants, and routing the foot soldiers, that scorcher of foes, the Suta's son of great bravery, became incapable of being gazed at like the midday sun, and looked resplendent like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Thus, O monarch, that slayer of foes, that mighty bowman, Karna, having slain foot, horse, car warriors, and elephants, stood there on his car. Indeed, like the destroyer himself of great might standing after slaying all creatures, the mighty car warrior Karna stood alone, having slain the Samakas. The prowess that we then beheld of the Panchalas seemed to be exceedingly wonderful, for, though thus struck by Karna, they refused to fly away from that hero at the head of battle. At that time, the king, Duryodhana, and Dushasana, and Kripa, the son of Sharadvata, and Ashvatthama, and Kritavarma, and Shakuni, also of great might, slaughtered the Pandava warriors in hundreds and thousands. The two sons also of Karna, O monarch, those two brothers of prowess incapable of being baffled, filled with rage, slaughtered the Pandava army in several parts of the field. The battle at that place was dreadful and cruel, and the carnage that occurred was very great. Similarly, the Pandava heroes, Drishtadyumna and Shikandi and the 5 sons of Draupadi, filled with rage, slaughtered thy host. Even thus a great destruction took place among the Pandavas everywhere on the field, and even thus thy army also suffered great loss at the hands of the mighty Bhima. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 79. Sanjaya said, Meanwhile Arjuna, O monarch, having slain the 4 kinds of forces of the enemy, and having obtained a sight of the angry son of the Suta in that dreadful battle, caused a river of blood to flow there that was tawny with flesh and marrow and bones. Human heads constituted its rocks and stones. Elephants and steeds formed its banks. Full of the bones of heroic combatants, it resounded with the cries of ravens and vultures. Umbrellas were its swans or rafts. And that river ran, bearing away heroes like trees along its current. Even necklaces constituted its assemblage of lotuses, and headgears formed its excellent foam. Bows and shafts constituted its fishes, and the crowns of crushed men floated on its surface. Shields and armor were its eddies, and cars were the rafts with which it teemed. And it could be easily forded by persons desirous of victory, while to those that were cowards it was unfordable. Having caused that river to flow, Vibhatsu, that slayer of hostile heroes and bull among men, addressing Vasudeva said, Yonder, O Krishna, the standard of the Suta's son is visible. There, Bhimasena and others are fighting with that great car warrior. There, the Panchalas, afraid of Karna, are flying away, O Janardana. Yonder, King Duryodhana, with the white umbrella over his head, along with Karna, looketh exceedingly resplendent as he is engaged in routing the Panchalas. Their Kripa, and Kritavarma, and Drona's son, that mighty Kar warrior, are protecting King Duryodhana, themselves protected by the Suta's son. There, O Krishna, Shalaya, well conversant with holding the reins, looketh exceedingly resplendent as, seated on the terrace of Karna's car, he guideth that vehicle. Bear me to that mighty Kar warrior, for even such is the wish cherished by me. Without slaying Karna in this battle, I will never return. Otherwise, the son of Radha, O Janardana, will, in my sight, exterminate the mighty Kar warriors of the Parthas and the Srinjayas. Thus addressed, Keshava quickly proceeded on his car, towards the mighty bowman Karna, for causing a single combat to take place between Karna and Savyasasi. Indeed, the mighty armed Hari, at the command of Pandu's son, proceeded on his car, assuring, by that very act, all the Pandava troops. The rattle then of Arjuna's vehicle rose loud in that battle, resembling, O sire, the tremendous peal of Vasu's thunder. Beholding Arjuna of white steeds, and having Krishna for his driver thus advance, and seeing the standard of that high-souled one, the king of the Madras, addressing Karna, said, There cometh that Kar warrior having white steeds yoked unto his vehicle, and having Krishna for his driver, slaying his foes in battle. There cometh he about whom thou wert inquiring, holding his bow Gandiva. If thou canst slay him today, great good may then be done to us. He cometh, O Karna, desirous of an encounter with thee, slaying, as he cometh, our chief warriors. Do thou proceed against that hero of Bharata's race. Avoiding all our warriors, Dhananjaya advanceth with great speed, for, as I think, an encounter with thee, judging by his form swelling with rage and energy. Blazing with wrath, Partha will not stop from desire of battle with anybody else save thee, especially when Vrkodara is being so much afflicted by thee. Learning that King Yudhishthira the just hath been exceedingly mangled and made carless by thee, and seeing the plight of Shikandi, and Satyaki, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Udamanyu, and Uttamalja, and the brothers, Nakula and Sadeva, that scorcher of foes, Partha, advanceth impetuously on a single car against thee. Without doubt, he is advancing with speed against us, avoiding other combatants. Do thou, O Karna, proceed against him, for there is no other bowman among us that can do so. I do not behold any arrangements made for his protection either on his flanks or at his rear. He advanceth alone against thee. Look after thy success now. Thou alone art able to encounter the 2 Krishnas in battle. Proceed, therefore, against Dhananjaya. Thou art the equal of Bhishma, of Drona, of Drona's son, of Kripa. Do thou resist in this great battle the advancing Savyasasi. Indeed, O Karna, slay this Dhananjaya that resembles a snake frequently darting out its tongue, or a roaring bull, or a tiger in the forest. There, those kings, those mighty Kar warriors of the Dhritarashtra's army, through fear of Arjuna, are quickly flying away, regardless of one another. Save thee, O Suta's son, there is no other man, O hero, that can, in battle, dispel the fears of those retreating combatants. All those Kurus, O tiger among men, obtaining thee as their refuge in this battle, stand depending on thee and desirous of thy protection. Mustering thy great prowess, O mighty armed one, proceed against Vrishni's race, who is always gratified by the diadem-decked Arjuna. Karna said, Thou seemest now to be in thy usual frame of mind, and thou art now agreeable to me. Do not, O mighty armed one, entertain any fear of Dhananjaya. Behold the might of my arms today, and behold my skill. Single-handed, I will today destroy the mighty host of the Pandavas, as also those 2 lions among men, the 2 Krishnas. I say this truly unto thee. I will never return from the field today without slaying 2 heroes. Or, slain by those 2, I shall today sleep on the field of battle. Victory is uncertain in battle. Slaying or slain, I shall today achieve my purpose. Shalaya said, all great car warriors, O Karna, say that this foremost of car warriors, Arjuna, even when alone, is invincible. When again, he is protected by Krishna, who will venture to vanquish him? Karna said, as far as I have heard, such a superior car warrior has never been born on earth. Behold my prowess, since I will contend in battle with even that Partha who is such. This prince of Kuru's line, this foremost of car warriors, careers in battle, borne by his steeds white in hue. Perhaps he will dispatch me to Yama's abode today. Know, however, that with Karna's death, these all will be exterminated. The 2 arms of this prince are never covered with sweat. They never tremble. They are massive and covered with cicatrices. Firm in the use of weapons, he is possessed of great skill and endued with great lightness of hands. Indeed, there is no warrior equal to the son of Pandu. He taketh a large number of arrows and shooteth them as if they were one. Quickly fixing them on the bowstring, he propelleth them to the distance of 2 miles. They always fall on the foe. What warriors is there on earth that is equal to him? That Adaratha, endued with great activity, with Krishna as his ally, gratified the god Agni at Khandava. There, on that occasion, the high-souled Krishna obtained his discus, and Savyasasi, the son of Pandu, obtained his bow Gandiva. There that mighty armed one, endued with might that knows no decay, also obtained his terrible car unto which are yoked those white steeds, as also his 2 great celestial and inexhaustible quivers, and many celestial weapons, from the god of fire. In the region of Indra he obtained his Kamp Devdatta and slew innumerable Daityas, and all the Kalakiyas. Who is there on earth that is superior to him? Possessed of greatness of soul, he gratified Mahadeva himself in fair fight, and obtained from him the terrible and mighty weapon Pasapata that is capable of destroying the 3 worlds. The several regents of the world, united together, gave him their weapons of immeasurable energy, with which that lion among men quickly destroyed in battle those united Asuras, the Kalakanjas. So also, in Virata's city, moving on a single car, he vanquished all of us, and snatched from us that wealth of kine, and took from all the foremost of car warriors portions of their garments. Challenging that foremost of Kshatriyas, that hero having him of Vrishni's race for his ally, that warrior who is endued with such energy and such attributes, I regard myself, O Shalaya, to be the foremost of persons in all the world in point of courage. He is, again, protected by that Keshava of great energy, who is Narayana himself and who is without a rival, that high-souled Vasudeva, that ever-victorious Vishnu armed with conch, discus, and mace, whose attributes all the world united together cannot, in narrating, exhaust in 10,000 years. Beholding the 2 Krishnas together on the same car, fear entereth my heart together with courage. Partha is the foremost of all bowmen, while Narayana is unrivaled in encounters with the discus. Even such are Vasudeva and the son of Pandu. Indeed, the mountains of Himavad may move from the spot where they stand, but not the 2 Krishnas. Both of them are heroes, possessed of great skill, firm in the use of weapons, and mighty car warriors. Both of them have adamantine frames. Who else, O Shalaya, save myself, would proceed against Fulguna and Vasudeva that are even such? The desire cherished by me today, viz., that of a battle with the son of Pandu, O ruler of the Madras, will be fulfilled without delay. Soon will that wonderful and matchless and beautiful battle take place. Either I will overthrow those two in battle today, or the two Krishnas will today overthrow me." Saying these words unto Shalaya, Karna, that slayer of foes, began to utter loud roars in that battle, like those of the clouds. Approaching then thy son, that foremost one among the Kurus, and saluted respectfully by him, Karna said unto that prince as also unto those two mighty armed warriors, Kripa and the Bhoja chief Kritavarma, and the ruler of the Gandharvas with his son, and the preceptors and his own younger brothers, and all the foot soldiers and horsemen and elephant riders, these words: "Rush towards Asyuta and Arjuna, and close up their path all around, and cause them to be tired with exertion, so that, ye lords of the earth, I may easily slay those two after ye all will have mangled them deeply." Saying, "So be it," those foremost of heroes, desirous of slaying Arjuna, speedily proceeded against him. Those mighty Kar warriors then, obeying the behest of Karna, began to strike the Dhananjaya with innumerable arrows in that battle. Like the great ocean containing a vast quantity of water receiving all rivers with their tributaries, Arjuna received all those warriors in battle. His foes could not notice when he fixed his excellent arrows on the bowstring and when he let them off. All that could be seen was that men and steeds and elephants, pierced with the arrows sped by the Dhananjaya, continually fell down, deprived of life. Like men with diseased eyes that are unable to gaze at the sun, the Kauravas on that occasion could not gaze at Jaya, who seemed to be possessed of the energy of the all-destroying sun that rises at the end of the Yuga, having arrows for his rays, and Gandiva for his beautiful circular disk. Smiling the while, Partha with his own showers of arrows cut off the excellent arrows sped at him by those mighty Kar warriors. In return, he struck them with innumerable arrows, drawing his bow Gandiva to a complete circle. As the sun of fierce rays between the months of Jyeshta and Ashada easily drieth up the waters of the earth, even so Arjuna, baffling the arrows of his foes, consumed thy troops, O King of Kings. Then Kripa, and the chief of the Bhojas, and thy son himself shooting showers of shafts, rushed towards him. Drona's son also, that mighty Kar warrior, rushed towards him, shooting his shafts. Indeed, all of them rained their arrows on him, like the clouds pouring torrents of rain on a mountain. The son of Pandu, however, with great activity and speed, cut off with his own shafts those excellent arrows sped at him with great care in that dreadful battle by those accomplished warriors desirous of slaying him, and pierced the chest of each of his adversaries with 3 shafts. Having arrows for his fierce rays, the Arjuna's son, with Gandiva drawn to its fullest stretch constituting his corona, looked resplendent, as he scorched his foes, like the sun himself between the months of Jyeshtha and Ashada, within his bright corona. Then Drona's son pierced the Dhananjaya with 10 foremost of shafts, and Keshava with 3, and the 4 steeds of the Dhananjaya with 4, and showered many shafts on the ape on Arjuna's banner. For all that, Dhananjaya cut off the full-drawn bow in his adversary's hand with 3 shafts, the head of his driver with a razor-faced arrow, and his 4 steeds with his 4 other shafts and his standard with 3 other arrows, and felled him from his car. The son of Drona then, filled with wrath, took up another costly bow, bright as the body of Takshaka, and decked with gems and diamonds and gold, and resembling a mighty snake caught from the foot of a mountain. Stringing that bow as he stood on the earth, and bringing out one after another shafts and weapons, Drona's son, that warrior who excelled in many accomplishments, began to afflict those 2 unvanquished and foremost of men, and pierced them from a near point with many shafts. Then those mighty Kar warriors, Kripa and Bhoja and thy son, standing at the van of battle, fell upon and shrouded that bull among the Pandavas, shooting showers of shafts, like clouds shrouding the dispeller of darkness. Possessed of prowess equal to that of the 1,000-armed, Kartavirya, Partha then showered his shafts on Kripa's bow with arrow fixed on it, his steeds, his standard, and his driver, like the wielder of the thunder in days of yore showering his shafts on the Azura valley. His weapons destroyed by Partha's shafts, and his standard also having been crushed in that great battle, Kripa was afflicted with as many thousands of arrows by Arjuna as Ganga's son Bhishma before them, on the day of his fall, by the same diadem-decked warrior. The valiant Partha then, with his shafts, cut off the standard and the bow of thy roaring son. Destroying next the handsome steeds of Kritavarma, he cut off the latter's standard as well. He then began to destroy with great speed the elephants of the hostile force, as also its cars with their steeds and drivers and bows and standards. Thereupon that vast host of thine broke into 100 parts like an embankment washed off by the waters. Then Keshava, quickly urging Arjuna's car, placed all his afflicted foes on his right side. Then other warriors, desirous of an encounter, with their well-equipped cars bearing lofty standards, followed Dhananjaya, who was proceeding with great speed like Indra proceeding for the slaughter of Vritra. Then those mighty car warriors, Shikandi and Satyaki and the twins, proceeding in the direction of Dhananjaya, checked those foes and, piercing them with keen arrows, uttered terrible roars. Then the Kuru heroes and the Srinjayas, encountering one another with rage, slew one another with straight shafts of great energy, like the Asuras and the Celestials in days of yore in great battle. Elephant warriors and horsemen and car warriors, all chastisers of foes, inspired with desire of victory or impatient of proceeding to heaven, fell fast on the field. Uttering loud shouts, they pierced one another vigorously with well-shot arrows. In consequence of those high-souled warriors of great courage shooting their arrows at one another in that dreadful battle, and by that means causing a darkness there, the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, became enveloped in gloom, and the very effulgence of the sun became totally shrouded. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 80. Sanjaya said, Then, O king, Dhananjaya, desirous of rescuing Kunti's son Bhima, who, assailed by many, foremost of warriors of the Kuru army, seemed to sink under that attack, avoided, O Bharata, the troops of the Suta's son, and began, with his shafts, to dispatch those hostile heroes that were opposed to Bhima to the regions of death. Successive showers of Arjuna's shafts were seen overspread on the sky, while others were seen to slay thy army. Filling the welkin with his shafts that resembled dense flights of feathery creatures, Dhananjaya, O monarch, at that time, became the very destroyer unto the Kurus. With his broad-headed arrows, and those equipped with heads flat and sharp as razors, and cloth-yard shafts of bright polish, Partha mangled the bodies of his foes and cut off their heads. The field of battle became strewn with falling warriors, some with bodies cut and mangled, some divested of armor, and some deprived of heads. Like the great Vedarani, separating the regions of life from those of the dead, the field of battle, O king, became uneven and impassable and unsightly and terrible, in consequence of steeds and cars and elephants, which struck with Dhananjaya's shafts, were mangled and crushed and cut off in diverse ways. The earth was also covered with broken shafts and wheels and axles, and with cars that were steedless or that had their steeds, and others that were driverless or that had their drivers. Then 400 well-trained and ever-furious elephants, excited with wrath, and ridden by warriors cased in mail of golden hue and adorned with ornaments of gold, and urged by fierce guides with pressure of heels and toes, fell down, struck by the diadem-decked Arjuna with his shafts, like loosened summits, peopled with living creatures of gigantic mountains. Indeed, the earth became covered with other huge elephants struck down by Dhananjaya with his arrows. Like the sun piercing through masses of clouds, Arjuna's car passed through dense bodies of elephants with juicy secretions flowing down their bodies and looking like masses of clouds. Fulgana caused his track to be heaped up with slain elephants and steeds, and with cars broken in diverse ways, and with lifeless heroes deprived of weapons and engines and of armor, as also with arms of diverse kinds loosened from hands that held them. The twang of Gandiva became tremendously loud, like the peal of thunder in the welkin. The Dhritarashtra army then, smitten with the shafts of the Dhananjaya, broke, like a large vessel on the bosom of the ocean violently lashed by the tempest. Diverse kinds of fatal shafts sped from Gandiva, and resembling burning brands and meteors and thunderbolts, burnt thy army. That mighty host, thus afflicted with Dhananjaya's shafts, looked beautiful like a blazing forest of bamboos on a mountain in the night. Crushed and burnt and thrown into confusion, and mangled and massacred by the diadem-decked Arjuna with his arrows, that host of thine then fled away on all sides. Indeed, the Kauravas, burnt by Savyasasi, dispersed on all sides, like animals in the great forest frightened at a forest conflagration. The Kuru host then, that had assailed Bhimasena, abandoning that mighty armed hero, turned their faces from battle, filled with anxiety. After the Kurus had been routed, the unvanquished Vibhatsu, approaching Bhimasena, stayed there for a moment. Having met Bhima and held a consultation with him, Fulgana informed his brother that the arrows had been extracted from Yudhishthira's body and that the latter was perfectly well. With Bhimasena's leave, Dhananjaya then proceeded once more against his foes, causing the earth and the welkin, O Bharata, to resound with the rattle of his car. He was then surrounded by 10 heroic and foremost of warriors, viz., thy sons, all of whom were Dushasana's juniors in age. Afflicting Arjuna with their shafts like hunters afflicting an elephant with burning brands, those heroes, with outstretched bow, seemed to dance, O Bharata, on their cars. The slayer of Madhu then, guiding his car, placed all of them to his right. Indeed, he expected that Arjuna would very soon send all of them to Yama's presence. Beholding Arjuna's car proceeding in a different direction, those heroes rushed towards him. Soon, however, Partha, with a number of cloth-yard shafts and crescent-shaped arrows, cut off their standards and steeds and bows and arrows, causing them to fall down on the earth. Then with some broad-headed arrows he cut off and felled their heads decked with lips bit and eyes blood-red in rage. Those faces looked beautiful like an assemblage of lotuses. Having slain those 10 Kauravas cased in golden mail, with 10 broad-headed shafts endued with great impetuosity and equipped with wings of gold, that slayer of foes, Arjuna continued to proceed. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 81. Sanjaya said, meanwhile 90 Kauravakar warriors rushed for battle against the 8-banded Arjuna, who was advancing, borne by his steeds of exceeding fleetness. Those tigers among men, having sworn a terrible oath about the other world, encompassed that tiger among men, Arjuna. Krishna, however, without minding those warriors, urged the white steeds of Arjuna, endued with great speed and adorned with ornaments of gold and covered with networks of pearls, towards Karna's car. Those 90 Samsaptaka cars pursued Dhananjaya, that slayer of foes, pouring upon him showers of shafts, as he proceeded towards Karna's car. Then Arjuna, with his keen shafts, cut off those 90 assailants endued with great activity, along with their drivers and bows and standards. Slain by the diadem-decked Arjuna with diverse kinds of shafts, they fell down like Siddhas falling down, with their cars, from heaven upon the exhaustion of their merits. After this, many Kauravas, with cars and elephants and steeds, fearlessly advanced against that foremost one of Kuru's race, that chief of the Bharatas, Fulgana. That large force of thy sons, teeming with struggling men and steeds, and swelling with foremost of elephants, then encompassed Dhananjaya, checking his further progress. The mighty Kaurava bowmen shrouded the descendant of Kuru's race with darts and swords and lances and spears and maces and scimitars and arrows. Like the sun destroying the darkness with his rays, the son of Pandu destroyed with his own shafts that shower of weapons overspread in the welkin. Then a force of Mlekas riding 1,300 ever-infuriated elephants, at the command of thy son, assailed Partha in the flank. With barbed arrows and nalikas and cloth-yard shafts and lances and spears and darts and campanas and short arrows, they afflicted Partha on his car. That matchless shower of weapons, some of which were hurled by the elephants with their tusks, Fulgana cut off with his broad-headed shafts and crescent-shaped arrows of great keenness. With excellent arrows of diverse kinds, he struck all those elephants and their standards and banners and riders, like Indra striking mountains with thunderbolts. Afflicted with gold-winged shafts, those huge elephants decked with necklaces of gold fell down deprived of life, like mountains ablaze with volcanic fires. Amid that roaring and shouting and wailing army of men and elephants and steeds, the twang of Gandiva, O monarch, rose high. Elephants, O king, struck, with shafts, fled away on all sides. Steeds also, their riders slain, wandered in all directions. Cars, O monarch, looking like the changeful forms of vapor in the sky, deprived of riders and steeds, were seen in thousands. Horsemen, O monarch, wandering hither and thither, were seen to fall down deprived of life by the shafts of Partha. At that time the might of Arjuna's arms was seen. So great was that might, that alone, in that battle, he vanquished horsemen and elephants and car warriors that had been assailing him from every side. Then Bhimasena, beholding the diadem-decked Fulgana encompassed, O bull of Bharata's race, by a large Kaurava host consisting of 3 kinds of forces, abandoned the small unslaughtered remnant of the Kaurava car warriors with whom he had been engaged, and rushed impetuously, O king, to the spot where the Nanjaya's car was. Meanwhile the Kaurava force that still remained after heavy slaughter, exceedingly weakened, fled away. Bhima, as already said, beholding Arjuna, proceeded towards his brother. The unfatigued Bhima, armed with a mace, destroyed, in that battle, the portion that still remained after the greater part had been slaughtered by Arjuna, of the Kaurava host possessed of great might. Fierce as the death knight, subsisting upon men and elephants and steeds as its food, and capable of crushing walls and mansions and gates of cities, that exceedingly terrible mace of Bhima incessantly descended on men and elephants and steeds around him. That mace, O sire, slew numberless steeds and riders. With that mace the son of Pandu crushed men and steeds cased in steel armor. Struck therewith, they fell down with great noise. Biting the earth with their teeth, and bathed in blood, these, with the crowns of their heads and bows and lower limbs crushed, laid themselves down on the field, supplying all carnivorous creatures with food. Satiated with blood and flesh and marrow, and eating bones as well, that mace, of Bhimasena, became, like the death knight, difficult of being gazed at. Having slain 10,000 horses and numerous foot soldiers, Bhima ran hither and thither in rage, armed with his mace. Then, O Bharata, thy troops, beholding Bhima mace in hand, thought that Yama himself, armed with his fatal bludgeon, was in their midst. The son of Pandu then, excited with rage, and resembling an infuriated elephant, penetrated into the elephant division of the Kauravas, like a Makara entering the ocean. Having, with his formidable mace, penetrated into that elephant division, the enraged Bhima, within a very short time, dispatched it to Yama's abode. We then beheld those infuriated elephants with spiked plates on their bodies falling on every side, with their riders and standards, like winged mountains. Having destroyed that elephant division, the mighty Bhimasena, once more riding on his car, followed Arjuna at his rear. That great host, thus slaughtered, filled with cheerlessness and about to fly away, stood almost inactive, O monarch, assailed on all sides with weapons. Beholding that host looking humble and standing inactive and almost motionless, Arjuna covered it with life-scorching shafts. Men and steeds and elephants, pierced in that battle with showers of shafts by the wielder of Gandiva, looked beautiful like Kadamba flowers with their filaments. Thus struck with Arjuna's shafts that quickly slew men and steeds and cars and elephants, loud wails, O king, arose from the Kuru army. With cries of "Oh" and "Alas," and exceedingly frightened, and huddling close to one another, thy army began to turn round with great speed. The battle, however, continued between the Kurus and the Pandavas of great might. There was not a single car warrior or horseman or elephant warrior or steed or elephant that was unwounded. Their coats of mail pierced with shafts and themselves bathed in blood, the troops looked blazing like a forest of flowering asokas. Beholding Savyasasi putting forth his valor on that occasion, the Kauravas became hopeless of Karna's life. Regarding the touch of Arjuna's shafts to be unbearable, the Kauravas, vanquished by the wielder of Gandiva, fled from the field. Deserting Karna in that battle as they were being thus struck with Arjuna's shafts, they fled away in fear on all sides, loudly calling upon the Suta's son to rescue them. Partha, however, pursued them, shooting hundreds of shafts and gladdening the Pandava warriors headed by Bhimasena. Thy sons then, O monarch, proceeded towards the car of Karna. Sinking, as they seemed to be, in a fathomless ocean, Karna then became an island unto them. The Kauravas, O monarch, like snakes without poison, took Karna's shelter, moved by the fear of the wielder of Gandiva. Indeed, even as creatures, O sire, endued with actions, from fear of death, take the shelter of virtue, thy sons, O ruler of men, from fear of the high-souled son of Pandu, took shelter with the mighty bowman Karna. Then Karna, uninspired with fear, addressed those distressed warriors afflicted with arrows and bathed in blood, saying, Do not fear. Come to me. Beholding thy army vigorously broken by Partha, Karna, stretching his bow, stood desirous of slaughtering the foe. Seeing that the Kurus had left the field, Karna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, reflecting a little, set his heart upon the slaughter of Partha and began to draw deep breaths. Bending his formidable bow, Adhiratha's son Vrisha once more rushed against the Panchalas and the very sight of Savyasasi. Soon, however, many lords of the earth, with eyes red as blood, poured their arrowy downpours on him like clouds pouring rain upon a mountain. Then thousands of arrows, O foremost of living creatures, shot by Karna, O sire, deprived many Panchalas of their lives. Loud sounds of wailing were uttered by the Panchalas, O thou of great intelligence, while they were being thus smitten by the Suta's son, that rescuer of friends, for the sake of his friends. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 82. Sanjaya said, after the Kurus, O king, had been put to flight by the mighty car warrior Arjuna of white steeds, the Suta's son Karna began to destroy the sons of the Panchalas with his mighty shafts, like the tempest-destroying congregated masses of clouds. Felling Janamajaya's driver with broad-faced shafts called Angelikas, he next slew the steeds of that Panchala warrior. With a number of broad-headed arrows he then pierced both Satanika and Sutasoma, and then cut off the bows of both those heroes. Next he pierced Drishtadyumna with 6 arrows, and then, without the loss of a moment, he slew in that encounter the steeds of that prince. Having slain next the steeds of Satyaki, the Suta's son then slew Vasoka, the son of the ruler of the Kaikiyas. Upon the slaughter of the Kaikya prince, the commander of the Kaikya division, Ugrakarman, rushed with speed and striking Prasena, the son of Karna, with many shafts of fierce impetuosity caused him to tremble. Then Karna, with 3 crescent-shaped arrows, cut off the arms and the head of his son's assailant, whereupon the latter, deprived of life, fell down upon the ground from his car, like a solid tree with its branches lopped off with an axe. Then Prasena, with many keen arrows of straight course, covered the steedless grandson of Seni, and seemed to dance upon his car. Soon, however, the son of Karna, struck by the grandson of Seni, fell down. Upon the slaughter of his son, Karna, with heart filled with rage, addressed that bull among the Senis from desire of slaying him, saying, "Thou art slain, O grandson of Seni," and sped at him an arrow capable of slaying all foes. Then Shikhandi cut off that arrow with 3 shafts of his, and struck Karna himself with 3 other shafts. The fierce son of the Sutta then, cutting off with a couple of razor-faced arrows the bow and the standard of Shikhandi, struck and pierced Shikhandi himself with 6 shafts, and then cut off the head of Drishtadyumna's son. The high-souled son of Adhiratha then pierced Sutasoma with a very keen shaft. During the progress of that fierce battle, and after Drishtadyumna's son had been slain, Krishna, O lion among kings, addressed Partha, saying, "The Panchalas are being exterminated. Go, O Partha, and slay Karna." Thus addressed the mighty-armed Arjuna, that foremost of men, smiled and then proceeded on his car towards the car of Adhiratha's son desirous, on that occasion of terror, of rescuing the Panchalas slaughtered by Karna, that leader of car warriors. Stretching his Gandiva of loud twang and fiercely striking his palms with her bowstring, he suddenly created a darkness by means of his arrows and destroyed large numbers of men and steeds and cars and standards. The echoes of that twang traveled through the welkin. The birds, no longer finding room in their own element, took shelter in the caverns of mountains. With his full-drawn bow, Arjuna looked resplendent. Indeed, as the diadem-decked Partha, at that terrible moment, fell upon the foe, Bhimasena, that foremost of heroes, proceeded on his car behind that son of Pandu, protecting his rear. Those 2 princes then, on their cars, proceeded with great speed towards Karna, encountering their foes along the way. During that interval, the Sutta's son fought fiercely, grinding the Samakas. He slew a large number of car warriors and steeds and elephants, and covered the 10 points of the compass with his shafts. Then Uttamaja and Janamejaya, and the enraged Udamanyu and Shikhandi, uniting with Prashada's son, Drishtadyumna, and uttering loud roars, pierced Karna with many shafts. Those 5 foremost of Panchala car warriors rushed against Karna, otherwise called Vaikartana, but they could not shake him off his car like the objects of the senses failing to shake off the person of purified soul from abstinence. Quickly cutting off their bows, standards, steeds, drivers, and banners, with his shafts, Karna struck each of them with 5 arrows and then uttered a loud roar like a lion. People then became exceedingly cheerless, thinking that the very earth, with her mountains and trees, might split at the twang of Karna's bow, while that hero, with shafts in hand touching the bowstring, was employed in shooting at his assailants and slaying his foes. Shooting his shafts with that large and extended bow of his that resembled the bow of Sakra himself, the son of Adhiratha looked resplendent like the sun, with his multitude of blazing rays, within his corona. The Sutta's son then pierced Shikhandi with 12 keen shafts, and Uttamaja with 6, and Udamanyu with 3, and then each of the other 2, viz., Somaka, Janamejaya, and Prashada's son, Drishtadyumna, with 3 shafts. Vanquished in dreadful battle by the Sutta's son, O sire, those 5 mighty car warriors then stood inactive, gladdening their foes, even as the objects of the senses are vanquished by a person of purified soul. The 5 sons of Draupadi then, with other well-equipped cars, rescued those maternal uncles of theirs that were sinking in the Karna ocean, like persons rescuing from the depths of the ocean shipwrecked merchants in the sea by means of other vessels. Then that bull among the Senis, cutting off with his own keen shafts the innumerable arrows sped by Karna, and piercing Karna himself with many keen arrows made entirely of iron, pierced thy eldest son with 8 shafts. Then Kripa, and the Bhoja chief, Kritavarma, and thy son, and Karna himself, assailed Satyaki in return with keen shafts. That foremost one, however, of Yedu's race fought with those 4 warriors like the chief of the Daityas fighting with the regents of the 4 quarters. With his twanging bow stretched to its fullest limits, and from which shafts flowed incessantly, Satyaki became exceedingly irresistible like the meridian sun in the autumnal sky. Those scorchers of foes then, viz., the mighty car warriors among the Panchalas, once more riding on their cars and clad in mail and united together, protected that foremost one among the Senis, like the Maruts protecting Sakra while engaged in afflicting his foes in battle. The battle fraught with the slaughter of men and steeds and elephants that then ensued between thy foes and the warriors of thy army became so fierce that it resembled the encounter in days of old between the gods and the Asuras. Car warriors and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, covered with showers of diverse weapons, began to move from one point to another. Struck by one another, they reeled or uttered wails of woe and affliction or fell down deprived of life. When such was the state of affairs, thy son Dushasana, the younger brother of the king, fearlessly advanced against Bhima, shooting showers of shafts. Vrkodara also rushed impetuously against him, like a lion springing towards a large ruru deer. The encounter then that took place between those 2 heroes incensed with each other and who engaged in battle sport making life itself the stake, became exceedingly fierce, resembled that between Samvara and Sakra in days of old. They struck each other deeply with shafts possessed of great energy and capable of piercing each other's body, like 2 mighty elephants excited with lust and with juicy secretions incessantly trickling down their bodies, fighting with each other in the vicinity of a she-elephant in her season. Vrkodara, with great speed, cut off, with a couple of razor-headed arrows, the bow and the standard of thy son. With another winged arrow he pierced his antagonist's forehead and then, with a 4th, cut off from his trunk the head of the latter's driver. Prince Dushasana, taking up another bow, pierced Vrkodara with 12 shafts. Himself holding the reins of his steeds, he once more poured over Bhima a shower of straight arrows. Then Dushasana sped a shaft bright as the rays of the sun, decked with gold, diamonds, and other precious gems, capable of piercing the body of his assailant, and irresistible as the stroke of Indra's thunder. His body pierced therewith, Vrkodara fell, with languid limbs and like one deprived of life and with outstretched arms, upon his own excellent car. Recovering his senses, however, he began to roar like a lion. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 83. Sanjaya said, fighting fiercely, Prince Dushasana achieved the most difficult feats in that encounter. With a single shaft he cut off Bhima's bow, and then with 6 shafts he pierced his foe's driver. Having achieved those feats, the prince, endued with great activity, pierced Bhima himself with 9 shafts. Indeed, the high-souled warrior, without losing a moment, then pierced Bhimasena with many shafts of great energy. Filled with rage at this, Bhimasena, endued with great activity, sped at thy son a fierce dart. Beholding that terrible dart impetuously coursing towards him like a blazing brand, thy high-souled son cut it off with 10 shafts shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Seeing that difficult feat achieved by him, all the warriors, filled with joy, applauded him highly. Thy son then once more pierced Bhima deeply with another shaft. Blazing with wrath at sight of Dushasana, Bhima then addressed him, saying, Pierced I have been, O hero, quickly and deeply, by thee. Bear now, however, once more, the stroke of my mace. Having said this, the enraged Bhima took up that terrible mace of his for Dushasana's slaughter. Once more addressing him, he said, "O thou of wicked soul, I shall today drink thy blood on the field of battle." Thus addressed, thy son sped at Bhima with great force, a fierce dart resembling death itself. Bhima also, his form filled with wrath, whirled his terrible mace and hurled it at his antagonist. That mace, precipitately breaking Dushasana's dart, struck thy son on his head. Indeed, perspiring like an elephant with juicy secretions trickling down his body, Bhima, in that dreadful battle, hurled his mace at the prince. With that weapon, Bhimasena forcibly threw Dushasana down from his car at a distance measured by the length of 10 bows. Struck with the impetuous mace, Dushasana, thrown down on the ground, began to tremble. All his steeds also, O king, were slain, and his car too was reduced to atoms by that falling weapon. As regards Dushasana himself, his armor and ornaments and attire and garlands were all displaced, and he began to writhe, afflicted with agony. Endued with great activity, Bhimasena then recollected, in the midst of that terrible battle and standing as he did amid many foremost warriors of the Kuru army, all the acts of hostility done towards the Pandavas by thy sons. The mighty armed Bhima of inconceivable feats, O king, beholding Dushasana in that plight, and recollecting the seizure of Draupadi's tresses and her disrobing while she was ill, indeed, the innocent Bhima, reflecting also upon the diverse other wrongs inflicted on that princess while her husband sat with faces turned away from the scene, blazed up in wrath like fire fed with libations of clarified butter. Addressing Karna and Suddhodana and Kripa and Drona's son and Kritavarma, he said, "Today I shall slay the wretched Dushasana. Let all the warriors protect him, if they can." Having said this, Bhima of exceeding strength and great activity suddenly rushed, from desire of slaying Dushasana. Like a lion of fierce impetuosity rushing towards a mighty elephant, Vrkodara, that foremost of heroes, rushed towards Dushasana in that battle and attacked him in the very sight of Suddhodana and Karna. Jumping down from his car, he alighted on the ground and fixed his eyes steadfastly on his fallen foe. Drawing then his whetted sword of keen edge, and trembling with rage, he placed his foot upon the throat of Dushasana, and ripping open the breast of his enemy stretched on the ground, quaffed his warm lifeblood. Then throwing him down and cutting off, O king, with that sword the head of thy son, Bhima of great intelligence, desirous of accomplishing his vow, again quaffed his enemy's blood little by little, as if for enjoying its taste. Then looking at him with wrathful eyes, he said these words, "I regard the taste of this blood of my enemy to be superior to that of my mother's milk, or honey, or clarified butter, or good wine that is prepared from honey, or excellent water, or milk, or curds, or skimmed milk, or all other kinds of drinks there are on earth that are sweet as ambrosia or nectar." Once more, Bhima of fierce deeds, his heart filled with wrath, beholding Dushasana dead, laughed softly and said, "What more can I do to thee? Death has rescued thee from my hands." They, O king, that saw Bhimasena, while he filled with joy at having quaffed the blood of his foe, was uttering those words and stalking on the field of battle, fell down in fear. They that did not fall down at the sight saw their weapons drop from their hands. Many, from fear, cried out feebly and looked at Bhima with half-shut eyes. Indeed, all those that stood around Bhima and beheld him drink the blood of Dushasana fled away, overwhelmed with fear, and saying unto one another, "This one is no human being." When Bhima had assumed that form, people, beholding him quaff his enemy's blood, fled away with Citrasena, saying unto one another, "This Bhima must be a Rakshasa." Then the Panchala, Prince Udamanyu, at the head of his troops, fearlessly pursued the retreating Citrasena and pierced him with 7 keen shafts, quickly sped one after another. At this, like a trampled snake of great energy repeatedly darting out its tongue and desirous of vomiting its poison, Citrusina turned back and pierced the Panchala prince with 3 shafts and his driver with 6. The brave Udamanyu then struck off his enemy's head with a shaft equipped with goodly wings and an exceedingly keen point, and sped with great care from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Upon the fall of his brother Citrusina, Karna, filled with wrath and displaying his prowess, put the Pandava host to flight, at which Nakula rushed against that warrior of immeasurable energy. Bhima, having slain there, at the very sight of Karna, the vindictive Dushasana, took up a little quantity of his blood, and, endued with stentorian lungs, he said these words in the hearing of all those foremost of heroes of the world: O wretch amongst men, here I drink thy lifeblood from thy throat. Filled with joy, abuse us once more, saying, Beast, beast, as thou didst before. And he continued, They that danced at us then, saying, Beast, beast, even we will dance at them now, repeating their own words. Our sleep at the palace at Parmanakoti, the administration of deadly poison to our food, the bites of black cobras, the setting fire to the house of lac, the robbing of our kingdom by gambling, our exile in the woods, the cruel seizure of Draupadi's beautiful tresses, the strokes of shafts and weapons in battle, our miseries at home, the other kinds of sufferings we endured at Virata's abode, all these woes borne by us through the counsels of Shakuni and Duryodhana and Radha's son, proceeded from thee as their cause. Through the wickedness of Dhritarashtra and his son, we have endured all these woes. Happiness has never been ours. Having said these words, O king, the victorious Vrikodara once more spoke these words unto Keshava and Arjuna. Indeed, bathed in blood, with blood flowing from his wounds, with face exceedingly red, filled with great wrath, Bhimasena, endued with great activity, said these words: Ye heroes, that which I had vowed in respect of Dushasana in battle, I have accomplished today. I will soon accomplish my other vow by slaying that second beast, viz., Duryodhana, in this sacrifice of battle. Striking the head of that wicked-souled one with my foot in the presence of the Kauravas, I shall obtain peace. Having said these words, Bhima, filled with great joy, drenched with blood, uttered loud shouts, even as the mighty and high-souled Indra of a 1,000 eyes had roared after slaying the Asura, Vritra. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 84. Sanjaya said, after the slaughter of Dushasana, O king, 10 of thy sons, heroes that never retreated from battle, all of whom were great car warriors, endued with mighty energy, and filled with the poison of wrath, shrouded Bhima with their shafts. Nishanjan, and Kavachan, and Pazan, and Dandadara, and Dhanurgraha, and Alalupa, and Saha, and Chanda, and Vatavega, and Suvarkasas, these 10, afflicted at the slaughter of their brother, united together and checked the mighty armed Bhimasena with their shafts. Resisted on all sides with their shafts by those great car warriors, Bhima, with eyes red as fire with fury, looked resplendent like the destroyer himself in rage. Partha, however, with 10 broad-headed shafts of great impetuosity, equipped with golden wings, dispatched to Yama's abode those 10 Bharata princes decked with golden bracelets. Upon the fall of those 10 heroes, thy army fled away in the very sight of the Suta's son, overwhelmed with the fear of the Pandavas. Then, O king, great fear entered the heart of Karna at sight of Bhima's prowess, which resembled that of the destroyer himself unto living creatures. Then Shalaya, that ornament of assemblies, understanding the state of Karna's mind from a survey of his features, addressed that chastiser of foes in words suited to the hour: Do not be grieved, O son of Radha. This deed does not become thee. Afflicted with the fear of Bhimasena, these kings are all flying away. Exceedingly pained by the calamity that has befallen his brother Dushasana in consequence of his blood having been quaffed by the high-souled Bhima, Duryodhana is stupefied. Kripa and others, and those of the king's brothers that are still alive, with afflicted hearts, their rage quelled by sorrow, are tending Duryodhana, sitting around him. Those heroes, the Pandavas of sure aim, headed by Dhananjaya, are advancing against thee for battle. For these reasons, O tiger among men, mustering all thy prowess and keeping the duties of a Kshatriya before thy eyes, proceed against Dhananjaya. The entire burden of this battle has been placed upon thee by the son of Dhritarashtra. O thou of mighty arms, bear that burden to the best of thy power and might. In victory there will be great fame. In defeat, heaven is certain. There, O son of Radha, thy son, Vrishasena, filled with wrath at sight of the stupefaction that has overwhelmed thee, is rushing towards the Pandavas. Hearing these words of Shalaya of immeasurable energy, Karna, reflecting, concluded unalterably that fighting had become unavoidable. Then Vrishasena, filled with wrath, and riding upon his own car, rushed towards that son of Pandu, viz., Vrikotara, who, armed with his mace, resembled the destroyer himself with his fatal rod, and was employed in slaughtering thy troops. That foremost of heroes, Nakula, filled with wrath, rushed at that enemy of theirs, Karna's son, striking him with arrows, like the victorious Maghavat with joyous heart rushing against the Asura, Jamba. Then the brave Nakula, with a razor-headed shaft, cut off his enemy's standard decked with gems. With a broad-headed arrow, he next cut off the bow also of Karna's son, with a golden belt attached to it. Possessed of mighty weapons, Karna's son then, desirous of showing his regard for Dushasana, quickly took up another bow, and pierced Nakula, the son of Pandu, with many mighty celestial weapons. The high-souled Nakula, then, filled with rage, pierced his antagonist with shafts that resembled large blazing brands. At this Karna's son also, accomplished in weapons, showered celestial weapon upon Nakula. From rage engendered by the strokes of his enemy's weapon, as also from his own resplendence and the energy of his weapons, the son of Karna blazed up like a fire with libations of clarified butter. Indeed, O king, Karna's son then slew with his excellent weapons the beautiful steeds of the delicate Nakula, that were of the Venayu breed, white in hue, and decked with trappings of gold. Alighting then from his steedless vehicle, and taking up a bright shield decked with golden moons, and armed also with a sword that was blue as the sky, Nakula, frequently jumping up, careered there like a bird. Performing diverse beautiful evolutions in the air, the son of Pandu cut off many foremost of men and steeds and elephants. Cut off with that sword, they fell down on the earth like animals cut off in a horse sacrifice by the person appointed to that duty. 2,000 well-trained heroes, delighting in battle, hailing from diverse realms, well paid, of sure aim, and their limbs smeared with excellent sandal paste, were quickly cut off by the single-handed Nakula, inspired with desire of victory. Then Karna's son, suddenly advancing with great speed against the rushing Nakula in that battle, pierced him from every side with many keen arrows from desire of slaying him. Thus struck with shafts, by Vrishasena, Nakula struck his brave antagonist in return. Pierced by the son of Pandu, Vrishasena became filled with wrath. Protected, however, in that dreadful battle, by his brother Bhima, the high-souled Nakula achieved such terrible feats on that occasion. Filled with rage, the son of Karna then pierced with 18 shafts the heroic Nakula, who seemed to sport in that battle, while employed, unaided, in destroying the foremost of men and steeds and elephants. Deeply pierced by Vrishasena in that battle, O king, Pandu's son Nakula, that foremost of men, endued with great activity, became filled with rage and rushed in that encounter against the son of Karna from desire of slaying him. Then Vrishasena poured showers of keen shafts upon Nakula of great energy as the latter precipitately advanced against him in that battle like a hawk with outstretched wings from desire of meat. Baffling, however, his antagonist's showers of shafts, Nakula careered in diverse beautiful motions. Then Karna's son, O king, in that dreadful battle, cut off, with his mighty shafts, the shield, decked with 1,000 stars, of Nakula, while he was careering with great activity in those beautiful motions. Without losing a moment, that resistor of foes, Vrishasena, with 6 sharp razor-headed shafts, then cut off that naked sword of Nakula, polished and keen-edged, made of steel, capable of bearing a great strain and of destroying the bodies of all foes, and terrible and fierce as the poison of the snake, while he was whirling it rapidly. After this, Vrishasena deeply pierced his antagonist in the center of his chest with some well-tempered and keen shafts. Having achieved those feats in battle that were applauded by all noble persons and that could not be achieved by other men, the high-souled Nakula of great activity, afflicted with those shafts, proceeded to the car, O king, of Bhimasena. The steedless son of Madri, thus afflicted by Karna's son, sprang upon Bhima's car like a lion springing upon a mountain summit in the sight of the Nanjaya. The high-souled and heroic Vrishasena then, filled with wrath, poured his arrowy showers upon those 2 mighty car warriors for piercing those 2 sons of Pandu. After the destruction of that car belonging to the son of Pandu, Nakula, and after his sword also had been speedily cut off with Vrishasena's shafts, many other foremost of Kuru heroes, uniting together, approached the Pandava brothers, and began to strike them with showers of shafts. Then those 2 sons of Pandu, Bhima and Arjuna, filled with wrath, and resembling 2 fires fed with libations of clarified butter, poured terrible showers of arrows upon Vrishasena and the other assembled warriors around him. The son of the wind god then, addressing Phalguna, said, "Behold, Nakula here is being afflicted. The son of Karna is resisting us. Proceed, therefore, against Karna's son." Hearing these words, the diadem-decked Arjuna approached the car of his brother Vrkodara. Beholding that hero arrived near, Nakula addressed him, saying, "Do thou speedily slay this one." Thus addressed in that battle by his brother, Nakula, standing before him, the diadem-decked Arjuna, that formidable hero, precipitately caused his 8-bannered vehicle, guided by Keshava himself, to be driven towards Vrishasena. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 85. Sanjaya said, learning that Nakula had been deprived of his car, afflicted with arrows and mangled with the weapons of Karna's son, and that he had his shafts, bow, and sword cut off, these 11 formidable resistors of all foes, the 5 heroic sons of Drupada, the grandson of Seni forming the 6th, and the 5 sons of Draupadi quickly proceeded on their loud-sounding cars drawn by bounding steeds, with banners waving in the air, and guided by accomplished drivers. Those well-armed warriors began to destroy thy elephants and cars and men and steeds with shafts that resembled formidable snakes. Then Hritika's son and Kripa and Drona's son and Duryodhana and Shakuni's son and Vrika and Kratha and Devavrata, those foremost of Kauravakar warriors, speedily proceeded against them, armed with their bows and mounted upon their cars of rattle-deep as the roar of elephants or the clouds. These Kaurava warriors, assailing those foremost of men and first of Kar warriors, those 11 heroes of the Pandava army, O king, with the mightiest of shafts, checked their progress. At this, the Kalindas, riding upon their elephants of impetuous speed that looked like mountain summits and that were of the hue of newly risen clouds, advanced against those Kaurava heroes. Well equipped and covered with gold, those infuriated elephants, born in Himalayan regions and ridden by accomplished warriors longing for battle, looked resplendent like clouds in the welkin, charged with lightning. The prince of the Kalindas then vigorously assailed Kripa and his driver and steeds, with 10 shafts made wholly of iron. Struck, in return, with the shafts of Sharadvata's son, the prince fell down with his elephant on the ground. The younger brother of that prince then, assailing Kripa's car with a number of lances made wholly of iron and all bright as the rays of the sun, uttered loud roars. The ruler of the Gandharvas, however, cut off the head of that warrior while still uttering those roars. Upon the fall of those Kalindas, those mighty car warriors of thy army, filled with joy, blew their sea-born conchs, and, armed with bows, rushed against their enemies. The battle then that once more took place between the Kurus on the one side and the Pandavas and the Srinjayas on the other, with arrows and scimitars and darts and swords and maces and battle-axes, became fierce and awful and exceedingly destructive of men and steeds and elephants. Car warriors and steeds and elephants and foot soldiers, striking one another, fell down on the ground, making the field of battle look like the welkin when congregated masses of clouds charged with lightning and producing incessant peals of thunder are assailed by fierce winds from all sides. Then the chief of the Bhojas struck the huge elephants, the car warriors, the innumerable foot soldiers, and the horse under Satanika. Struck with Kritavarma's shafts, these soon fell down on the ground. About this time, struck with Ashvatthama's shafts, 3 huge elephants equipped with all kinds of weapons, ridden by accomplished warriors, and adorned with lofty standards, fell down lifeless on the ground like gigantic cliffs riven by thunder. Then the third brother of the Kalinda chief assailed thy son Duryodhana with some excellent shafts in the center of the chest. Thy son, however, pierced him as also his elephant with many whetted shafts. That prince of elephants then, with the prince on his back, fell down, with streams of blood issuing from every part of his body, like a mountain of red chalk in the season of rains, with red streams running down its breast, tumbling down when riven by the thunder of Sachi's lord. The Kalinda prince, however, having saved himself in time, rode another elephant. Urged by the prince, that animal assailed Kratha with his driver and steeds and car. Pierced, however, with Kratha's shafts, that elephant, with its rider, fell down like a thunder-riven hill. The ruler of the Krathas, that invincible car warrior, however, struck with shafts by the prince born on the mountains from the back of another elephant, fell down with his steeds, driver, bow, and standard, like a mighty tree uprooted by the tempest. Then Vrika deeply pierced with 12 shafts that prince having his abode on the Himavat as he stood on his elephant. The huge beast quickly crushed with his 4 legs, the Kaurava warrior, Vrika with his steeds and car. That prince of elephants then, with its rider, deeply pierced by the son of Vabru, advanced impetuously against the latter. Vabru's son, however, that prince of the Magadhas, afflicted with arrows by Sadeva's son, fell down. The prince of the Kalindas then, with that elephant of his which was capable of slaying the foremost of warriors with its tusks and body, rushed impetuously towards Shakuni for slaying him. The mountaineer succeeded in afflicting Shakuni greatly. Soon, however, the chief of the Gandharas cut off his head. About this time huge elephants and steeds and car warriors and large bands of foot, struck by Satanika, fell down on the earth, paralyzed and crushed like snakes beaten by the tempest caused by Garuda's wings. Then a Kalinda warrior, on the Kaurava side, smiling the while, pierced Satanika, the son of Nakula, with many whetted arrows. Nakula's son, however, with a razor-headed arrow, cut off from his antagonist's trunk his head resembling a lotus. Then Karna's son pierced Satanika with 3 arrows, made wholly of iron, and Arjuna also with as many. And he pierced Bhima with 3 arrows, and Nakula with 7, and Janardana with 12. Beholding that feat of Vrishasena, that achiever of superhuman feats, the Kauravas became filled with joy and applauded him greatly. They, however, that were conversant with Dhananjaya's prowess, regarded Vrishasena as a libation already poured on the fire. The diadem-decked Arjuna then, that slayer of hostile heroes, seeing Madri's son Nakula, that foremost of men, deprived of his steeds in the midst of all, and beholding Janardana mangled with arrows, rushed in that battle against Vrishasena, who was then staying in front of the Suta's son, Karna. Like Namusi rushing against Indra, Karna's son, that great Kar warrior, also rushed, in that battle, against that fierce and foremost of men, Arjuna, that warrior possessing thousands of arrows, as the latter advanced towards him. Unsupported by any one, the high-souled son of Karna, quickly piercing Partha with a shaft in that battle, uttered a loud shout, like Namusi in days of old after having pierced Indra. Once more Vrishasena pierced Partha in the left armpit with many formidable shafts. Piercing Krishna next with 9 arrows, he struck Partha again with 10 shafts. The white steed Arjuna, having before been pierced by Vrishasena with those formidable arrows, became slightly enraged and set his heart on the slaughter of Karna's son. The high-souled and diadem-decked Arjuna then, his brow furrowed from wrath with 3 lines, quickly sped from the van of battle a number of shafts for the destruction of Vrishasena in that encounter. With eyes red in wrath, that hero capable of slaying Yama himself if the latter fought with him, then laughed terribly and said unto Karna and all the other Kaurava heroes headed by Duryodhana and Drona's son, these words, "Today, O Karna, in thy very sight in this battle, I will dispatch the fierce Vrishasena unto Yama's abode with my keen arrows. People say that all of you, united together, slew my son, endued with great activity, in my absence, and while he was alone and unsupported on his car. I, however, will slay thy son in the very sight of you all. Let all the Kauravakar warriors protect him. I will slay the fierce Vrishasena. After that, I will slay thee, O fool, even I, Arjuna, in the midst of battle. Today I will, in battle, slay thee that art the root of this quarrel and that hast become so proud in consequence of Duryodhana's patronage. Putting forth my strength, I will certainly slay thee in this battle, and Bhimasena will slay this Duryodhana, this wretch among men, through whose evil policy this quarrel born of dice hath arisen." Having said these words, Arjuna rubbed the string of his bow and took aim at Vrishasena in that battle, and sped, O king, a number of shafts for the slaughter of Karna's son. The diadem-decked Arjuna then, fearlessly and with great force, pierced Vrishasena with 10 shafts in all his vital limbs. With 4 fierce razor-headed arrows he cut off Vrishasena's bow and 2 arms and head. Struck with Partha's shafts, the son of Karna, deprived of arms and head, fell down on the earth from his car, like a gigantic shala adorned with flowers falling down from a mountain summit. Beholding his son, thus struck with arrows, fall down from his vehicle, the Suta's son Karna, endued with great activity and scorched with grief on account of the death of his son, quickly proceeded on his car, inspired with wrath, against the car of the diadem-decked Partha. Indeed, beholding his son slain in his sight by the white steed Arjuna in battle, the high-souled Karna, filled with great wrath, rushed against Krishna and Arjuna. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 86. Sanjaya said, beholding the gigantic and roaring Karna, incapable of being resisted by the very gods, advancing like the surging sea, that bull amongst men, viz., he of Dashara's race, addressed Arjuna, saying, that Kar warrior having white steeds and owning Shalaya for his driver cometh hither with whom thou art to contend in battle. Therefore, O Dhananjaya, summon all thy coolness. Behold then, O son of Pandu, the well-equipped car of Karna. White steeds are yoked unto it, and Radha's son himself is the warrior that stands upon it. Teeming with banners and decked with rows of bells, it looks like a celestial car borne along the welkin by steeds white in hue. Behold also the standard of the high-souled Karna, bearing the device of the elephant's rope, and looking like the bow of Indra himself that divides the firmament by a clear line. Behold Karna as he advanceth from desire of doing what is agreeable to Dhritarashtra's son, shooting showers of shafts like the clouds pouring torrents of rain. There the royal chief of the Madras, stationed on the forepart of the car, guided the steeds of Radha's son of immeasurable energy. Hear the peal of their drums and the fierce blare of their conchs. Hear, O son of Pandu, the diverse leonine roars coming from every side. Hear the terrible twang, silencing all other loud sounds, of the bow, Vijaya, stretched by Karna of immeasurable energy. There the mighty car warriors among the Panchalas, with their followers, are breaking like a herd of deer in the great forest at the sight of an angry lion. It behoveth thee, O son of Kunti, to slay the Suta's son with every care. No other person save thee can venture to bear the shafts of Karna. It is well known to me that thou art competent to vanquish in battle the three worlds with all their mobile and immobile creatures, including the very gods and the Gandharvas. What need be said about battling with that puissant one, when people are incapable of even gazing at him, viz. the fierce and terrible Isana, that great god, the three-eyed Sarva, otherwise called Kapardhan? Thou, however, hadst, by battle, gratified the god of gods himself, that Shiva who is the source of bliss unto all creatures, that deity called Stanu. The other deities also have all given thee boons. Through the grace, O Partha, of that god of gods, that deity armed with a trident, slay Karna, O mighty armed one, like Indra slaying the Azura Namusi. Let prosperity be ever with thee, O Partha, and do thou obtain victory in battle. Arjuna said, My victory, O Krishna, is certain. There is no doubt in this, since thou, O slayer of Madhu, that art the master of all the worlds, art pleased with me. Urge the steeds, O Rishikesha, and my car, O great car warrior. Today Fulgana will not return from battle without slaying Karna. Behold Karna slain today and cut in pieces with my shafts. Or, O Govinda, thou wilt today behold me slain with Karna's arrows. That terrible battle, capable of stupefying the three worlds, is at hand. As long as the earth will last, people will speak of it. Saying these words unto Krishna, who is never tired with exertion, Partha quickly proceeded on his car against Karna like an elephant against a rival elephant. Once more Partha of great energy said unto Krishna, that chastiser of foes, these words, Urge the steeds, O Rishikesha, for time passeth. Thus addressed by the high-souled son of Pandu, Keshava wished him victory and urged steeds as fleet as thought. Then that car of Pandu's son, possessed of great speed, soon reached the front of Karna's car. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 87. Sanjaya said, beholding Vrishasena slain, Karna, filled with grief and rage, shed tears from his eyes for the death of his son. Endued with great energy, with eyes red as copper from rage, Karna proceeded in the face of his foe, having summoned Dhananjaya to battle. Then those two cars, both possessed of solar effulgence and covered with tiger skins, when they came together, looked like two suns close to each other. Both having white steeds and both crushers of foes, those two great bowmen, those two warriors possessed of solar effulgence, looked resplendent like the sun and the moon in the firmament. Beholding those two warriors that resembled Indra and Virakana's son, Vali, carefully preparing for battle for the conquest of the three worlds, all creatures were filled with wonder. Seeing those two warriors rushing towards each other with the clatter of car wheels, the twang of bows, the sound of palms, the whiz of arrows, and leonine shouts, and seeing also their standards, viz., that of Karna bearing the elephant's rope and that of Partha bearing the ape, approach each other, all the lords of the earth became filled with wonder. Seeing those two car warriors engaged with each other, O Bharata, all the kings uttered leonine shouts and cheered them repeatedly with applause. Beholding that single combat between Partha and Karna, thousands of combatants there slapped their armpits and waved their garments on the air. The Kauravas beat their musical instruments and blew their numerous conchs for gladdening Karna. Similarly, all the Pandavas, for gladdening Dhananjaya, caused every point of the compass to resound with the blasts of their trumpets and conchs. With those leonine shouts and slaps on armpits and other loud cries and roars of brave warriors, tremendous became the noise there on the occasion of that encounter between Karna and Arjuna. People beheld those two tigers among men, those two foremost of car warriors, stationed on their cars, each armed with his formidable bow, each equipped with arrows and darts, and each owning a lofty standard. Both were clad in mail, both had scimitars tied to their belts, both had white steeds, and both were adorned with excellent conchs. One had Krishna for driver on his car, and the other had Shalaya. Both of them were great car warriors, and both looked alike. Both possessed of leonine necks and long arms, the eyes of both were red, and both were adorned with garlands of gold. Both were armed with bows that seemed to flash like lightning, and both were adorned with wealth of weapons. Both had yak-tails for being fanned therewith, and both were decked with white umbrellas held over them. Both had excellent quivers, and both looked exceedingly handsome. The limbs of both were smeared with red sandal paste, and both looked like infuriated bulls. Both were broad-necked like the lion, both were broad-chested, and both endued with great strength. Challenging each other, O king, each desired to slay the other. And they rushed against each other like two mighty bulls in a cow-pen. They were like a couple of infuriated elephants, or of angry mountains, or of infant snakes of virulent poison, or of all-destroying yamas. Enraged with each other like Indra and Vritra, they looked like the sun and the moon in splendor. Filled with wrath, they resembled two mighty planets risen for the destruction of the world at the end of the Yuga. Both of them born of celestial fathers, and both resembling gods in beauty, they were of godlike energy. Indeed, they looked like the sun and the moon come of their own accord on the field of battle. Both of them endued with great might, both filled with pride in battle, they were armed with diverse weapons. Beholding those two tigers among men, those two heroes endued with the impetuosity of tigers, thy troops, O monarch, were filled with great joy. Seeing those two tigers amongst men, viz., Karna and Dhananjaya, engaged in battle, a doubt entered the hearts of all as to which of them would be victorious. Both armed with superior weapons, and both well practiced in battle, both made the welkin resound with the slaps on their armpits. Both possessed of great celebrity in consequence of prowess and might, they resembled the Azura Samvara and the chief of the celestials in respect of their skill in battle. Both equal to Kartavirya or Dasaratha's son in battle, both resembled Vishnu himself in energy or Bhava himself in fight. Both had white steeds, O king, and both were borne on foremost of cars. Both of them, again, had foremost of drivers in that great battle. Beholding, O monarch, those two great car warriors looking resplendent on their cars, the bands of Siddhas and Charanas that came there became filled with wonder. The Dhritarashtra's then, O bull of Bharata's race, with their troops, encompassed the high-souled Karna, that ornament of battle, without losing any time. Similarly, the Pandavas, headed by Drishtadyumna, filled with joy, encompassed that high-souled Partha who was unrivaled in battle. Karna became the stake, O monarch, of thy army in that battle, while Partha became the stake of the Pandavas. The soldiers of both sides were as members of that assembly and became the spectators of that game. Indeed, as regards the parties engaged in that game of battle, either victory or defeat was certain. Those two then, Karna and Arjuna, for victory or the reverse, began the match between ourselves and the Pandavas, both standing on the field of battle. Skilled in fight, the two heroes, O monarch, in that encounter, became highly enraged with each other and wished to slay each other. Desiring to take each other's life, like Indra and Vritra, O Lord, they faced each other like two mighty comets of terrible form. Then in the sky, differences and disputes, accompanied with revilings, arose among the creatures there, O bull of Bharata's race, on the subject of Karna and Arjuna. All the inhabitants of the world, O sire, were heard to differ amongst themselves. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pishakas, the snakes, the Rakshasas, adopted opposite sides in that encounter between Karna and Arjuna. The Welkin, O monarch, with all the stars, became anxious on Karna's account, while the wide earth became so on Partha's account, like the mother for her son. The rivers, the seas, the mountains, O best of men, the trees, the deciduous plants and herbs, took the side of the diadem-decked Arjuna. The Asuras, Yadadanas, the Guhyakas, O scorcher of foes, and ravens and other rangers of the sky, sided with Karna. All the gems and precious jewels, the four Vedas with the histories as the fifth, the Upavedas, the Upanishads, with all their mysteries, and the compilations, and Vasuki, and Citrasena, and Takshaka, and Upatakshaka, and all the mountains, and all the offspring of Kadru with their children, all the great snakes endued with poison, and the Nagas, took the side of Arjuna. Airavata and his children, the offspring of Surabhi, the offspring of Vaisali, and the Bogans sided with Arjuna. The smaller snakes all sided with Karna. Wolves and wild stags and all kinds of auspicious animals and birds were, O king, for victory to Partha. The Vasus, the Maruts, the Sathyas, the Rudras, the Vishvadevas and the Ashvinis, and Agni and Indra and Soma and Pavna, and the 10 points of the compass, became the partisans of the Nanjaya, while all the Adityas sided with Karna. The Vaishyas, the Shudras, the Sudras, and those castes that were of a mixed origin, all, O king, adopted the side of Radha's son. The Celestials, however, with the Pitris, and with all that were numbered with them as also with their followers, and Yama and Vaishravana and Varuna were on the side of Arjuna. The Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas, the sacrifices, and those gifts called dakshinas were for Arjuna. The Pretas and Pishakas, many carnivorous animals and birds, the Rakshasas with all the monsters of the sea, the dogs, and the jackals were for Karna. The diverse tribes of celestial and regenerate and royal rishis were for the son of Pandu. The Gandharvas headed by Tumvaru, O king, were on the side of Arjuna. With the offspring of Prata and Mani, the several classes of Gandharvas and Apsaras, and many wise sages, having for their vehicles wolves and stags and elephants and steeds and cars and foot, and clouds and the wind, came therefore witnessing the encounter between Karna and Arjuna. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Nagas, the Yakshas, the birds, the great rishis versed in the Vedas, the Pitris that subsist upon the gifts called Svata, and asceticism and the sciences, and the celestial herbs with diverse virtues, came, O monarch, and took up their stations in the welkin, making a great noise. Brahman, with the regenerate rishis and the lords of creatures, and Bhava himself on his car, came to that part of the welkin. Beholding those two high-souled ones, Karna and Dhananjaya, about to encounter each other, Shakra himself said, "Let Arjuna vanquish Karna." Surya, however, said, "Let Karna vanquish Arjuna." Indeed, let my son Karna, slaying Arjuna, gain the victory in this battle. Let my son, slaying Karna, win victory. Even thus did Surya and Vasva, those two foremost of personages, who were there and had adopted opposite sides, dispute with each other. Beholding those two high-souled ones, Karna and Dhananjaya, about to engage themselves in battle, the gods and the Asuras adopted opposite sides. The three worlds with the celestial rishis and all the gods and all other creatures trembled at the sight. The gods were on the side of Partha, while the Asuras were on that of Karna. Thus all creatures were interested in that encounter, siding with this or that leader of Kar warriors, the Kuru or the Pandava hero. Beholding the self-born lord of creation, viz. Brahman, the gods urged him, saying, "Let, O God, the success of these two lions among men be equal. Let not the vast universe be destroyed in consequence of this encounter between Karna and Arjuna. O self-born one, say but the word, let the success of these two be equal." Hearing these words, Maghavat, bowing down unto the grandsire, represented this unto that God of gods, that foremost one of all intelligent beings, saying, "Formerly it was said by thy holy self that the two Krishnas are always sure to win victory. Let it be, now, as thou then saidest. Be gratified with me, O Holy One." At this, Brahman and Isana replied unto the chief of the celestials, saying, "The victory of the high-souled Vijaya is certain, of that Savyasasi who gratified the eater of sacrificial libations in the forest of Kandava, and who, coming to heaven, rendered assistance to thee, O Sakra. Karna is on the side of the Danavas. It is proper, therefore, that he should meet with defeat. By this, without doubt, the purposes of the gods will be achieved. One's own business, O chief of the celestials, should always be important. The high-souled Fulguna, again, is devoted to truth and to morality. He must always be victorious, without doubt. He by whom the high-souled and holy God having the bull on his standard was gratified, why should not he, O thou of 100 eyes, be victorious, he, that is, who hath for the driver of his car that Lord of the universe, Vishnu himself? Possessed of great energy of mind and great strength, Partha is a hero, accomplished in arms and endued with ascetic merit. Possessed also of great energy of body, he beareth the entire science of weapons. Indeed, Partha hath every accomplishment. He ought to be victorious, since that would accomplish the purposes of the gods. In consequence of his greatness, Partha transgresses destiny itself, whether favorable or unfavorable, and when he does so, a great destruction of creatures takes place. When the two Krishnas are excited with wrath, they show regard for nothing. These two bulls among beings are the creators of all real and unreal things. These two are Nara and Narayana, the two ancient and best of rishis. There is none to rule over them. They are rulers over all, perfectly fearless, they are scorchers of all foes. In heaven or among human beings, there is none equal to either of them. The three worlds with the celestial rishis and the Charanas are behind these two. All the gods and all creatures walk behind them. The entire universe exists in consequence of the power of these two. Let Karna, that bull among men, obtain these foremost of regions of bliss here. Let him obtain identity with the Vasus or the Maruts. Let him, with Drona and Bhishma, be worshipped in heaven, for Vikartana's son is brave and is a hero. Let the victory, however, belong to the two Krishnas. After those two foremost ones among the gods, Brahman and Isana, said so, the deity of a 1,000 eyes, worshipping those words of Brahman and Isana and saluting all creatures himself said, "Ye have heard what has been said by the two gods for the benefit of the universe. It will be even so and not otherwise. Stay ye then, with cheerful hearts." Hearing these words of Indra, all creatures, O sire, became filled with wonder and applauded, O king, that deity. The celestials then showered diverse kinds of fragrant flowers and blew their trumpets. Indeed, the gods, the Danavas and the Gandharvas all waited there for witnessing that matchless single combat between those two lions among men. The two cars, O king, upon which Karna and Arjuna were stationed, had white steeds yoked unto them both. And both had excellent standards, and both produced a loud rattle. Many foremost of heroes, approaching the brave Vasudeva and Arjuna, as also Shalaya and Karna, began each to blow his conch. The battle then commenced, between the two warriors, overwhelming all timid persons with fear. Fiercely they challenged each other like Sakra and Samvara. The standards of the two heroes, perfectly bright, looked exceedingly beautiful on their cars, like the planets Rahu and Ketu risen in the firmament at the time of the universal dissolution. The elephant's rope on Karna's banner, looking like a snake of virulent poison and made of jewels and gems, and exceedingly strong and resembling the bow of Indra, looked resplendent as it waved in the air. That foremost of apes, again, belonging to Partha, with jaws wide open and terrible, and difficult of being gazed at, like the sun himself, inspired fear by his formidable teeth. The impetuous ape on the standard of the wielder of Gandiva, becoming desirous of battle, rushed from his station and fell upon Karna's standard. Endued with great impetuosity, the ape, darting forward, struck the elephant's rope with his nails and teeth, like Garuda falling upon a snake. Decked with rows of little bells, hard as iron, and resembling the fatal noose, in the hands of Yama or Varuna, the elephant's rope, filled with wrath, closed with the ape. Thus in that fierce single combat between those two heroes, which was the result of what had been settled at the time of the match at dice, their standards first battled with each other. Meanwhile the steeds of the one neighed at the steeds of the other. The lotus-eyed Keshava pierced Shalaya with his keen glances. The latter also cast similar glances at the former. Vasudeva, however, vanquished Shalaya with those glances of his, while Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, vanquished Karna with his glances. Then the Suta's son, smilingly addressing Shalaya, said, "If Partha by any means slays me in battle today, tell me truly, O friend, what thou wilt do after that." Shalaya answered, saying, "If thou art slain, I myself will slay both Krishna and Dhananjaya." Once more the ruler of the Madras said, "If, O Karna, the white steed Arjuna slays thee in battle today, I myself, on a single car, will slay both Madhava and Fulgana." Sanjaya continued, Arjuna also asked Govinda a similar question. Krishna, however, smiling, said unto Partha these words of grave import, "The sun himself may fall down from his place, the earth herself may split into 1,000 fragments, fire itself may become cold. Still Karna will not be able to slay thee, O Dhananjaya. If, however, any such occurrence takes place, know then that the destruction of the universe will be at hand. As regards myself, I will, using my bare arms, slay both Karna and Shalaya in battle." Hearing these words of Krishna, the ape-banded Arjuna, smiling, replied unto Krishna, who was never fatigued with exertion, saying, "Shalaya and Karna, united together, are not a match for myself alone, O Janardana. Thou shalt today, O Krishna, behold Karna with his standard and banners, with Shalaya and his car and steeds, with his umbrella and armor and darts and shafts and bow, cut in pieces with my shafts in battle. Thou shalt today behold him with his car and steeds and darts and armor and weapons, reduced to dust like a tree in the forest crushed by a tusker. Today the widowhood of the wives of Radha's son is at hand. Verily, they must have in their last nights dreams seen signs of approaching evil, O Mahadeva. Verily, thou shalt today see the wives of Karna become widows. I cannot restrain my wrath at what was done before now by this fool of little foresight when he beheld Krishna dragged to the assembly, and when laughing at us he abused us repeatedly in vile words. Today, O Govinda, thou shalt behold Karna crushed by me like a tree with its load of flowers crushed by an infuriated elephant. Today, O slayer of Madhu, thou shalt, after Karna's fall, hear those sweet words, by good luck, O thou of Vrishni's race, victory hath been thine. Thou shalt today comfort the mother of Abhimanyu with a lighter heart for having paid thy debt to the foe. Today thou shalt, filled with joy, comfort thy paternal Aunt Kunti. Today thou shalt, O Madhava, comfort Krishna of tearful face and King Yudhishthira the just with words sweet as nectar. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 88. Sanjaya said, meanwhile the Vulcan, filled with gods and nagas and asuras and siddhas and yakshas, and with large bands of gandharvas and rakshasas, and asuras and regenerate rishis and royal sages, and birds of excellent feathers, assumed a wonderful aspect. All human beings assembled there beheld those beings of wonderful aspect staying in the sky, and the sky itself resounded with the voice of musical instruments and song and adulatory hymns and laughter and dance, and divers other kinds of charming sounds. Then both the Kaurava and the Pandava warriors, filled with joy, and causing the earth and the 10 points of the compass to resound with the voice of musical instruments, the blare of conchs, and leonine roars and the din of battle, began to slaughter their foes. Teeming with men and steeds and elephants and cars and weapons, unbearable to combatants in consequence of the falling of maces and swords and darts and rapiers, abounding in heroes, and crowded with lifeless bodies, the field of battle, crimsoned with gore, looked exceedingly resplendent. Indeed, the battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas then resembled that in days of yore between the gods and the Asuras. After that fierce and awful battle had commenced between Dhananjaya and Adhiratha's son, each of those two heroes, clad in excellent mail, shrouded the 10 points of the compass and the host opposed to him with keen and straight arrows. A darkness having been caused there with the arrows shot on that occasion, neither thy warriors nor the enemy could any longer see anything. From fear all the warriors there sought the protection of either Karna or Arjuna like rays of light spread out in the welkin converging towards either the sun or the moon. The two heroes then, each baffling the other's weapons with his own, like the east and the west winds encountering each other, looked exceedingly resplendent like the sun and the moon risen after dispelling the darkness caused by the clouds and covering the welkin. Each having encouraged his troops, saying, Do not fly away, the enemy and thy warriors stood their ground, encircling those two mighty car warriors like the gods, and the Asuras standing around Vasva and Samvara. The two armies then greeted those two best of men with the sounds of drums and other instruments and with leonine roars, at which those two bulls among men looked beautiful like the sun and the moon greeted by roaring clouds gathered around. Each armed with a formidable bow drawn to a complete circle and looking like a solar or lunar corona, those two heroes of great splendor, shooting, in that battle thousands of arrows that constituted their rays, resembled two unbearable suns risen at the end of the yuga for burning the entire universe with its mobile and immobile creatures. Both invincible, both capable of exterminating foes, each desirous of slaying the other, and each displaying his skill upon the other, those two warriors, Karna and the son of Pandu, closed fearlessly with each other in that dreadful battle, like Indra and the Asura Jamba. Invoking the mightiest of weapons then, those two formidable bowmen began, with their terrible shafts, to slay innumerable men and steeds and elephants as also to strike each other, O king. Afflicted once more by those two foremost of men, the troops of both the Kurus and the Pandavas, consisting of elephants and foot soldiers and horsemen and car warriors, fled away on all sides like other animals in the forest when assailed by the lion. Then Duryodhana, and the chief of the Bhojas, and Sabala's son, and Kripa, and the son of Sharadvata's daughter, these 5 great car warriors, assailed Dhananjaya and Keshava with shafts capable of producing great pain. Dhananjaya, however, with his shafts, cut off at the same time the bows, the quivers, the steeds, the elephants, and the cars with their drivers, of those warriors, and mangling every one of them with excellent shafts, pierced the Suta's son with 12 arrows. Then 100 cars, 100 elephants, and a number of Saka and Tukura and Yevna horsemen, accompanied by some of the foremost combatants among the Kambojas, quickly rushed against Arjuna from desire of slaying him, speedily cutting off with the shafts and razor-headed arrows in his hands the excellent weapons of his foes, as also their heads, and steeds, and elephants, and cars. Dhananjaya felled his contending enemies on the field. Then in the welkin blasts of celestial trumpets were blown by the excellent gods. These were mingled with the praises of Arjuna. Blown by gentle breezes, excellent floral showers, fragrant and auspicious, fell upon Arjuna's head. Beholding that incident, which was witnessed by gods and men, all creatures, O king, were filled with wonder. Only thy son and the Suta's son, who were both of the same opinion, felt neither pain nor wonder. Then Drona's son, catching hold of Duryodhana's hand, and adopting a soothing tone, addressed thy son, saying, Be gratified, O Duryodhana. Make peace with the Pandavas. There is no need for quarrel. Fie on war. The preceptor, conversant with the mightiest of weapons, and like unto Brahma itself, hath been slain. Other bulls among men, headed by Bhishma, have also been slain. As regards myself, I am unslayable, as also my maternal uncle. Rule the kingdom forever, sharing it with the sons of Pandu. Dissuaded by me, Dhananjaya will abstain. Janardana also doth not desire hostilities. Yudhishthira is always engaged in the good of all creatures. Vrikodara is obedient to him. So also are the twins. Peace being made between thee and the Parthas, all creatures will be benefited through, as it would seem, thy desire. Let the kings that are still alive go back to their homes. Let the troops abstain from hostilities. If thou dost not listen to my words, O king, struck by foes in battle, thou wilt have to burn with grief. Thou hast beheld, as well as the universe, what has been achieved by the single-handed Arjuna decked with diadem and garlands. The slayer of Vala himself could not achieve its like, nor the destroyer, nor Prachetas, nor the illustrious king of the Ikshas. Dhananjaya, as regards his merits, is even much greater than that. He will never transgress whatever I say unto him. He will always follow thee. Be thou gratified, O king, for the benefit of the universe. Thou always honorest me greatly. I, too, bear a great friendship for thee. It is for this that I say so unto thee. I shall dissuade Karna also, provided thou art inclined to peace. Discerning persons say that there are 4 kinds of friends, viz., those that are naturally so, those that are made so by conciliation, those that become so through wealth, and lastly those brought under subjection by the exercise of power. All these elements are owned by thee with regard to the sons of Pandu. The Pandavas, O hero, are naturally thy friends. Obtain them again as friends for certain by conciliation. If upon thyself being gratified, they agree to become friends, do thou, O King of Kings, act in that way. These beneficial words having been said unto him by his friends, Duryodhana reflected for some time. Drawing deep breaths, he then, with a cheerless heart, said, It is as thou, O friend, hast said. Listen, however, to the words that I would say unto thee. The wicked-hearted Vrikodara, having slain Deshasana like a tiger, spoke words that still dwell in my heart. Thou also heardest the same. How then can there be peace? Arjuna again will not be able to bear Karna in battle, like a tempest whose force is weakened when encountering the mighty mountains of Meru. Nor will the sons of Pritha have the least confidence in me, thinking of the many acts of forceful hostility done by me towards them. Nor, O preceptor's son of unfading glory, doth it behove thee to say unto Karna, now abstain from battle. Fulguna is exceedingly tired today. Karna will soon slay him. Having with humility said these words repeatedly unto the preceptor's son, thy son commanded his own troops, saying, armed with arrows, rush against and slay these foes. Why stand ye inactive? Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 89. Sanjaya said, then when the blare of conchs and the peal of drums became very loud, those two foremost of men, both owning white steeds, the Suta's son Vikartana and Arjuna, encountered each other in consequence, O king, of thy son's evil policy. Those two heroes, endued with great impetuosity, Dhananjaya and Adhiratha's son, closed with each other like two infuriated Himalayan elephants, both of full-grown tusks, fighting with each other for the sake of a she-elephant in her season. Like a mass of clouds encountering another mass, or a mountain encountering a mountain, those two warriors, both pouring showers of arrows, encountered each other, their bows loudly twanging the while, and the wheels of their cars producing a deafening clatter, and their bowstrings and palms emitting loud sounds. Like two mountains, both endued with tall cliffs and abounding in trees and creepers and herbs, and both teeming with the diverse other denizens that are natural to them, moving towards each other for an encounter, those two mighty warriors encountered each other, each striking the other with mighty weapons. The combat between the two heroes became furious like that between the chief of the Celestials and Virakana's son in days of yore. Incapable of being endured by others, and marked by a river whose distasteful water consisted of blood, the limbs of those two heroes, as also their drivers and animals, became exceedingly mangled. Like two large lakes, both teeming with lotuses of diverse kinds, and fish and tortoises, and echoing with the voices of diverse kinds of fowl, and softly stirred by the wind, approaching each other, those two cars graced with standards approached each other. Both endued with prowess equal to that of the great Indra, both resembling the great Indra himself, those two mighty car warriors struck each other with shafts that resembled the great Indra's thunder, like the great Indra himself and the Asura, Vritra. Both the armies consisting of cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers, all equipped with beautiful armor and ornaments and robes and weapons, and those also that were in the welkin, were inspired with fear upon beholding that encounter of wonderful aspect between Arjuna and Karna. Others among the spectators, filled with joy and uttering leonine shouts, raised their arms, waving their fingers or the pieces of cloth they held, when Arjuna rushed against the son of Adhiratha, from desire of slaughter, like one infuriated elephant rushing against another. The Samakas then loudly shouted to Partha, saying, "Be quick, O Arjuna, go and pierce Karna. Cut off his head without delay, and, with it, the desire of Dhritarashtra's son for kingdom." Similarly, many warriors of ours that were there said unto Karna, "Proceed, proceed, O Karna, and slay Arjuna with keen shafts. Let the sons of Pritha once more go to the woods forever." Then Karna first pierced Partha in that encounter with 10 mighty shafts. Arjuna pierced him in return with 10 keen-pointed shafts, shot with great vigor, in the center of the chest. Indeed, the Suta's son and Arjuna then mangled each other with many shafts equipped with goodly wings. Desirous of obtaining advantage of each other's lapses in that dreadful encounter, with cheerful hearts they rushed against each other fiercely. Rubbing his 2 arms and the string also of Gandiva, that fierce bowman, Arjuna, then sped showers of cloth-yard shafts, and nalikas and arrows equipped with heads like boars' ears and razors, and angelikas, and crescent-shaped arrows. Those arrows of Partha, O king, spread over the welkin, penetrated into Karna's car like flights of birds, with heads bent down, penetrating in the evening into a tree for roosting there in the night. All those arrows, however, O king, that Arjuna, that victor over all foes, with furrowed brow and angry glances, sped at Karna, all those successive showers of shafts shot by the son of Pandu, were cut off by the Suta's son with his own arrows. The son of Indra then sped at Karna a fiery weapon capable of slaying all foes. Covering the earth and the welkin and the 10 points of the compass and the very course of the sun with its effulgence, it caused his own body also to blaze up with light. The robes of all the warriors took fire, at which they fled away. Loud sounds also arose there, like what is heard when a forest of bamboos in a wilderness is on fire. Beholding that fiery weapon acting on all sides, the Suta's son Karna of great valor shot in that encounter the Varanastra for quenching it. That conflagration then, in consequence of Karna's weapon, became quenched. A large mass of clouds quickly caused all the points of the compass to be enveloped with darkness. Those clouds whose extremities presented the aspect of mountains, surrounding every side, flooded the earth with water. That fierce conflagration, though it was such, was still quenched by those clouds in a trice. The entire welkin and all the directions, cardinal and subsidiary, were shrouded by clouds. Thus shrouded by clouds, all the points of the compass became dark and nothing could be seen. Then Arjuna dispelled those clouds caused by Karna by means of the Vyasa. After this, Dhananjaya, incapable of being overmastered by foes, inspired Gandiva, its string, and its shafts, with mantras, and invoked into existence another weapon that was the favorite of the chief of the celestials, and that resembled the thunder in energy and prowess. Then razor-headed arrows, and angelikas, and crescent-shaped shafts, and nalikas, and cloth-yard shafts, and those equipped with heads like the boar's ear, all keen and sharp, issued from Gandiva in thousands, endued with the force and impetuosity of the thunder. Possessed of great might and great energy, those impetuous and keen shafts, equipped with vulturine feathers piercing all the limbs, the steeds, the bow, the yoke, the wheels, and the standard of Karna, quickly penetrated into them like snakes frightened by Garuda penetrating into the earth. Pierced all over with arrows and bathed in blood, the high-souled Karna then, with eyes rolling in wrath, bending his bow of enduring string and producing a twang as loud as the roar of the sea, invoked into existence the Bhargava weapon. Cutting off part his showers of shafts proceeding from the mouth of that weapon of Indra, which Arjuna had shot, Karna, having thus baffled his antagonist's weapon with his own, destroyed cars and elephants and foot soldiers of the Pandava army. Unable to endure the feats of Arjuna in that fierce battle, the mighty car warrior Karna did this through the energy of the Bhargava weapon. Filled with wrath and possessed of great activity, the Suta's son, that foremost of men, laughing at the two Krishnas, pierced the foremost of Panchala warriors with well-shot arrows in that battle. Then the Panchalas and the Samakas, O king, thus afflicted by Karna with showers of shafts in that encounter, became filled with wrath and uniting together pierced the Suta's son with keen arrows from every side. Quickly cutting off those arrows with his own, the Suta's son, vigorously agitating them in that battle, afflicted with many shafts the cars, the elephants, and the steeds of the Panchalas. Their bodies pierced with those shafts of Karna, they fell down, deprived of life, on the earth, making loud sounds, like mighty elephants slain by an angry lion of terrible strength. Having slain those foremost of warriors, those heroes endued with great strength, those leaders of the Panchala forces who had always challenged him to battle, Karna, O king, as he shot his arrows, looked beautiful, like a mass of clouds pouring torrents of rain. Then thy warriors, thinking that Karna had won the victory, clapped loudly and uttered leonine roars. O chief of the Kurus, all of them then regarded the two Krishnas as brought by Karna under his power, seeing that valor, incapable of being borne by foes, of the mighty car warrior Karna. Beholding that weapon of the Nanjaya frustrated by Karna in the midst of battle, the angry son of the wind god, with eyes blazing with wrath, began to squeeze his hands. Indeed, the wrathful Bhima, his anger being provoked, drew deep breaths and addressing Arjuna of true aim, said, "How, O Jishnu, could this wretch fallen off from virtue, this Suta's son, putting forth his might in battle, slay so many foremost of Panchala warriors, in thy sight? Before now thou couldst not be conquered by the very gods or the Kalakiyas. Thou receivedst the touch of the arms of Stanu himself. How, then, O diadem-decked Arjuna, could the Suta's son pierce thee first with 10 long shafts such as are used by car warriors? That the Suta's son should today have succeeded in baffling the arrows shot by thee seems to me to be very amazing. Recollect the woes of Krishna, and those disagreeable, keen, and cutting words that this wicked-souled and fearless son of a Suta used towards us, viz., sesame seeds without kernel. Recollecting all this, O Savyasasi, quickly slay the wretched Karna in battle today. Why, O diadem-decked Arjuna, dost thou show such indifference towards this act? This is not the time for showing thy indifference to Karna's slaughter. That patience with which thou didst vanquish all creatures and feed Agni at Kandava, with that patience slay thou the Suta's son. I also will crush him with my mace." Then Vasudeva, beholding Partha's shafts baffled by Karna, said unto the former, "What is this, O diadem-decked Arjuna, that Karna should succeed in crushing thy weapons today with this? Why dost thou, O hero, lose thy wits? Markest thou not that the Kauravas, standing behind Karna, are even now shouting in joy? Indeed, all of them know that thy weapons are being baffled by Karna with his. That patience with which, yuga after yuga, thou hadst slain persons having the quality of darkness for their weapons, as also terrible Kshatriyas, and Asuras born of pride, and many a battle with that patience do thou slay Karna today. Putting forth thy might, strike off the head of that foe of thine with this Sudarsana, of edge keen as a razor, that I give unto thee, like Sakra striking off the head of his foe Namusi, with the thunderbolt. That patience with which thou didst gratify the illustrious deity Mahadeva in the guise of a hunter, summoning that patience once again, O hero, slay the Suta's son with all his followers. After that, bestow upon King Yudhishthira the earth with her belt of seas, her towns and villages, and wealth, and from off whose surface all foes will have been removed. By that act, O Partha, do thou also win unrivaled fame." Thus addressed, by Krishna, the high-souled Partha of exceeding might set his heart upon the slaughter of the Suta's son. Indeed, urged by Bhima and Janardana, and recollecting his woes, and taking an internal survey of himself, and calling to mind the object for which he had come to this world, he addressed Keshava, saying, "I will now invoke into existence a mighty and fierce weapon for the good of the world and the destruction of the Suta's son. Let me have thy permission, as also Brahmins and Bhavas, and of all those that are conversant with Brahma." Having said these words unto the holy Keshava, Savyasasi of immeasurable soul bowed unto Brahman and invoked into existence that excellent irresistible weapon called Brahmastra, which could be applied by the mind alone. Baffling that weapon, however, Karna looked beautiful as he continued, like a cloud pouring torrents of rain, to shoot his shafts. Beholding that weapon of the diadem-decked Arjuna baffled in the midst of battle by Karna, the wrathful and mighty Bhima, blazing up with rage, addressed Arjuna of sure aim and said, "People say that thou art a master of the high Brahmastra, that mighty means, for achieving the destruction of foes. Do thou then, O Savyasasi, use another weapon of the same kind." Thus addressed by his brother, Savyasasi used a second weapon of the kind. With that, Partha of abundant energy shrouded all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with arrows sped from Gandiva that resembled fierce snakes and were like the blazing rays of the sun. Created by that bull of Bharata's race, those arrows of golden wings, and hundreds upon hundreds, endued with the effulgence of the Yuga fire or the sun, in a moment shrouded the car of Karna. Thence also issued long darts and battle-axes and discs and cloth-yard shafts in hundreds, all of awful forms, at which hostile warriors all around began to be deprived of life. The head of some hostile warrior, severed from his trunk, fell down on the field of battle. Another, beholding his fallen comrade, fell down dead on the earth through fear. The right arm of a third, large and massive as the trunk of an elephant, cut off by Partha, fell down with the sword in grasp. The left arm of a fourth, cut off with a razor-headed arrow, fell down with the shield in it. Even thus, Partha, decked with diadem and garlands, wounded and slew all the foremost warriors of Duryodhana's army with his terrible and death-dealing shafts. Vaikartana also, in the midst of that battle, shot thousands of arrows. These, with a loud whiz, fell upon the son of Pandu like torrents of rain poured from the clouds. Then piercing Bhimasena and Janardana and the diadem-decked Arjuna of superhuman feats, each with 3 arrows, Karna of terrible might uttered a loud awful roar. Struck with Karna's shafts, the diadem-decked Arjuna, beholding Bhima and Janardana, became unable to endure the feats of his antagonist. Once more, therefore, Partha shot 8 and 10 arrows. Piercing the beautiful standard of Karna with one of those arrows, he pierced Shalaya with 4 and Karna himself with 3. With 10 other well-shot shafts he then struck the Kaurava warrior Sabhapati, clad in golden mail. Thereupon that prince, deprived of head and arms and steeds and driver and bow and standard, fell down, wounded and dead, from his foremost of cars, like a sala tree cut down with an axe. Once more piercing Karna with 3, 8, 12, 4, and 10 arrows, Partha slew 400 elephants equipped with many weapons, and 8,000 car warriors, and 1,000 steeds with riders, and 8,000 brave foot soldiers. And soon Partha made Karna with his driver and car and steeds and standard invisible with straightly coursing shafts. Then the Kauravas, thus slaughtered by the Nanjaya, loudly addressed Adhitratha's son, saying, "Shoot thy arrows and slay the son of Pandu. Already he has begun to exterminate the Kurus with his shafts." Thus urged, Karna, with his best endeavors, incessantly shot many arrows. Capable of cutting the very vitals, those blood-drinking shafts, well sped by Karna, slew large numbers of the Pandavas and the Panchalas. Thus those 2 foremost of all bowmen, those 2 warriors of great strength that were capable of bearing all foes, those 2 heroes acquainted with weapons, struck the warriors opposed to them, as also each other, with mighty weapons. Then Yudhishthira, clad in golden mail, his arrows having been extracted and himself made sound with mantras and drugs by foremost of surgeons well disposed towards him, quickly came to that spot for witnessing the encounter between Arjuna and Karna. Beholding King Yudhishthira the just arrived there like the resplendent full moon freed from the jaws of Rahu and risen in the firmament, all creatures became filled with delight. Beholding those 2 foremost of warriors, those 2 first of heroes and slayers of foes, viz., Karna and Partha, engaged in fight, the spectators, both celestial and terrestrial, restraining the animals they rode or that were yoked unto their vehicles, stood motionless. As the 2 heroes, O king, struck each other with many foremost of arrows, O king, the sounds caused by the bows, bowstrings, and palms of both Dhananjaya and Adhiratha's son became tremendous, and their well-sped arrows also caused a deafening whiz. Then the bowstring of the son of Pandu, stretched with force, broke with a loud noise. During the interval thus offered, the Suda's son pierced Partha with 100 small arrows, keen and steeped in oil, winged with the feathers of birds, and resembling snakes freed from their sloughs. He then quickly pierced Vasudeva with 60 shafts, and then Fulguna again with 8. Surya's son then pierced Bhima with thousands upon thousands of mighty arrows. Having pierced Krishna and Partha's standard, Karna felled many amongst the Samakas that followed Partha. These, however, in return shrouded Karna with showers of straight shafts like masses of clouds shrouding the sun in the welkin. Accomplished in the use of weapons, the Suda's son, stupefying those advancing warriors with his shafts and baffling all the weapons shot by them, destroyed their cars and steeds and elephants. And the Suda's son, O king, also afflicted with his arrows many foremost of warriors among them. Their bodies pierced with Karna's shafts, they fell down on the ground, deprived of life and making a loud noise as they fell. Indeed, those mighty combatants, afflicted by Karna of terrible strength, perished like a pack of dogs afflicted by an angry lion. And once more many foremost of combatants among the Panchalas and many such, among the Kauravas, fell down after this, slain by Karna and Dhananjaya. Deprived of life by the mighty Karna with well-aimed arrows shot with great force, many fell down, purging the contents of their stomachs. Then thy troops, regarding the victory to be already theirs, clapped furiously and uttered loud leonine roars. Indeed, in that dreadful encounter, all of them regarded the 2 Krishnas to have been brought by Karna under his power. Then quickly bending his bowstring and baffling all those shafts of Adhiratha's son, Partha, filled with rage in consequence of his limbs having been mangled with Karna's arrows, assailed the Kauravas. Rubbing his bowstring, he clapped his palms and suddenly caused a darkness there with the showers of shafts he shot. The diadem-decked Arjuna pierced Karna and Shalaya and all the Kurus with those arrows. The welkin having been darkened by means of that mighty weapon, the very birds were unable to range in their element. A delicious wind then blew, bearing fragrant odors. Laughing the while, Partha forcibly struck Shalaya's armor with 10 arrows. Piercing Karna next with 12 shafts, he struck him once more with 7. Deeply struck with those winged arrows of fierce energy shot with great force from Partha's bow, Karna, with mangled limbs and body bathed in blood, looked resplendent like Rudra at the universal destruction, sporting in the midst of crematorium at noon or eve, his body dyed with blood. The son of Adhiratha then pierced Dhananjaya, who resembled the chief of the celestials himself, in energy and might, with 3 arrows, and he caused 5 other blazing arrows resembling 5 snakes to penetrate the body of Krishna. Shot with great force, those arrows, decked with gold, pierced through the armor of that foremost of beings, and passing out of his body fell upon the earth. Endued with great energy, they entered the earth with great force, and having bathed in the waters of the Bhagavati in the nether region, coursed back towards Karna. Those shafts were 5 mighty snakes that had adopted the side of Takshaka's son, Aswasena, whose mother Partha had slain at Khandava. With 10 broad-headed arrows shot with great force, Arjuna cut off each of those 5 snakes into 3 fragments, whereupon they fell down on the earth. Beholding Krishna's limbs thus mingled with those snakes transformed into arrows sped from Karna's arms, Arjuna, decked with diadem and garlands, blazed up with wrath like a fire engaged in burning a heap of dry grass. He then pierced Karna in all his vital limbs with many blazing and fatal shafts shot from the bowstring stretched to the very ear. Deeply pierced, Karna trembled in pain. With the greatest difficulty he stood, summoning all his patience. Dhananjaya, having been filled with wrath, all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, the very splendor of the sun, and Karna's car, O king, all became invisible with the showers shot by him. The welkin seemed as if it were shrouded by a thick forest. Then that slayer of foes, that bull of Kuru's race, that foremost of heroes, viz., Savyasasi, O king, soon slew in that battle 2,000 foremost of Kuru warriors, with their cars and steeds and drivers, forming the protectors of Karna's car wheels and wings and his vanguard and rearguard, and who constituted the very pick of Duryodhana's car force, and who, urged by Duryodhana, had been fighting with great energy. Then thy sons and the Kauravas that were still alive fled away, deserting Karna, and abandoning their dying and wounded, and their wailing sons and sires. Beholding himself abandoned by the terrified Kurus, and seeing the space around him empty, Karna felt no agitation, O Bharata, but, on the other hand, rushed at Arjuna with a cheerful heart. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 90. Sanjaya said, flying away in consequence of the falling of Arjuna's arrows, the broken divisions of the Kauravas, staying at a distance, continued to gaze at Arjuna's weapon swelling with energy and careering around with the effulgence of lightning. Then Karna, with showers of terrible shafts, baffled that weapon of Arjuna while it was still careering in the welkin, and which Arjuna had shot with great vigor in that fierce encounter for the destruction of his foe. Indeed, that weapon of Partha, which, swelling with energy, had been consuming the Kurus, the Suta's son now crushed with his shafts winged with gold. Bending then his own loud-sounding bow of irrefragable string, Karna shot showers of shafts. The Suta's son destroyed that burning weapon of Arjuna with his own four-killing weapon of great power which he had obtained from Rama, and which resembled, in efficacy, an Atharvan right. And he pierced Partha also with numerous keen shafts. The encounter then, O king, that took place between Arjuna and the son of Adhiratha became a very dreadful one. They continued to strike each other with arrows like two fierce elephants striking each other with their tusks. All the points of the compass then became shrouded with weapons, and the very sun became invisible. Indeed, Karna and Partha, with their arrowy downpours, made the welkin one vast expanse of arrows without any space between. All the Kauravas and the Samakas then beheld a widespread arrowy net. In that dense darkness caused by arrows, they were unable to see anything else. Those two foremost of men, both accomplished in weapons, as they incessantly aimed and shot innumerable arrows, O king, displayed diverse kinds of beautiful maneuvers. While they were thus contending with each other in battle, sometimes the Suta's son prevailed over his rival, and sometimes the diadem-decked Partha prevailed over his, and prowess and weapons and lightness of hands. Beholding that terrible and awful passage at arms between those two heroes, each of whom was desirous of availing himself of the other's lapses, all the other warriors on the field of battle became filled with wonder. The beings in the welkin, O king, applauded Karna and Arjuna. Indeed, many of them at a time, filled with joy, cheerfully shouted, sometimes saying, "Excellent, O Karna," and sometimes saying, "Excellent, O Arjuna." During the progress of that fierce encounter, while the earth was being pressed deep with the weight of cars and the tread of steeds and elephants, the snake Aswasena, who was hostile to Arjuna, was passing his time in another region. Freed from the conflagration at Khandava, O king, he had, from anger, penetrated through the earth, foregoing to the subterranean region. That brave snake, recollecting the death of his mother and the enmity he on that account harbored against Arjuna, now rose from the lower region. Endued with the power of ascending the skies, he soared up with great speed upon beholding that fight between Karna and Arjuna. Thinking that that was the time for gratifying his animosity towards, as he thought, the wicked-souled Partha, he quickly entered into Karna's quiver, O king, in the form of an arrow. At that time a net of arrows was seen, shedding its bright arrows around. Karna and Partha made the welkin one dense mass of arrows by means of their arrowy downpours. Beholding that widespread expanse of arrows, all the Kauravas and the Samakas became filled with fear. In that thick and awful darkness caused by arrows, they were unable to see anything else. Then those two tigers among men, those two foremost of all bowmen in the world, those two heroes, fatigued with their exertions in battle, looked at each other. Both of them were then fanned with excellent and waving fans made of young palm leaves and sprinkled with fragrant sandal water by many apsaras staying in the welkin. And Sakra and Surya, using their hands, gently brushed the faces of those two heroes. When at last Karna found that he could not prevail over Partha and was exceedingly scorched with the shafts of the former, that hero, his limbs very much mangled, set his heart upon that shaft of his which lay singly within a quiver. The Suta's son then fixed on his bowstring that foculing, exceedingly keen, snake-mouthed, blazing, and fierce shaft, which had been polished according to rule, and which he had long kept for the sake of Partha's destruction. Stretching his bowstring to his ear, Karna fixed that shaft of fierce energy and blazing splendor, that ever-worshipped weapon which lay within a golden quiver amid sandal dust, and aimed it at Partha. Indeed, he aimed that blazing arrow, born in Airavata's race, for cutting off Fulgana's head in battle. All the points of the compass and the welkin became ablaze, and terrible meteors and thunderbolts fell. When that snake of the form of an arrow was fixed on the bowstring, the regents of the world, including Sakra, set up loud wails. The Suta's son did not know that the snake Aswasena had entered his arrow by the aid of his yoga powers. Beholding Vaikartana aim that arrow, the high-souled ruler of the Madras, addressing Karna, said, "This arrow, O Karna, will not succeed in striking off Arjuna's head. Searching carefully, fix another arrow that may succeed in striking off thy enemy's head." Endued with great activity, the Suta's son, with eyes burning in wrath, then said unto the ruler of the Madras, "O Shalaya, Karna never aimeth an arrow twice. Persons like us never become crooked warriors." Having said these words, Karna, with great care, let off that shaft which he had worshipped for many long years. Bent upon winning the victory, O king, he quickly said unto his rival, "Thou art slain, O Fulgana." Sped from Karna's arms, that shaft of awful whiz, resembling fire or the sun in splendor, as it left the bowstring, blazed up in the welkin and seemed to divide it by a line such as is visible on the crown of a woman dividing her tresses. Beholding that shaft blazing in the welkin, the slayer of Kamsa, Madhava, with great speed and the greatest ease, pressed down with his feet that excellent car, causing it to sink about a cubit deep. At this, the steeds, white as the rays of the moon and decked in trappings of gold, bending their knees, laid themselves down on the ground. Indeed, seeing that snake, in the form of an arrow, aimed by Karna, Madhava, that foremost of all persons endued with might, put forth his strength and thus pressed down with his feet that car into the earth, whereat the steeds, as already said, bending down their knees, laid themselves down upon the earth when the car itself had sank into it. Then loud sounds arose in the welkin in applause of Vasudeva. Many celestial voices were heard, and celestial flowers were showered upon Krishna, and leonine shouts also were uttered. When the car had thus been pressed down into the earth through the exertions of the slayer of Madhu, the excellent ornament of Arjuna's head, celebrated throughout the earth, the welkin, heaven, and the waters, the Suta's son swept off from the crown of his rival, with that arrow, in consequence of the very nature of that snaky weapon and the great care and wrath with which it had been shot. That diadem, endued with the splendor of the sun or the moon or fire or a planet, and adorned with gold and pearls and gems and diamonds, had with great care been made by the puissant self-born himself for Purandara. Costly as its appearance indicated, it was inspiring terror in the hearts of foes, contributing to the happiness of him that wore it, and shedding a fragrance. That ornament had been given by the chief of the Celestials himself with a cheerful heart unto Partha, while the latter had proceeded to slaughter the foes of the gods. That diadem was incapable of being crushed by Rudra and the Lord of Waters and Kuvera with Pinaka and Noose and Thunderbolt and the very foremost of shafts. It could not be endured by even the foremost ones among the gods. Vrisha, however, now broke it forcibly with his snake-inspired shaft. Endued with great activity, that wicked-natured snake of fierce form and false vows, falling upon that diadem decked with gold and gems, swept it away from Arjuna's head. That snake, O king, forcibly tore it away from Partha's head, quickly reducing into fragments that well-made ornament set over with many a gem and blazing with beauty, like the thunderbolt riving a mountain summit decked with lofty and beautiful trees graced with flowers. Crushed by that excellent weapon, possessed of splendor, and blazing with the fire of the snake's poison, that beautiful and much-liked diadem of Partha fell down on the earth like the blazing disk of the sun from the Asta hills. Indeed, that snake forcibly swept away from Arjuna's head that diadem adorned with many gems, like the thunder of Indra felling a beautiful mountain summit adorned with lofty trees bearing budding leaves and flowers. And the earth, Welkin, heaven, and the waters, when agitated by a tempest, roar aloud, O Bharata, even such was the roar that arose in all the worlds at that time. Hearing that tremendous noise, people, notwithstanding their efforts to be calm, became extremely agitated and reeled as they stood. Reft of diadem, the dark-complexioned and youthful Partha looked beautiful like a blue mountain of lofty summit. Binding then his locks with a white cloth, Arjuna stood perfectly unmoved. With that white gear on his head, he looked like the Udaya hill illumined with the rays of the sun. Thus that she-snake, whom Arjuna had killed at Khandava, of excellent mouth, through her son in the form of an arrow, sped by Surya's son, beholding Arjuna of exceeding energy and might standing with his head at a level with the reins of the steeds, took away his diadem only, that well-made ornament, formerly owned by Aditi's son and endued with the effulgence of Surya himself. But Arjuna also, as will appear in the sequel, did not return from that battle without causing the snake to succumb to the power of Yama. Sped from Karna's arms, that costly shaft resembling fire or the sun in effulgence, viz. That mighty snake who from before had become the deadly foe of Arjuna, thus crushing the latter's diadem, went away. Having burnt the gold-decked diadem of Arjuna displayed on his head, he desired to come to Arjuna once more with great speed. Asked, however, by Karna, who saw him but knew him not, he said these words, Thou hadst sped me, O Karna, without having seen me. It was for this that I could not strike off Arjuna's head. Do thou quickly shoot me once again, after seeing me well. I shall then slay thy foe and mine too. Thus addressed in that battle by him, the Suta's son said, Who are you possessed of such fierce form? The snake answered, saying, Know me as one that has been wronged by Partha. My enmity towards him is due to his having slain my mother. If the wielder of the thunderbolt himself were to protect Partha, the latter would still have to go to the domains of the king of the Pitris. Do not disregard me. Do my bidding. I will slay thy foe. Shoot me without delay. Hearing those words, Karna said, Karna, O snake, never desires to have victory in battle today by relying on another's might. Even if I have to slay 100 Arjunas, I will not, O snake, still shoot the same shaft twice. Once more addressing him in the midst of battle, that best of men, viz., Surya's son, Karna, said, Aided by the nature of my other snaky weapons, and by resolute effort and wrath, I shall slay Partha. Be thou happy and go elsewhere. Thus addressed, in battle, by Karna, that prince of snakes, unable from rage to bear those words, himself proceeded, O king, for the slaughter of Partha, having assumed the form of an arrow. Of fierce form, the desire he ardently cherished was the destruction of his enemy. Then Krishna, addressing Partha in that encounter, said unto him, Slay that great snake inimical to thee. Thus addressed by the slayer of Madhu, the wielder of Gandiva, that bowman who was always fierce unto foes, inquired of him, saying, Who is that snake that advanceth of his own accord against me, as if, indeed, he advanceth right against the mouth of Garuda? Krishna replied, Whilst thou, armed with bow, wert engaged at Khandava in gratifying the god Agni, this snake was then in the sky, his body ensconced within his mother's. Thinking that it was only a single snake that was so staying in the sky, thou killedst the mother. Remembering that act of hostility done by thee, he cometh towards thee today for thy destruction. O resister of foes, behold him coming like a blazing meteor, falling from the firmament. Sanjaya continued, Then Jishnu, turning his face in rage, cut off, with 6 keen shafts, that snake in the welkin as the latter was coursing in a slanting direction. His body thus cut off, he fell down on the earth. After that snake had been cut off by Arjuna, the Lord Keshava himself, O king, of massive arms, that foremost of beings, raised up with his arms that carve from the earth. At that time, Karna, glancing obliquely at Dhananjaya, pierced that foremost of persons, viz., Krishna, with 10 shafts whetted on stone and equipped with peacock feathers. Then Dhananjaya, piercing Karna with 12 well-shot and keen arrows equipped with heads like the boar's ear, sped a cloth-yard shaft endued with the energy of a snake of virulent poison and shot from his bowstring stretched to his ear. That foremost of shafts, well shot by Arjuna, penetrated through Karna's armor, and as if suspending his life breaths, drank his blood and entered the earth, its wings also having been drenched with gore. Endued with great activity, Vrisha, enraged at the stroke of the shaft, like a snake beaten with stick, shot many mighty shafts, like snakes of virulent poison vomiting venom. And he pierced Janardana with 12 shafts and Arjuna with 99. And once more piercing the son of Pandu with a terrible shaft, Karna laughed and uttered a loud roar. The son of Pandu, however, could not endure his enemy's joy. Acquainted with all the vital parts of the human body, Partha, possessed of prowess like that of Indra, pierced those vital limbs with hundreds of arrows even as Indra had struck Vala with great energy. Then Arjuna sped 90 arrows, each resembling the rod of death, at Karna. Deeply pierced with those shafts, Karna trembled like a mountain riven with thunder. The headgear of Karna, adorned with costly gems and precious diamonds and pure gold, as also his earrings, cut off by Dhananjaya with his winged arrows, fell down on the earth. The costly and bright armor also of the Suta's son that had been forged with great care by many foremost of artists working for a long time, the son of Pandu cut off within a moment in many fragments. After thus divesting him of his armor, Partha then, in rage, pierced Karna with 4 whetted shafts of great energy. Struck forcibly by his foe, Karna suffered great pain like a diseased person afflicted by bile, phlegm, wind, and fever. Once more Arjuna, with great speed, mangled Karna, piercing his very vitals, with numerous excellent shafts, of great keenness, and sped from his circling bow with much force and speed and care. Deeply struck by Partha with those diverse arrows of keen points and fierce energy, Karna, covered with blood, looked resplendent like a mountain of red chalk with streams of red water running adown its breast. Once more Arjuna pierced Karna in the center of the chest with many straight coursing and strong shafts made entirely of iron and equipped with wings of gold, and each resembling the fiery rod of the destroyer, like the son of Agni piercing the Krauncha mountains. Then the Suta's son, casting aside his bow that resembled the very bow of Sakra, as also his quiver, felt great pain, and stood inactive, stupefied, and reeling, his grasp loosened and himself in great anguish. The virtuous Arjuna, observant of the duty of manliness, wished not to slay his enemy while fallen into such distress. The younger brother of Indra then, with great excitement, addressed him, saying, "Why, O son of Pandu, dost thou become so forgetful? They that are truly wise never spare their foes, however weak, even for a moment. He that is learned earneth both merit and fame by slaying foes fallen into distress. Lose no time in precipitately crushing Karna, who is always inimical to thee, and who is the first of heroes. The Suta's son, when able, will once more advance against thee as before. Slay him, therefore, like Indra's slaying the Asura Namusi." Saying, "So be it, O Krishna," and worshipping Janardana, Arjuna, that foremost of all persons in Kuru's race, once more quickly pierced Karna with many excellent arrows like the ruler of heaven, piercing the Asura, Samvara. The diadem-decked Partha, O Bharata, covered Karna and his car and steeds with many calf-toothed arrows, and putting forth all his vigor he shrouded all the points of the compass with shafts equipped with wings of gold. Pierced with those arrows equipped with heads like the calf's tooth, Adhiratha's son of broad chest looked resplendent like an Asoka or Palesa or Salmali decked with its flowery load, or a mountain overgrown with a forest of sandal trees. Indeed, with those numerous arrows sticking to his body, Karna, O monarch, in that battle, looked resplendent like the prince of mountains with its top and glens overgrown with trees or decked with flowering Karnakaras. Karna, also shooting repeated showers of arrows, looked, with those arrows constituting his rays, like the sun coursing towards the Asta hills, with disk bright with crimson rays. Shafts, however, of keen points, sped from Arjuna's arms, encountering in the welkin the blazing arrows, resembling mighty snakes, sped from the arms of Adhiratha's son, destroyed them all. Recovering his coolness, and shooting many shafts that resembled angry snakes, Karna then pierced Partha with 10 shafts and Krishna with half a dozen, each of which looked like an angry snake. Then Dhananjaya desired to shoot a mighty and terrible arrow, made wholly of iron, resembling the poison of snake or fire in energy, and whose was resembling the peal of Indra's thunder, and which was inspired with the force of a high, celestial weapon. At that time, when the hour of Karna's death had come, Kala, approaching invisibly, and alluding to the Brahmana's curse, and desirous of informing Karna that his death was near, told him, "The earth is devouring thy wheel." Indeed, O foremost of men, when the hour of Karna's death came, the high Brahmastra that the illustrious Bhargava had imparted unto him escaped from his memory. And the earth also began to devour the left wheel of his car. Then, in consequence of the curse of that foremost of Brahmanas, Karna's car began to reel, having sunk deep into the earth and having been transfixed at that spot like a sacred tree with its load of flowers standing upon an elevated platform. When his car began to reel from the curse of the Brahmana, and when the high weapon he had obtained from Rama no longer shone in him through inward light, and when his terrible snake-mouthed shaft also had been cut off by Partha, Karna became filled with melancholy. Unable to endure all those calamities, he waved his arms and began to rail at righteousness, saying, "They that are conversant with righteousness always say that righteousness protects those that are righteous. As regards ourselves, we always endeavor, to the best of our ability and knowledge, to practice righteousness. That righteousness, however, is destroying us now instead of protecting us that are devoted to it. I, therefore, think that righteousness does not always protect its worshippers." While saying these words, he became exceedingly agitated by the strokes of Arjuna's arrows. His steeds and his driver also were displaced from their usual position. His very vitals having been struck, he became indifferent as to what he did, and repeatedly railed at righteousness in that battle. He then pierced Krishna in the arm with 3 terrible arrows, and Partha, too, with 7. Then Arjuna sped 7 and 10 terrible arrows, perfectly straight and of fierce impetuosity, resembling fire in splendor and like unto Indra's thunder in force. Endued with awful impetuosity, those arrows pierced Karna and passing out of his body fell upon the surface of the earth. Trembling at the shock, Karna then displayed his activity to the utmost of his power. Steadying himself by a powerful effort, he invoked the Brahmastra. Beholding the Brahmastra, Arjuna invoked the angel weapon with proper mantras. Inspiring Gandiva, its string, and its shafts also, with mantras, that scorcher of foes poured showers like Purandarav pouring rain in torrents. Those arrows, endued with great energy and power, issuing out of Partha's car, were seen to be displayed in the vicinity of Karna's vehicle. The mighty car warrior Karna baffled all those shafts displayed in his front. Seeing that weapon thus destroyed, the Vrishni hero, addressing Arjuna, said, "Shoot high weapons, O Partha. The son of Radha baffles thy shafts." With proper mantras, Arjuna then fixed the Brahmastra on his string, and shrouding all the points of the compass with arrows, Partha struck Karna with many arrows. Then Karna, with a number of whetted shafts endued with great energy, cut off the string of Arjuna's bow. Similarly, he cut off the second string, and then the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth. The sixth also was cut off by Vrisha, and then the 7th, then the 8th, then the 9th, then the 10th, and then at last the 11th. Capable of shooting hundreds upon hundreds of arrows, Karna knew not that Partha had 100 strings to his bow. Tying another string to his bow and shooting many arrows, the son of Pandu covered Karna with shafts that resembled snakes of blazing mouths. So quickly did Arjuna replace each broken string that Karna could not mark when it was broken and when replaced. The feat seemed to him to be exceedingly wonderful. The son of Radha baffled with his own weapons those of Savyasasi. Displaying also his own prowess, he seemed to get the better of the Nanjaya at that time. Then Krishna, beholding Arjuna afflicted with the weapons of Karna, said these words unto Partha, approaching Karna, "Strike him with superior weapons." Then Dhananjaya, filled with rage, inspiring with mantras another celestial weapons that looked like fire and that resembled the poison of the snake and that was as hard as the essence of adamant, and uniting the Raudra weapon with it, became desirous of shooting it at his foe. At that time, O king, the earth swallowed up one of wheels of Karna's car. Quickly alighting then from his vehicle, he seized his sunken wheel with his 2 arms and endeavored to lift it up with a great effort. Drawn up with force by Karna, the earth, which had swallowed up his wheel, rose up to a height of 4 fingers' breadth, with her 7 islands and her hills and waters and forests. Seeing his wheel swallowed, the son of Radha shed tears from wrath, and beholding Arjuna, filled with rage, he said these words, O Partha, wait for a moment, that is, till I lift this sunken wheel." Beholding, O Partha, the left wheel of my car swallowed through accident by the earth, abandon, instead of cherishing, this purpose, of striking and slaying me, that is capable of being harbored by only a coward. Brave warriors that are observant of the practices of the righteous never shoot their weapons at persons with disheveled hair, or at those that have turned their faces from battle, or at a Brahmana, or at him who joins his palms, or at him who yields himself up or beggeth for quarter, or at one who has put up his weapon, or at one whose arrows are exhausted, or at one whose armor is displaced, or at one whose weapon has fallen off or been broken. Thou art the bravest of men in the world. Thou art also of righteous behavior, O son of Pandu. Thou art well acquainted with the rules of battle. For these reasons, excuse me for a moment, that is, till I extricate my wheel, O Dhananjaya, from the earth. thyself staying on thy car, and myself standing weak and languid on the earth, it behoveth thee not to slay me now. Neither Vasudeva, nor thou, O son of Pandu, inspirest me with the slightest fear. Thou art born in the Kshatriya order. Thou art the perpetuator of a high race. Recollecting the teachings of righteousness, excuse me for a moment, O son of Pandu. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 91. Sanjaya said, then Vasudeva, stationed on the car, addressed Karna, saying, by good luck it is, O son of Radha, that thou rememberest virtue. It is generally seen that they that are mean, when they sink into distress, rail at providence, but never at their own misdeeds. Thyself and Suryodhana and Dashasana and Shakuni, the son of Sabala, had caused Draupadi, clad in a single piece of raiment, to be brought into the midst of the assembly. On that occasion, O Karna, this virtue of thine did not manifest itself. When at the assembly Shakuni, an adept in dice, vanquished Kunti's son Yudhishthira, who was unacquainted with it, whither had this virtue of thine gone? When the Kuru king, Duryodhana, acting under thy counsels, treated Bhimasena in that way with the aid of snakes and poisoned food, whither had this virtue of thine then gone? When the period of exile into the woods was over, as also the 13th year, thou didst not make over to the Pandavas their kingdom. Whither had this virtue of thine then gone? Thou didst set fire to the house of Lak at Varanavada for burning to death the sleeping Pandavas. Whither then, O son of Radha, had this virtue of thine gone? Thou laughedst at Krishna while she stood in the midst of the assembly, scantily dressed because in her season and obedient to Dashasana's will. Whither, then, O Karna, had this virtue of thine gone? When from the apartment reserved for the females innocent Krishna was dragged, thou didst not interfere. Whither, O son of Radha, had this virtue of thine gone? Thyself addressing the princess Draupadi, that lady whose tread is as dignified as that of the elephant, in these words, viz., the Pandavas, O Krishna, are lost. They have sunk into eternal hell. Do thou choose another husband, thou lookedst on the scene with delight. Whither then, O Karna, had this virtue of thine gone? Covetous of kingdom and relying on the ruler of the Gandharvas, thou summonedst the Pandavas to a match of dice. Whither then had this virtue of thine gone? When many mighty car warriors, encompassing the boy Abhimanyu in battle, slew him, whither had this virtue of thine then gone? If this virtue that thou now invokest was nowhere on those occasions, what is the use then of parching thy palate now, by uttering that word? Thou art now for the practice of virtue, O Sutta, but thou shalt not escape with life. Like Nala, who was defeated by Pushkara with the aid of dice, but who regained his kingdom by prowess, the Pandavas, who are free from cupidity, will recover their kingdom by the prowess of their arms, aided with all their friends. Having slain in battle their powerful foes, they, with the Samakas, will recover their kingdom. The Dhartarashtras will meet with destruction at the hands of those lions among men, viz., the sons of Pandu, that are always protected by virtue. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, O Bharata, by Vasudeva. Karna hung down his head in shame and gave no answer. With lips quivering in rage, he raised his bow, O Bharata, and, being endued with great energy and prowess, he continued to fight with Partha. Then Vasudeva, addressing Fulguna, that bull among men, said, O thou of great might, piercing Karna with a celestial weapon, throw him down. Thus addressed by the Holy One, Arjuna became filled with rage. Indeed, remembering the incidents alluded to by Krishna, Dhananjaya blazed up with fury. Then, O king, blazing flames of fire seemed to emanate from all the pores of the angry Partha's body. The sight seemed to be exceedingly wonderful. Beholding it, Karna, invoking the Brahmastra, showered his shafts upon Dhananjaya, and once more made an effort to extricate his car. Partha also, by the aid of the Brahmastra, poured arrowy downpours upon Karna. Baffling with his own weapon the weapon of his foe, the son of Pandu continued to strike him. The son of Kunti then, aiming at Karna, sped another favorite weapon of his that was inspired with the energy of Agni. Sped by Arjuna, that weapon blazed up with its own energy. Karna, however, quenched that conflagration with the Varuna weapon. The Suta's son also, by the clouds he created, caused all the points of the compass to be shrouded with a darkness such as may be seen on a rainy day. The son of Pandu, endued with great energy, fearlessly dispelled those clouds by means of the Vayavya weapon in the very sight of Karna. The Suta's son then, for slaying the son of Pandu, took up a terrible arrow blazing like fire. When that adored shaft was fixed on the bowstring, the earth, O king, trembled with her mountains and waters, and forests violent winds began to blow, bearing hard pebbles. All the points of the compass became enveloped with dust. Wails of grief, O Bharata, arose among the gods and the welkin. Beholding that shaft aimed by the Suta's son, O sire, the Pandavas, with cheerless hearts, gave themselves up to great sorrow. That shaft of keen point and endued with the effulgence of Sakra's thunder, sped from Karna's arms, fell upon Dhananjaya's chest and penetrated it like a mighty snake penetrating an ant-hill. That grinder of foes, viz., the high-souled Vibhatsu, thus deeply pierced in that encounter, began to reel. His grasp became loosened, at which his bow Gandiva dropped from his hand. He trembled like the prince of mountains in an earthquake. Availing himself of that opportunity, the mighty car warrior Vrisha, desirous of extricating his car wheel that had been swallowed up by the earth, jumped down from his vehicle. Seizing the wheel with his two arms, he endeavored to drag it up, but though possessed of great strength, he failed in his efforts, as destiny would have it. Meanwhile, the diadem-decked and high-souled Arjuna, recovering his senses, took up a shaft, fatal as the rod of death, and called Anjalika. Then Vasudeva, addressing Partha, said, "Cut off with thy arrow the head of this enemy of thine, viz., Vrisha, before he succeeds in getting upon his car." Applauding those words of the Lord Vasudeva, and while the wheel of his enemy was still sunk, the mighty car warrior Arjuna took up a razor-headed arrow of blazing effulgence and struck the standard of Karna, bearing the elephant's rope and bright as the spotless sun. That standard, bearing the device of the costly elephant's rope, was adorned with gold and pearls and gems and diamonds, and forged with care by foremost of artists excelling in knowledge, and possessed of great beauty, and variegated with pure gold. That standard always used to fill thy troops with high courage and the enemy with fear. Its form commanded applause. Celebrated over the whole world, it resembled the sun in splendor. Indeed, its effulgence was like that of fire, or the sun, or the moon. The diadem-decked Arjuna, with that razor-headed shaft, exceedingly sharp, equipped with wings of gold, possessed of the splendor of fire when fed with libations of clarified butter, and blazing with beauty, cut off that standard of Adhiratha's son, that great car warrior. With that standard, as it fell, the fame, pride, hope of victory, and everything dear, as also the hearts of the Kurus, fell, and loud wails of "Oh!" and "Alas!" arose from the Kuru army. Beholding that standard cut off and thrown down by that hero of Kuru's race, possessed of great lightness of hand, thy troops, O Bharata, were no longer hopeful of Karna's victory. Hastening then for Karna's destruction, Partha took out from his quiver an excellent Anjalika weapon that resembled the thunder of Indra or the rod of fire, and that was possessed of the effulgence of the thousand-rayed sun, capable of penetrating the very vitals, besmeared with blood and flesh, resembling fire, or the sun, made of costly materials, destructive of men, steeds, and elephants. Of straight course and fierce impetuosity, it measured 3 cubits and 6 feet. Endued with the force of the thousand-eyed Indra's thunder, irresistible as Rakshasas in the night, resembling Pinaka or Narayana's discus, it was exceedingly terrible and destructive of all living creatures. Partha cheerfully took up that great weapon, in the shape of an arrow, which could not be resisted by the very gods, that high-souled being which was always adored by the son of Pandu, and which was capable of vanquishing the very gods and the Asuras. Beholding that shaft grasped by Partha in that battle, the entire universe shook with its mobile and immobile creatures. Indeed, seeing that weapon raised, for being spared, in that dreadful battle, the rishis loudly cried out, "Peace be to the universe." The wielder of Gandiva then fixed on his bow that unrivaled arrow, uniting it with a high and mighty weapon. Drawing his bow Gandiva, he quickly said, "Let this shaft of mine be like a mighty weapon capable of quickly destroying the body and heart of my enemy. If I have ever practiced ascetic austerities, gratified my superiors, and listened to the counsels of well-wishers, let this shaft, worshipped by me and possessed of great sharpness, slay my enemy Karna by that truth." Having said these words, Dhananjaya let off that terrible shaft for the destruction of Karna, that arrow fierce and efficacious as a rite prescribed in the Atharvan of Angiras, blazing with effulgence, and incapable of being endured by death himself in battle. And the diadem-decked Partha, desirous of slaying Karna, with great cheerfulness, said, "Let this shaft conduce to my victory. Shot by me, let this arrow possessed of the splendor of fire or the sun take Karna to the presence of Yama." Saying these words, Arjuna, decked with diadem and garlands, cherishing feelings of hostility towards Karna and desirous of slaying him, cheerfully struck his foe with that foremost of shafts which was possessed of the splendor of the sun or the moon and capable of bestowing victory. Thus sped by that mighty warrior, that shaft endued with the energy of the sun caused all the points of the compass to blaze up with light. With that weapon Arjuna struck off his enemy's head like Indra striking off the head of Vritra with his thunder. Indeed, O king, with that excellent Angelica weapon inspired with mantras into a mighty weapon, the son of Indra cut off the head of Vaikartana in the afternoon. Thus cut off with that Angelica, the trunk of Karna fell down on the earth. The head also of that commander of the Kaurava army, endued with splendor equal to that of the risen sun and resembling the meridian sun of autumn, fell down on the earth like the sun of bloody disk dropped down from the Asta hills. Indeed, that head abandoned with great unwillingness the body, exceedingly beautiful and always nursed in luxury, of Karna of noble deeds, like an owner abandoning with great unwillingness his commodious mansion filled with great wealth. Cut off with Arjuna's arrow, and deprived of life, the tall trunk of Karna endued with great splendor, with blood issuing from every wound, fell down like the thunder-riven summit of a mountain of red chalk with crimson streams running down its sides after a shower. Then from that body of the fallen Karna a light passing through the welkin penetrated the sun. This wonderful sight, O king, was beheld by the human warriors after the fall of Karna. Then the Pandavas, beholding Karna slain by Fulguna, loudly blew their conchs. Similarly, Krishna and Dhananjaya also, filled with delight, and losing no time, blew their conchs. The Samakas, beholding Karna slain and lying on the field, were filled with joy and uttered loud shouts with the other troops of the Pandava army. In great delight they blew their trumpets and waved their arms and garments. All the warriors, O king, approaching Partha, began to applaud him joyfully. Others, possessed of might, danced, embracing each other, and uttering loud shouts, said, "By good luck, Karna hath been stretched on the earth and mangled with arrows." Indeed, the severed head of Karna looked beautiful like a mountain summit loosened by a tempest, or a quenched fire after the sacrifice is over, or the image of the sun after it has reached the Asta hills. The Karna sun, with arrows for its rays, after having scorched the hostile army, was at last caused to be set by the mighty Arjuna time. As the sun, while proceeding towards the Asta hills, retires taking away with him all his rays, even so that shaft of Arjuna passed out, taking with it Karna's life breaths. The death hour of the Suta's son, O sire, was the afternoon of that day. Cut off with the Anjalika weapon in that battle, the head of Karna fell down along with his body. Indeed, that arrow of Arjuna, in the very sight of the Kaurava troops, quickly took away the head and the body of Karna. Beholding the heroic Karna thrown down stretched on the earth, pierced with arrows and bathed in blood, the king of the Madras went away on that car deprived of its standard. After the fall of Karna, the Kauravas, deeply pierced with shafts in that battle, and afflicted with fear, fled away from the field, frequently casting their eyes on that lofty standard of Arjuna that blazed with splendor. The beautiful head, graced with a face that resembled a lotus of 1,000 petals, of Karna, whose feet were like those of the thousand-eyed Indra, fell down on the earth like the thousand-rayed sun as he looks at the close of day. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 92. Sanjaya said, beholding the troops crushed with arrows in that encounter between Karna and Arjuna, Shalaya proceeded, filled with wrath, on that car divested of equipment. Beholding his army deprived of the Suta's son and its cars and steeds and elephants destroyed, Duryodhana, with eyes bathed in tears, repeatedly sighed the very picture of woe. Desirous of beholding the heroic Karna, pierced with arrows and bathed in blood, and stretched on the earth like the sun dropped from the skies at will, the warriors came there and stood surrounding the fallen hero. Amongst those belonging to the enemy and thy army that thus stood there, some showed signs of joy, some of fear, some of sorrow, some of wonder, and some gave themselves up to great grief, according to their respective natures. Others amongst the Kauravas, hearing that Karna of mighty energy had been slain by the Dhananjaya, his armor, ornaments, robes, and weapons having all been displaced, fled in fear like a herd of kine afflicted with exceeding fear at losing its bull. Bhima then, uttering loud roars and causing the welkin to tremble with those awful and tremendous shouts, began to slap his armpits, jump, and dance, frightening the Dhritarashtra's by those movements. The Samakas and the Srinjayas also loudly blew their conchs. All the Kshatriyas embraced one another in joy, upon beholding the Suta's son slain at that juncture. Having fought a dreadful battle, Karna was slain by Arjuna like an elephant by a lion. That bull among men, Arjuna, thus accomplished his vow. Indeed, even thus, Partha reached the end of his hostility towards Karna. The ruler of the Madras, with stupefied heart, quickly proceeding, O king, to the side of Duryodhana, on that car divested of standard, said in sorrow these words, the elephants, the steeds, and the foremost of car warriors of thy army have been slain. In consequence of those mighty warriors, and steeds, and elephants huge as hills, having been slain after coming into contact with one another, thy host looks like the domains of Yama. Never before, O Bharata, has a battle been fought like that between Karna and Arjuna today. Karna had powerfully assailed the two Krishnas today and all others who are thy foes. Destiny, however, has certainly flowed, controlled by Partha. It is for this that destiny is protecting the Pandavas and weakening us. Many are the heroes who, resolved to accomplish thy objects, have been forcibly slain by the enemy. Brave kings, who in energy, courage, and might were equal to Kuvera or Yama or Vasva or the Lord of the Waters, who were possessed of every merit, who were almost unslayable, and who were desirous of achieving thy object, have in battle been slain by the Pandavas. Do not, O Bharata, grieve for this. This is destiny. Comfort thyself. Success cannot be always attained. Hearing these words of the ruler of the Madras and reflecting on his own evil doings, Duryodhana, with a cheerless heart, became almost deprived of his senses and sighed repeatedly, the very picture of woe. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 93. Dhritarashtra said, "What was the aspect of the Kuru and the Srinjaya host on that awful day, while it was crushed with arrows and scorched with weapons, and that encounter between Karna and Arjuna, and while it was flying away from the field?" Sanjaya said, "Hear, O king, with attention how that awful and great carnage of human beings and elephants and steeds occurred in battle. When, after Karna's fall, Partha uttered leonine shouts, a great fright entered the hearts of thy sons. Upon the fall of Karna, no warrior of thy army set his heart on rallying the troops or putting forth his prowess. Their refuge having been destroyed by Arjuna, they were then like raftless merchants, whose vessels have wrecked on the fathomless ocean, desirous of crossing the uncrossable main. After the slaughter of the Suta's son, O king, the Kauravas, terrified and mangled with shafts, masterless and desirous of protection, became like a herd of elephants afflicted by lions. Vanquished by Savyasasi on that afternoon, they fled away like bulls with broken horns or snakes with broken fangs. Their foremost of heroes slain, their troops thrown into confusion, themselves mangled with keen arrows, thy sons, after the fall of Karna, O king, fled away in fear. Divested of weapons and armor, no longer able to ascertain which point of the compass was which, and deprived of their senses, they crushed one another in course of their flight and looked at one another, afflicted with fear. It is me that Vibhatsu is pursuing with speed. It is me that Vrkodara is pursuing with speed," thought every one among the Kauravas, who became pale with fear and fell down as they fled. Some on horses, some on cars, some on elephants, and some on foot, mighty car warriors, endued with great speed, fled away in fear. Cars were broken by elephants, horsemen were crushed by great car warriors, and bands of foot soldiers were trodden down by bodies of horsemen, as these fled in fear. After the fall of the Suta's son, thy warriors became like people without protectors in a forest teeming with beasts of prey and robbers. They were then like elephants without riders and men without arms. Afflicted with fear, they looked upon the world as if it were full of Partha. Beholding them fly away afflicted with the fear of Bhimasena, indeed, and seeing his troops thus leave the field in thousands, Duryodhana, uttering cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" addressed his driver, saying, "Partha will never be able to transgress me standing bow in hand. Urge my steed slowly behind all the troops. Without doubt, if I fight standing in the rear of the army, the son of Kunti will never be able to transgress me, even as the vast deep is unable to transgress its continents. Slaying Arjuna and Govinda and the proud Vrkodara and the rest of my foes, I will free myself from the debt I owe to Karna." Hearing these words of the Kuru king that were so worthy of a hero and honorable man, the charioteer slowly urged his steeds adorned with trappings of gold. Then 25,000 warriors on foot, belonging to thy army, without cars and cavalry and elephants among them, prepared for battle. Bhimasena, filled with wrath, and Drishtadyumna the son of Prashada, encompassed them with 4 kinds of forces and began to strike them with their shafts. In return, those warriors fought with Bhima and Prashada's son. Some amongst them challenged the 2 heroes by name. Then Bhimasena became filled with rage. Alighting from his car, mace in hand, he fought with those warriors arrived for battle. Observant of the rules of fair fight, Vrkodara, the son of Kunti, came down from his car, and relying upon the might of his arms, began to fight on foot with those foes of his that were on foot. Taking up his massive mace adorned with gold, he began to slaughter them all, like the destroyer armed with his bludgeon. The Kaurava warriors on foot, filled with rage and becoming reckless of their lives, rushed against Bhima in that battle like insects upon a blazing fire. Those infuriated combatants, difficult of being defeated in battle, approaching Bhimsena, perished in a trice like living creatures upon seeing the destroyer. The mighty Bhima, armed with a mace, careered like a hawk and destroyed all those 25,000 combatants. Having slain that division of heroic warriors, Bhima, of prowess incapable of being baffled and of great might, once more stood, with Drishtadyumna before him. Possessed of great energy, Dhananjaya proceeded against the remnant of the car force of the Kauravas. The two sons of Madri and Satyaki, filled with joy, rushed with speed against Shakuni and slaughtered the troops of Sabala's son. Having slain with keen shafts his cavalry and elephants in that encounter, they rushed impetuously against Shakuni himself, upon which a great battle took place. Meanwhile Dhananjaya, O Lord, proceeding against thy car force, twanged his bow Gandiva celebrated over the three worlds. Beholding that car having white steeds yoked unto it and owning Krishna for its driver, and seeing that Arjuna was the warrior standing on it, thy troops fled away in fear. 25,000 soldiers on foot, deprived of cars and mangled with shafts, had perished at the hands of Bhima and Drishtadyumna. Having slain them, that tiger among men, that great car warrior among the Panchalas, viz., the high-souled Drishtadyumna, the son of the Panchala king, soon showed himself, with Bhimsena before him. That slayer of foes and mighty bowman appeared exceedingly handsome. Beholding Drishtadyumna's car, which had steeds white as pigeons yoked unto it, and whose lofty standard was made of the trunk of a Kovidara, the Kauravas fled away in great fear. The twins, Nakula and Sadeva, of great fame, and Satyaki, having pursued with great speed the king of the Gandharvas, who was possessed of lightness of hands in the use of weapons, reappeared amid the Pandava ranks. Chekatana and Shikandi and the 5 sons of Draupadi, O sire, having slaughtered thy vast army, blew their conchs. All those heroes, although they saw thy troops flying away with faces turned from the field, still pursued them, like bulls pursuing angry bulls after vanquishing them. Pandu's son Savyasasi of great might, O king, beholding a remnant of thy army still standing for battle, became filled with wrath. Possessed of great energy, Dhananjaya rushed against that car force, drawing his bow Gandiva celebrated over the three worlds. Suddenly he shrouded them with showers of arrows. The dust that was raised darkened the scene, and nothing could any longer be distinguished. When the earth was thus shrouded with dust, and when darkness covered everything, thy troops, O king, fled on all sides from fear. When the Kuru army was thus broken, the Kuru king, O monarch, viz., thy son, rushed against all his foes advancing against him. Then Duryodhana challenged all the Pandavas to battle, O chief of Bharata's race, like the Azura Valley in days of yours challenging the gods. At this, all the Pandava heroes, uniting together, rushed against the advancing Duryodhana, shooting and hurling at him diverse weapons and upbraiding him repeatedly. Duryodhana, however, filled with rage, fearlessly slaughtered those enemies of his in hundreds and thousands, with keen shafts. The prowess that we then beheld of thy son was exceedingly wonderful, for alone and unsupported, he fought with all the Pandavas united together. Duryodhana then beheld his own troops who, mangled with arrows, had set their hearts on flight, gone not far from the field. Rallying them then, O monarch, thy son who was resolved to maintain his honor, gladdening those warriors of his, said these words unto them, I do not see that spot in the earth or on the mountains, whither if ye fly, the Pandavas will not slay you. What use then in flying away? Small is the force that the Pandavas now have. The two Krishnas also are exceedingly mangled. If all of us stay for battle, victory will certainly be ours. If we fly in disunion, the sinful Pandavas, pursuing us, will certainly slay all of us. For this, it is better that we should die in battle. Death in battle is fraught with happiness. Fight, observant of the Kshatriya's duty. He that is dead knows no misery. On the other hand, such a one enjoys eternal bliss hereafter. Listen, ye Kshatriyas, all of you, that are assembled here. When the destroyer Yama spareth neither the hero nor the coward, who is there so foolish of understanding, although observant of a Kshatriya's vow like us, that would not fight. Would ye place yourselves under the power of the angry foe Bhimasena? It behoveth you not to abandon the duty observed by your sires and grandsires. There is no greater sin for a Kshatriya than flight from battle. There is no more blessed path for heaven, ye Kauravas, than the duty of battle. Slain in battle, ye warriors, enjoy heaven without delay. Sanjaya continued, while even these words were being uttered by thy son, the Kaurava warriors, exceedingly mangled, fled away on all sides, regardless of that speech. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 94. Sanjaya said, the ruler of the Madras then, beholding thy son employed in rallying the troops, with fear depicted on his countenance, and with heart stupefied with grief, said these words unto Duryodhana. Shalaya said, behold this awful field of battle, O hero, covered with heaps of slain men and steeds and elephants. Some tracks are covered with fallen elephants huge as mountains, exceedingly mangled, their vital limbs pierced with shafts, lying helplessly, deprived of life, their armor displaced and the weapons, the shields and the swords with which they were equipped lying scattered about. These fallen animals resemble huge mountains riven with thunder, with their rocks and lofty trees and herbs loosened from them and lying all around. The bells and iron hooks and lances and standards with which those huge creatures had been equipped are lying on the ground. Adorned with housings of gold, their bodies are now bathed in blood. Some tracks, again, are covered with fallen steeds, mangled with shafts, breathing hard in pain and vomiting blood. Some of them are sending forth soft wails of pain, some are biting the earth with rolling eyes, and some are uttering piteous neighs. Portions of the field are covered with horsemen and elephant warriors fallen off from their animals, and with bands of car warriors forcibly thrown down from their cars. Some of them are already dead, and some are at the point of death. Covered also with the corpses of men and steeds and elephants, as also with crushed cars and other huge elephants with their trunks and limbs cut off, the earth has become awful to look at, like the great Vedarani, skirting the domains of Yama. Indeed, the earth looketh even such, being strewn with other elephants, stretched on the ground with trembling bodies and broken tusks, vomiting blood, uttering soft cries in pain, deprived of the warriors on their backs, divested of the armor that covered their limbs, and reft of the foot soldiers that protected their flank and rear, and with their quivers and banners and standards displaced, their bodies adorned with housings of gold struck deep with the weapons of the foe. The earth looked like the cloud-covered welkin in consequence of being strewn with the fallen bodies of elephant warriors and horsemen and car warriors, all of great fame, and of foot soldiers slain by foes fighting face to face, and divested of armor and ornaments and attire and weapons. Covered with thousands of fallen combatants mangled with arrows, fully exposed to view, and deprived of consciousness, with some amongst them whose breaths were returning slowly, the earth seemed as if covered with many extinguished fires. With those foremost of heroes among both the Kurus and the Srinjayas, pierced with arrows and deprived of life by Partha and Karna, the earth seemed as if strewn with blazing planets fallen from the firmament, or like the nocturnal firmament itself bespangled with blazing planets of serene light. The shaft sped from the arms of Karna and Arjuna, piercing through the bodies of elephants and steeds and men and quickly stilling their lives, entered the earth like mighty snakes entering their holes with heads bent downwards. The earth has become impassable with heaps of slain men and steeds and elephants, and with cars broken with the shafts of Dhananjaya and Adhiratha's son, and with the numberless shafts themselves shot by them. Strewn with well-equipped cars crushed by means of mighty shafts, along with the warriors and the weapons and the standards upon them, cars, that is, with their traces broken, their joints separated, their axles and yokes and trivenus reduced to fragments, their wheels loosened, their upaskaras destroyed, their anukarsanas cut in pieces, the fastenings of their quivers cut off, and their niches, for the accommodation of drivers, broken, strewn with those vehicles adorned with gems and gold. The earth looks like the firmament overspread with autumnal clouds. In consequence of well-equipped royal cars deprived of riders and dragged by fleet steeds, as also of men and elephants and cars and horses that fled very quickly, the army has been broken in diverse ways. Spiked maces with golden bells, battle-axes, sharp lances, heavy clubs, mallets, bright unsheathed swords, and maces covered with cloth of gold have fallen on the field. Bows decked with ornaments of gold, and shafts equipped with beautiful wings of pure gold, and bright unsheathed rapiers of excellent temper, and lances, and scimitars bright as gold, and umbrellas, and fans, and conchs, and arms decked with excellent flowers and gold, and caparisons of elephants, and standards, and car fences and diadems, and necklaces, and brilliant crowns, and yak tails lying about, O king, and garlands luminous with corals and pearls, and chaplets for the head, and bracelets for both the wrist and the upper arms, and collars for the neck with strings of gold, and divers kinds of costly diamonds and gems and pearls, and bodies brought up in a great luxury, and heads beautiful as the moon, are lying scattered about. Abandoning their bodies and enjoyments and robes and divers kinds of agreeable pleasures, and acquiring great merit for the devotion they show to the virtuous of their order, they have speedily gone in a blaze of flame to regions of bliss. Turn back, O Duryodhana! Let the troops retire. O king, O giver of honors, proceed towards thy camp. There, the sun is hanging low in the welkin, O Lord. Remember, O ruler of men, that thou art the cause of all this. Having said these words unto Duryodhana, Shalaya, with heart filled with grief, stopped. Duryodhana, however, at that time, deeply afflicted and deprived of his senses, and with eyes bathed in tears, wept for the Suta's son, saying, Karna! O Karna! Then all the kings headed by Drona's son, repeatedly comforting Duryodhana, proceeded towards the camp, frequently looking back at the lofty standard of Arjuna that seemed to be ablaze with his fame. At that terrible hour when everything around looked so resplendent, the Kauravas, all of whom had resolved to repair to the other world, their features incapable of recognition owing to the blood that covered them, beholding the earth, that was drenched with the blood flowing from the bodies of men and steeds and elephants, looking like a courtesan attired in crimson robes and floral garlands and ornaments of gold, were unable, O king, to stand there. Filled with grief at the slaughter of Karna, they indulged in loud lamentations, saying, Alas, Karna! Alas, Karna! Beholding the sun assume a crimson hue, all of them speedily proceeded towards their camp. As regards Karna, though slain and pierced with gold-winged shafts whetted on stone and equipped with feathers and dyed in blood and sped from Gandiva, yet that hero, lying on the ground, looked resplendent like the sun himself of bright rays. It seemed that illustrious Surya, ever kind to his worshippers, having touched with his rays the gore-drenched body of Karna, proceeded, with aspect crimson in grief, to the other ocean from desire of a bath. Thinking so, the throngs of celestials and rishis that had come there for witnessing the battle left the scene for proceeding to their respective abodes. The large crowd of other beings also, entertaining the same thought, went away, repairing as they chose to heaven or the earth. The foremost of Kuru heroes also, having beheld that wonderful battle between the Nanjaya and Adhiratha's son, which had inspired all living creatures with dread, proceeded to their nightly quarters, filled with wonder and applauding the encounter. Though his armor had been cut off with arrows, and though he had been slain in course of that dreadful fight, still that beauty of features which the son of Radha possessed did not abandon him when dead. Indeed, everyone beheld the body of the hero to resemble heated gold. It seemed to be endued with life and possessed of the effulgence of fire or the sun. All the warriors, O king, were inspired with fright at sight of the Suta's son lying dead on the field, like other animals at sight of the lion. Indeed, though dead, that tiger among men seemed ready to utter his commands. Nothing, in that illustrious dead, seemed changed. Clad in beautiful attire, and possessed of a neck that was very beautiful, the Suta's son owned a face which resembled the full moon in splendor. Adorned with diverse ornaments and decked with angathas made of bright gold, Vaikartana, though slain, lay stretched like a gigantic tree adorned with branches and twigs. Indeed, that tiger among men lay like a heap of pure gold, or like a blazing fire extinguished with the water of Partha's shafts. Even as a blazing conflagration is extinguished when it comes in contact with water, the Karna conflagration was extinguished by the Partha cloud in the battle. Having shot showers of arrows and scorched the 10 points of the compass, that tiger among men, viz., Karna, along with his sons, was quieted by Partha's energy. He left the world, taking away with him that blazing glory of his own which he had earned on earth by fair fight. Having scorched the Pandavas and the Panchalas with the energy of his weapons, having poured showers of arrows and burnt the hostile divisions, having, indeed, heated the universe like the thousand-rayed Surya of great beauty, Karna, otherwise called Vaikartana, left the world, with his sons and followers. Thus fell that hero who was a kulpa tree unto those swarms of birds represented by suitors. Solicited by suitors, he always said, I give, but never the words I have not. The righteous always regarded him as a righteous person. Even such was Vrisha, who fell in single combat. All the wealth of that high-souled person had been dedicated to the Brahmanas. There was nothing, not even his life, that he could not give away unto the Brahmanas. He was ever the favorite of ladies, exceedingly liberal, and a mighty car warrior. Burnt by the weapons of Partha, he attained to the highest end. He, relying upon whom thy son had provoked hostilities, thus went to heaven, taking away with him the hope of victory, the happiness, and the armor of the Kauravas. When Karna fell, the rivers stood still. The sun set with a pale hue. The planet Mercury, the son of Soma, assuming the hue of fire or the sun, appeared to course through the firmament in a slanting direction. The firmament seemed to be rent in twain, the earth uttered loud roars, violent and awful winds began to blow. All the points of the horizon, covered with smoke, seemed to be ablaze. The great oceans were agitated and uttered awful sounds. The mountains with their forests began to tremble, and all creatures, O sire, felt pain. The planet Jupiter, afflicting the constellation Rohini, assumed the hue of the moon or the sun. Upon the fall of Karna, the subsidiary points also of the compass became ablaze. The sky became enveloped in darkness. The earth trembled. Meteors of blazing splendor fell. Rakshasas and other wanderers of the night became filled with joy. When Arjuna, with that razor-faced shaft, struck off Karna's head adorned with a face beautiful as the moon, then, O king, loud cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" were heard of creatures in heaven, in the welkin, and on the earth. Having in battle slain his foe Karna, who was worshipped by the gods, the Gandharvas, and human beings, Pritha's son Arjuna looked resplendent in his energy like the deity of 1,000 eyes after the slaughter of Vritra. Then riding on that car of theirs whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds, and whose splendor was like that of the meridian sun of the autumnal sky, which was adorned with banners, and equipped with a standard incessantly producing an awful noise, whose effulgence resembled that of the snow, or the moon, or the conch, or the crystal, and whose steeds were like those of Indra himself, those two foremost of men, viz. the son of Pandu and the crusher of Keshi, whose energy resembled that of the great Indra, and who were adorned with gold and pearls and gems and diamonds and corals, and who were like fire or the sun in splendor, fearlessly careered over the field of battle with great speed, like Vishnu and Vasva mounted on the same chariot, forcibly divesting the enemy of his splendor by means of the twang of Gandiva and the slaps of their palms, and slaying the Kurus with showers of shafts, the eight-banded Arjuna, the Garuda-banded Krishna, both of whom were possessed of immeasurable prowess. Those two foremost of men, filled with joy, took up with their hands their loud-sounding conchs adorned with gold and white as snow, and placing them against their lips, blew simultaneously with those beautiful mouths of theirs, piercing the hearts of their foes with the sound. The blare of Pankajanya and that of Devdatta filled the earth, the sky, and heaven. At the sound of the heroic Madhava's conch, as also at that of Arjuna's, all the Kauravas, O best of kings, became filled with fright. Those foremost of men, causing the forests, the mountains, the rivers, and the points of the compass to resound with the blare of their conchs, and filling the army of thy son with fright, gladdened Yudhishthira therewith. As soon as the Kauravas heard the blare of those conchs that were thus being blown, all of them left the field with great speed, deserting the ruler of the Madras and the chief of the Bharatas, O Bharata, viz., Duryodhana. Then diverse creatures, uniting together, congratulated Dhananjaya, that hero shining resplendent on the field of battle, as also Janardana, those two foremost of men who then looked like a couple of risen suns. Pierced with Karna's arrows, those two chastisers of foes, Asyuta and Arjuna, looked resplendent like the bright and many-rayed moon and the sun risen after dispelling a gloom. Casting off those arrows, those two mighty warriors, both endued with unrivaled prowess, surrounded by well-wishers and friends, happily entered their own encampment, like the lords Vasva and Vishnu duly invoked by sacrificial priests. Upon the slaughter of Karna in that dreadful battle, the gods, Gandharvas, human beings, Karanas, great rishis, Yakshas, and great Nagas worshipped Krishna and Arjuna with great respect and wished them victory in all things. Having received all their friends then, each according to his age, and applauded by those friends in return for their incomparable feats, the two heroes rejoiced with their friends, like the chief of the Celestials and Vishnu after the overthrow of Vali. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 95. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of Karna, otherwise called Vaikartana, the Kauravas, afflicted with fear, fled away on all sides, casting their eyes on empty space. Indeed, hearing that the heroic Karna had been slain by the foe, all thy troops, stupefied with fear, broke and fled in all directions. Then, O king, the leaders, filled with anxiety, desirous of withdrawing their troops, O Bharata, whose flight had been endeavored to be checked by thy son. Understanding their wishes, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, acting according to the advice of Shalaya, withdrew the army. Then Kritavarma, O Bharata, surrounded by thy unslaughtered remnant of thy Narayana troops of thy army, quickly proceeded towards the encampment. Surrounded by 1,000 Gandharvas, Shakuni, beholding the son of Adhiratha slain, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. Sharadvata's son, Kripa, O king, surrounded by the large elephant force that resembled a mass of clouds, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. The heroic Ashvatthama, repeatedly drawing deep breaths at the sight of the victory of the Pandavas, proceeded quickly towards the encampment. Surrounded by the unslaughtered remnant of the Samsaptakas, which was still a large force, Sasharma also, O king, proceeded, casting his eyes on those terrified soldiers. King Duryodhana, deeply afflicted and deprived of everything, proceeded, his heart filled with grief, and a prey to many cheerless thoughts. Shalaya, that foremost of car warriors, proceeded towards the camp, on that car deprived of standard, casting his eyes on all sides. The other mighty car warriors of the Bharata army, still numerous, fled quickly, afflicted with fear, filled with shame, and almost deprived of their senses. Indeed, seeing Karna overthrown, all the Kauravas fled away quickly, afflicted and anxious with fear, trembling, and with voices choked with tears. The mighty car warriors of thy army fled away in fear, O chief of Kuru's race, some applauding Arjuna, some applauding Karna. Amongst those thousands of warriors of thy army in that great battle, there was not a single person who had still any wish for fight. Upon the fall of Karna, O monarch, the Kauravas became hopeless of life, kingdom, wives, and wealth. Guiding them with care, O Lord, thy son, filled with grief and sorrow, set his heart upon resting them for the night. Those great car warriors also, O monarch, accepting his orders with bent heads, retired from the field with cheerless hearts and pale faces. Mahabharata, Book 8, Section 96. Sanjaya said, after Karna had thus been slain and the Kaurava troops had fled away, he of Dashara's race, embracing Partha from joy, said unto him these words, Vritra was slain by thee. Men will talk, in the same breath, of the slaughter of Vritra and Karna in awful battle. Vritra was slain in battle by the deity of great energy with his thunder. Karna hath been slain by thee with bow and sharp arrows. Go, O son of Kunti, and represent, O Bharata, unto King Yudhishthira the just, this prowess of thine that is capable of procuring thee great fame and that hath become well known in the world. Having represented unto King Yudhishthira the just this slaughter of Karna in battle for compassing which thou hadst been endeavoring for a long course of years, thou wilt be freed from the debt thou owest to the king. During the progress of the battle between thyself and Karna, the son of Dharma once came for beholding the field. Having, however, been deeply and exceedingly pierced with arrows, he could not stay in battle. The king, that bull among men, then went back to his tent. Partha answered Keshava, that bull of Yadu's race, saying, So be it. The latter then cheerfully caused the car of that foremost of car warriors to turn back. Having said these words unto Arjuna, Krishna addressed the soldiers, saying, Blessed be ye, stand all of you carefully, facing the foe. Unto Drishtadyumna and Udamanyu and the twin sons of Madri and Vrkodara and Uyudana, Govinda said, Ye kings, until we come back having informed the king of Karna's slaughter by Arjuna, stand ye here with care. Having received the permission of these heroes, he then set out for the quarters of the king. With Partha in his company, Govinda beheld Yudhishthira, that tiger among kings, lying on an excellent bed of gold. Both of them then, with great joy, touched the feet of the king. Beholding their joy and the extraordinary wounds on their bodies, Yudhishthira regarded the son of Radha to be dead and rose quickly from his bed. That chastiser of foes, the mighty armed monarch, having risen from his bed, repeatedly embraced Vasudeva and Arjuna with affection. That descendant of Kuru's race then asked Vasudeva the particulars of Karna's death. Then the sweet-speeched Vasudeva, that descended of the Yadu race, spoke to him of Karna's death exactly as it had happened. Smiling then, Krishna, otherwise called Asiyuta, joined his palms and addressed King Yudhishthira, whose foes had been killed, saying, By good luck, the wielder of Gandiva, and Vrkodara, the son of Pandu, and thyself, and the 2 sons of Madri are all safe, having been freed from this battle that has been so destructive of heroes and that made the very hair of the body to stand on end. Do thou those acts, O son of Pandu, which should next be done. The Suta's son Karna, possessed of great might and otherwise called Vikartana, hath been slain. By good luck, victory hath become thine, O King of Kings. By good luck, thou growest, O son of Pandu. The earth drinketh today the blood of that Suta's son, that wretch among men, who had laughed at the dice one Krishna. That foe of thine, O bull of Kuru's race, lieth today on the bare ground, pierced all over with arrows. Behold that tiger among men, pierced and mangled with shafts. O thou of mighty arms, rule now, with care, this earth that is divested of all thy foes, and enjoy with us all kinds of enjoyable articles. Sanjaya continued, having heard these words of the high-souled Keshava, Yudhishthira, with great joy, worshipped in return that hero of Dashara's race. Good luck, were the words, O monarch, that he said. And he added, It is not wonderful, O mighty armed one, in thee, O son of Devki, that Partha, having obtained thee for his charioteer, should achieve feats that are even superhuman. Then that chief of Kuru's race, that righteous son of Pritha, taking hold of Keshava's right arm adorned with Ingadhas, and addressing both Keshava and Arjuna, said, Narada told me that ye two are the gods Nara and Narayana, those ancient and best of rishis, that are ever employed in the preservation of righteousness. Gifted with great intelligence, the master Krishna Dvapayana, the highly blessed Vyasa, also hath repeatedly told me this celestial history. Through thy influence, O Krishna, this Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, facing his foes, hath vanquished them, without ever turning back from any of them. Victory, and not defeat, we are certain to have, since thou hast accepted the drivership of Partha in battle. Having said these words, King Yudhishthira the Just, that tiger among men, mounting his car, adorned with gold and having steeds of ivory white and black tails and fleet as thought harnessed unto it, and surrounded by many Pandava troops, set out, conversing pleasantly with Krishna and Arjuna along the way, for beholding the field of battle on which thousands of incidents had taken place. Conversing with those 2 heroes, viz., Madhava and Phalguna, the king beheld Karna, that bull among men, lying on the field of battle. Indeed, King Yudhishthira beheld Karna pierced all over with arrows like a kadamba flower with straight filaments all around its body. Yudhishthira beheld Karna illuminated by thousands of golden lamps filled with perfumed oil. Having beheld Karna with his son slain and mangled with shafts sped from Gandiva, King Yudhishthira repeatedly looked at him before he could believe his eyes. He then applauded those tigers among men, Madhava and Phalguna, saying, O Govinda, today I have become king of the earth, with my brothers, and consequence of thyself of great wisdom having become my protector and lord. Hearing of the slaughter of that tiger among men, the proud son of Radha, the wicked-souled son of Dhritarashtra will be filled with despair, as regards both life and kingdom. Through thy grace, O bull among men, we have acquired our objects. By good luck, victory hath been thine, O Govinda. By good luck, the enemy hath been slain. By good luck, the wielder of Gandiva, the son of Pandu, hath been crowned with victory. 13 years we have passed in wakefulness and great sorrow. O thou of mighty arms, through thy grace, we will sleep happily this night. In this way, O ruler of men, King Yudhishthira the Just, praised Janardana greatly, as also Arjuna, O monarch. Sanjaya continued, beholding Karna with his son slain with Partha's shafts, that perpetuator of Kuru's race, Yudhishthira, regarded himself as reborn. The kings, and the Pandava army, great car warriors all filled with joy, approached Kunti's son Yudhishthira and gladdened him greatly. Nakula, and Sadeva, and Vrkodara the son of Pandu, and Satyaki, O king, that foremost of car warriors among the Vrishnis, and Drishtadyumna, and Shikandi, and others among the Pandus, the Pankalas, and the Srinjayas, worshipped the son of Kunti at the slaughter of the Suta's son. Extolling King Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, those delighters in battle, those effectual smiters, those heroes possessed of sureness of aim and longing for victory, also praised those scorchers of foes, viz., the two Krishnas, with speeches fraught with panegyrics. Then those great car warriors, filled with delight, proceeded towards their own camp. Thus occurred that great carnage, making the hair stand on end, in consequence, O king, of thy evil policy. Why dost thou grieve for it now? Vaishampayana continued, hearing those evil tidings, the Kuru king Dhritarashtra suddenly fell down on the ground from his excellent seat. Similarly, the royal lady Gandhari of great foresight fell down. She indulged in diverse lamentations for the slaughter of Karna in battle. Then Vidura and Sanjaya both raised the fallen monarch and began to console him. Similarly, the Kuru ladies raised Gandhari. Thinking destiny and necessity to be all-powerful, that royal ascetic, under that great grief, seemed to lose his senses. His heart filled with anxiety and sorrow, the king, however, did not again swoon away. Comforted by them, he remained silent, indulging in melancholy musing. He that reads of this great battle, which is like unto a sacrifice, between the high-souled Dhananjaya and adhereth his son, so also he that hears the account of this battle read, both obtain, O Bharata, the fruit of a great sacrifice duly performed. The learned say that the holy and the eternal Vishnu is sacrifice, and each of those other gods, viz., Agni, wind, Soma, and Surya, is so. Therefore, he that will, without malice, hear or recite this parvan, will be happy and capable of attaining to every region of bliss. Filled with devotion, men always read this sacred and first of Samhitas. They that do, rejoice, obtaining wealth, and grain, and fame. A man must, therefore, ever hear it without malice. He that does so will obtain all kinds of happiness. With that foremost of persons, Vishnu, and the illustrious self-born, and Bhava also, become pleased. A Brahmana, by reading it, would obtain the fruit of having studied the Vedas, a Kshatriya obtained strength and victory in battle, Vaishyas would obtain immense wealth, and Shudras would obtain health and freedom from disease. Then again the illustrious Vishnu is eternal. And since it is that God who hath been glorified in this parvan, it is for this that the man reading or hearing it becometh happy and acquireth all the objects of his heart. These words of the great Rishi, Vyasa, can never be untrue. The merit that may be attained by listening to the recitation of the Karna Parvan is equal to his who giveth away unceasingly for a whole year good cows with calves. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.